Pink Flamingo Productions presents City of Thieves, a corrupt god's world standalone. Written by Cora Kenborn and Catherine Wiltcher. Performed by Vivian LaRue and Alan Carlson. Forward. We are all broken. That's how the light gets in. Ernest Hemingway. Prologue. Tatiana. 5 years ago. How quickly a charmed life can turn to rust. That's what I keep thinking as I lie here on the floor of my father's office, messing up the chic weave of his Tabriz carpet, my face half in shadow, and my heart a cheap locket left out in the rain. Before tonight, I was living a white lie. My father had a penthouse apartment in Manhattan with a doorman who granted wishes like the genie from Aladdin. I went to the best school with the bitchiest in-crowd, where I never had to straighten my crown because there were always a million eager hands to do it for me. The dark side of the moon has a bigger surface area than you think. My 18th birthday was meant to be fun. My friends and I were planning to hit up my favorite sushi bar and then party at a club on 10th Avenue until our pretty little blisters hurt. I had Dad's Amex Black in my pocket. The future was uncharted waters, but we were diving in anyway. Then I met a monster. A charming, beautiful monster, but I didn't see his claws until it was too late. He insisted on driving me home. My parents were in D.C. and Seb was out getting lit again. It meant there was no one to hear my screams when he dragged me into a room where choice didn't exist, and the word no wasn't heard, no matter how many times I pleaded it. His rough hands held me down to keep me silent. He crushed my chest until I couldn't breathe. Now, there's nothing left of me. Worse. What could be worse than this? I check off the contenders. I could be watching my parents take their last breath. I could be switching off Seb's life support machine. I could be dying of some horrible disease that's eating me from the inside out. But pain is all relative, right? Besides, my monster says his revenge always hurts. I must have blacked out again. When I come around, the clock on the wall reads 1 a.m. Tick. Hello, endless night. Talk. I know he's still here, watching me, amused by what he's done to me. He's leaning against the far wall, smoking a foreign cigarette that smells of gasoline and victory. Don't move, Tatiana. Play dead. It's easy because your soul's already a tomb. He killed it the moment his touch turned to violence. My eyes start to wander. I find myself staring at a piece of artwork hanging above my father's desk. A senator's desk, he called it on his first day in office. Another wave of shame smothering me. The painting is an abstract depiction of hell, but all I see is a girl lost in the orange flames, screaming for someone to hear her, see her, save her. Time passes, and I think about random stuff, like the fact that I haven't done my history assignment and it's due tomorrow. I have school tomorrow. School means questions, pointing, judging, giggling in the hallways and cheap condoms stuffed into my locker. I used to be the most popular girl in school. Now I'm just used. I'm staring at Dad's painting again. My mom owns a private gallery a couple of blocks from here, and my entire childhood was spent making sense out of a canvas, while other kids were seeing shapes in the clouds. I've never wanted to crawl inside a piece of art so much. I want to live in it, forget myself in it. I don't see a girl lost in the flames anymore. I see a new home, the only place I want to be. Stranded, where no one can hurt me again. I must have moved because a dark laugh fills the room. Not calling Daddy yet. His voice is muddy and cruel. It's a Russian river that no amount of Orthodox prayer can cleanse. I told you I wouldn't, I whisper. Good, because I am not done with you, Kiska. My stomach lurches. There can't be more. Please, God, no more. I try to crawl away, but he's too fast. I beg and scream, and he hits my face to keep me quiet. I silently plead for help as he hooks his hands under my arms and drags me onto the desk my father loves so much. He leans over me, murmuring why he's doing this, how he'll never stop doing this, how he's going to fill up every part of me with his hate for my family. But I keep my eyes trained on the wall behind me the whole time. I wrap the acrylic brushstrokes around me like a blanket. I hide myself in the gilt frame so I can't think or feel. It makes me numb, so gloriously numb. I am that painting now. I'll be whatever the world wants me to be, but they'll never see the real me again.
Chapter 1. Renzo. 3 months ago. People say death is the great equalizer. Not for men like Renzo Marchesi. All Saints Catholic Church will be standing room only today, but not because my older brother was an upstanding citizen. When you're part of the New Jersey underground, notoriety and excess bleed well into the afterlife. From the dark end of the street, I observe a procession of stretched limos idling next to the curb, splintered in both directions like black bullets. Behind them, a swarm of paparazzi and media reporters line up, salivating for a glimpse of the grieving family. My family. Tipping my leather flask back, I let the alcohol slide down my throat, burning me in all the right places, as the clicks of their cameras become the soundtrack of my intoxication. Great equalizer, my ass, I slur, my voice sounding like broken glass dragged along asphalt. Not in my world. Not when I'm a quarter of a bottle of Macallan down, black tie draped around my neck like an afterthought, staring at the stone exterior of the church like an outsider, like I don't belong. Because I don't belong. I never have. I shift my stance, my stare hardening. Death isn't an equalizer. It's the great revealer. Lifting the flask for another swig, my fingers press against the monogrammed LMM, hand-stitched across the front. It was a birthday gift from the guest of honor. I'm more of a straight-out-of-the-bottle kind of man, but it seemed appropriate for the occasion. For him. Mio fratello, I slur again, lifting the flask in a final toast before draining what's left inside. This isn't the end, brother. It's only the beginning. After today, the world will know a new Renzo Marchesi. A colder one. A focused one. A more lethal one. Tucking the flask in the inside pocket of my suit jacket, I run a hand through my disheveled black hair and straighten my shoulders. No one bats an eye in my direction, and for the first time in days, the corner of my mouth lifts. The vultures haven't seen me yet. I control the narrative here, not them. I go where I want, when I want, always undetected. I don't lurk in dark corners. I hide in plain sight. Sliding my hands in the pockets of my black suit pants, I cross the street, scanning the hive of tabloid hornets, searching for the one who will pull their head out of their ass first. I find her seconds before she finds me. Blonde, pretty, young, hungry. My footsteps catch her attention. She cocks her chin over her shoulder, her eyes widening.
Renzo Marchesi!
My name comes out somewhere between a whisper and a shout, but she realizes her mistake as soon as it passes her lips. Her hurried steps toward me are followed by a stampede. Cameras flash in my face and microphones jab at me from all angles. Everyone wants a statement, and they're not above professional cannibalism to get an exclusive.
Renzo, what do you have to say about the allegations?
One reporter shouts.
Renzo, is it true you don't have an alibi for the night of the murder?
Another asks.
Renzo, did you order a hit on your own brother?
The last one almost breaks my stride, but there are 33 years of black walls separating what I feel and what I show. My face is a blank canvas as I push my way through the crowd. By the time I reach the heavy wooden doors of the church, their shouts become nothing more than white noise inside my head. There's no space for anything else in there. It's too crowded with memories and regrets, accusations and anger. The last two are the strongest. Gripping the ornate door handle, I swing it open and cross the threshold, straight into the broad chest of my cousin Dario. "About fucking time you showed up," he grumbles. I glance at him out of the corner of my eye. Jesus Christ. The asshole's hair is slicked back with so much gel he's a walking caricature of every over-the-top mob movie. I was busy. He leans forward and wrinkles his nose. "So I can smell." Punching him in the face could fix that for him. He quirks his lips, then settles his smug gaze on the multiple open wounds scattered around my face. "What the hell happened to you?" I say nothing, holding his cocky stare with a more lethal version of my own. He's welcome to make any assumptions he likes about my presently fucked up state. It's not like he's gonna get an explanation. But the real answer? I ran into a Russian bastard's fist 3 or 12 times. I lick my lips, the metallic taste of dried blood hitting my tongue, and that's just the prelude. Last time I looked, there were a couple of deep cuts on my cheek and forehead, and I suspect more than a few black and blues by now. The truth? I was late to my brother's funeral because I spent the morning at an underground fighting ring, firing fists and bullets like some Wild West outlaw. I thought drawing blood would expel some of this anger, but it didn't come close. "Get out of my way, Dario," I warn. "Do you know how bad it looked when they opened the doors without you?" Folding his arms across his chest, he widens his stance in an attempt to block my path. It's a pointless endeavor. Then again, Dario has always been a stupid motherfucker who can't read a clear message between two straight lines. "For fuck's sakes, Renzo, not only are you Nero's brother, you're a goddamn captain." I step forward, fire blazing in my chest. "You're goddamn right I am, which means I outrank you, soldier." I shove my finger in his face. I repeat, get the hell out of my way. Dario glares at me, but slides backward, opening a wide breath between us. Leaving him standing there with his dick in his hands, I move forward into the church, only to be assaulted by an overpowering scent. There are flowers everywhere. Hundreds of arrangements of wreaths line every inch of the sanctuary, all from extended family, soldiers, associates, politicians, hell, even rivals. Excess, not equality. I keep walking because I'm on autopilot. I'm exhausted, drunk, pissed, and numb. But most of all, I'm furious I'm in this church and that my brother is lying in a casket because of me. Because of a deal that went bad on my watch. Because two Warren brothers finally stood on the same side of the battlefield, only for one to fall at the hands of the other. It should have been me in that hotel room. It should have been me lying on that fucking altar. 2 more steps. 3. That's as far as my feet take me. I don't walk down the aisle and sit in the front pew beside my family. Hell, I don't even sit in the last pew next to people I don't know. I do what I do best. I watch with my back pressed against the wall. I take inventory of every face in attendance, committing them all to memory. They say killers get a kick out of observing the carnage of their crimes firsthand. And I should know. Look at you, hiding in the back of the Lord's house like some drunken putana, a gruff voice says beside me. Go to the front and support your family, Renzo. Exerting your authority already, Uncle Sal? I say, not bothering to turn my head. Nero isn't even the ground yet. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? He sputters. Don't insult my intelligence, I warn, finally indulging him with my full attention. As suspected, he's bright red and about to blow a fuse. The man has zero poker face. Tripping his wires is almost too easy. You've had your eyes on the underboss position since the moment my brother took his last breath. Vaffanculo, he curses in Italian. I loved my nephew. His tone is low and controlled, but not inflated. I believe him. For all his faults, and he has a fuck-ton, he and Nero had a bond we've never had. But our business comes with certain risks, he adds, smoothing one side of his more salt than pepper hair. We all know this. We accept it. Sometimes we pay the highest price, but that doesn't mean the business shuts down, Lorenzo. Life goes on, he shrugs. Wheels keep turning. You're just making sure they turn your way. He stiffens, his composure slipping. There are only 3 captains in this family. Tradition states one of us will be named Nero's successor. Cocking his square chin, he slides an accusing glare toward me. The past few years, your actions have made it clear you don't want the job. He's right. Nero was the firstborn son, so he automatically became my father's underboss, poised to take over the empire one day. It's no surprise he was the family favorite. Eventually, I made peace with it and embraced my role as the family fuck-up. That was before someone pumped 3 rounds into the back of my brother's head. And Paulie? I ask, arching an eyebrow. Like you said, there are 3 captains. Uncle Sal offers a disinterested shrug. Paulie and your dad grew up together, but he's not family. He pats his chest proudly. I am family. You're his sister's husband, I correct. Salvatore Barone's claim to fame is a little skewed. He's not a captain in the Marchesi family because he has blood ties. He's a captain because he fucks my aunt. Watch it, kid. His nostrils flare before his expression flips on a dime, calming as he circles a manicured finger around my battered face. What's up with the busted look? If your mother asks about that shit, what are you going to tell her? Changing the subject as usual. A slow smirk crawls across my mouth. That I got into a fight. I don't bother to elaborate. Instead, I walk away, leaving him with nothing but a half-truth. He knows all about Pesciara, the club that houses the underground fighting ring I visit to clear my head and break bones. It's a dark, desolate dungeon owned by the Bratva sector of the Sector, a secret New York-based elite network of crime families. Their deadly reach spans the globe like a spider's web, and membership is selective. Only 6 people in our organization are even aware of its existence. Not one of them is dead. Palming the back of my neck, I look up to find my father, wrapping his arms around my mother, who's draped over my brother's casket. She's sobbing, her body trembling so violently, it's all my father can do to keep her upright. My chest tightens, and I have to look away. To keep a lid on my composure, I resume cataloging faces until a wailing sob draws my gaze back to the front of the church, where my little sister, Rosalia, is bent over Nero's casket, her hands cradling his face. With another tortured sob, she flings herself off the altar and stumbles down the aisle, tears streaming down her face. Circling back around the pews, I sprint along the back of the church and slip out the double sanctuary doors I saw her barrel through. I find her crumpled against the far right wall, her hands fisted at her face. Piccolina, Rosalia's lashes flutter above her fists, and she stares at me for a moment before hurling herself into my arms.
Renzo, you're here.
I didn't think this far ahead. I'm no good at empathy, so I pat the back of her expensive black dress. I'm sorry, Ro, for so many things. For being late today, for keeping my distance for years, but I say none of it. Rosalia pulls back, tears matting her long dark hair to her face.
Uncle Sal said you set up that meeting in Atlantic City for Nero. He said you gave him the address and sent him there. Is that true?
I grit my teeth and nod, but I may as well have slapped her.
Why?
It's a question I've asked myself every minute since Nero died. Why did I look the other way when he started dealing stolen art? Why did I agree to help him? Why didn't I run more in-depth background checks before following a lead from one of Pescera's most valued members, allowing that asshole to set up a meeting with a private buyer? So many questions with no answers. There was a lot about Nero you didn't know, Piccolina. I tell her as gently as I can. Let's just say he had a side venture, and I helped find an investor. That should have been the end of it. However, this is my little sister. She may look like a delicate flower, but her petals are made of steel. As devastated as she is, she's also a Marchesi who knows when she's being coddled.
But it wasn't business, Renzo,
she insists.
It was a setup. Nero walked into a trap and never walked out. They shot my big brother 3 times.
Her voice breaks.
Why?
I cup her cheek, wiping a tear away with my thumb. I don't know, Ro, but I swear to you, I'm going to find out. Rosalia. We both stiffen at the deep, even tone of our father. Gianni Marchesi doesn't have to raise his voice to command the room. It falls to his feet on a whisper. Rosalia and I separate, and I turn to face my father for the first time in 5 days. He looks like composed shit. Of course, outwardly, he's put together in a pressed black suit. His thick, dark hair is styled as usual, and the gray around his temples is the only sign of his age. It's his eyes that give him away. They're identical to mine, dark brown and bloodshot, with heavy black circles staining the skin beneath them. He opens his arms, and on command, Rosalia collapses into them. Shifting his attention to me, he lifts his chin. Renzo. Is Ma all right? As well as can be expected, considering she's burying her firstborn. His words are sharp, but his mask slips, the lines framing his mouth sinking deeper. She's with your Aunt Sarah. Once you've sobered up, I suggest you pay your respects to your brother before we leave for the cemetery. By the time I make my way into the sanctuary, most of the attendants have already rushed outside to offer my parents their condolences. Hundreds of well-wishers who don't give a fuck about my brother, other than to say they were here. As usual, it's all smoke and mirrors. The floor creaks beneath my feet as I slowly make my way up the aisle. The closer I get, the harder it is to move. Quicksand impedes my steps, and by the time I reach Nero's casket, I'm wading waist-deep in it. It's the first time I've seen him since they removed his body from that hotel room. He looks peaceful. His hands are folded at his waist, and he's dressed in his favorite suit and blue tie. Even that unruly strand of dark hair that always fell in his eyes finally styled in place. But it's all a lie. He's not peaceful. He's swimming in a river in hell, cursing my name. He wants vengeance. I can almost see his lips moving, speaking the last words he said to me before I left him in Atlantic City.
There's something going on that's bigger than all this bullshit rivalry between us. I need someone I can trust with me, and blood is stronger than any oath. Me and you, Renzo, we're brothers. We're in this together, till the end.
Till the end, I reiterate, gritting my teeth. Only neither of us realized how quickly it would come. Gripping the edge of the casket, I fold my hand over his. I promise you, Nero, I'll find the Sukiyakaze who did this to you, and I'll make every member of his family speak your name before I cut their hearts out. Whatever it takes, and whoever I have to hurt to make it happen. Te lo prometo. I promise you. Chapter 2. Renzo. Present day. The night is my only companion as I stand in the shadows, watching a procession of men in expensive three-piece suits ascend the front steps of a lavish, heavily secured building, superiority trailing behind them like toxic smoke. Peshera is the top tier of every social pyramid, the scarlet, black, and crystal-coated gentlemen's club located in the heart of New York, catering to the highest echelon of excess and privilege. But at its base lies a darker foundation, where the only scarlet and black comes from blood and bruises. Zipping my black leather jacket, I round the building toward a different set of stairs. While the Marchesi name ranks at the top of the elite, my soul craves the depravity of the windowless walls beneath their feet, a basement where status means nothing, and light is the enemy. With a clenched fist, I deliver 2 impatient knocks to an unmarked wooden door, and the red light beeps on the square box beside the doorframe. "Password," rumbles a thick Russian accent. It's not a question as much as a challenge. This isn't fucking date night at Applebee's. If you have the balls to show up at Peshera's back door, you better know the answer. Chistelice. Purgatory. The red light flickers and turns green. A subtle click grants my access. Stay in control, I remind myself. Easier said than done. I spent the last month tracking down leads only to spin in fucking circles. Tonight is the closest I've come to finding the man who choreographed my brother's murder. Swinging the door open, I make my way down the 2 flights of splintered wooden stairs to what used to be my sanctuary, the cave. As I enter the darkened arena, an oversized gatekeeper steps in front of me. "Jacket check, comrade." Gritting my teeth, I give him a half-assed flash of my open jacket to prove I'm not stupid enough to bring a gun to a Bratva-owned fight club. At least not again. Shoving past him, I keep my stride steady as I cross the stained concrete floor. Within seconds, the smell of copper and sweat hits me like a shot of adrenaline. On my left, a wet, garbled grunt fills my ears seconds before a body slams into the cage's unforgiving metal. I don't stop to look. Judging by the primal roar of the crowd, this fight is almost over. Rest in peace, motherfucker. Blocking out the match, I scan the perimeter, my gaze settling on the back wall where a man with a platinum buzz cut tosses a bright red apple in the air while soaking in the massacre. Vasily Belov, Peshera's fight manager, and the reason for my exile. I'm less than 2 feet away when he turns that icy stare my way. "Look what the cat dragged in," he drawls. "It's been a long time, Renzo." Yeah, 3 months too long. It's been a forced hiatus for not playing by Bratva rules. Popping the blade on a pocket knife, he slices into the apple. "You are overdressed." The sound of his stilted accent is like sharp nails down a dusty chalkboard. I have to fight to even my tone. Not here to fight. "Sex club is upstairs," he chuckles, shoving a wedge of fruit into his mouth. Not here to fuck either. I add coolly.
Then get out.
His attitude is shitty, but not unwarranted. After all, my last visit cost him a lot of prize money, not to mention a finger. I'd been following a string of dead ends until the morning of Nero's funeral when I got word of movement by the stronzo who set me up. I'd chased that Russian bastard to Peshara, where the coward barricaded himself inside the cave's bratva-steeled walls. In a whiskey-fueled rage, I'd attempted to shoot my way in, firing 3 bullets into the door and 2 into Belov's best men. It was an act punishable by death for any other, but as the cave's major source of income, I got off lightly, with a 3-month suspension and a warning to take my vengeance elsewhere. Unfortunately for Vasily Belov, all roads to my brother's killer stop at Peshara's basement door. I just want what I'm owed.
You are owed nothing but a bullet between your glazami, he hisses, tapping the tip of the knife between his blonde eyebrows. Just like your pizda brother.
Watch your fucking tongue, I warn, my gaze dropping to the knife in his hand. I've cut out many more for far less. Vasily's eyes narrow, a heavy silence stretching between us before he flashes a dark smile.
I'm not an unreasonable man, Marchesi, he states, pocketing his knife. But I am a businessman.
No shit. I didn't walk in here believing one demand would punch a hole in the Bratva's inner circle, especially since the missing piece in this fucked-up puzzle happens to be Vasily's older brother, Oleg. He's not going to simply hand his head over to me on a silver platter. I nod. Name your price for your brother's location.
How long do you give this match?
He nods toward the cage where some poor asshole is staggering around like he's following the bouncing ball to the afterlife. 2 minutes max, I answer without hesitation. Your boy in green took too many throat punches after a roundhouse kick to the chest, 1 rear chokehold, and it's permanent lights out. I survey the sets of packed steel bleachers, where shouting spectators are stacked like a bloodthirsty house of cards, which, from what I can tell, will go over like a whore in church. Scowling, Vasily hitches his arm back, sending the apple sailing from his hand into the concrete wall beside us.
That Mudak was supposed to win, not get beaten like a dog.
He's practically foaming at the mouth about it, which tells me the pulverized dickhead in the cage has a king's ransom riding on him. It's no wonder the crowd is about to revolt. They thought they'd bet on a sure thing. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize where this is going.
The next fight is too evenly matched,
the Russian notes, his gaze shifting toward the increasingly irate mob.
It could go either way. If those who lose big on that Mudak also lose on 50-50 shot.
He waves a dismissive hand.
More than one body to clean.
I fold my arms across my chest. So what do you want me to do about it? Play cage-side referee?
Niet. Fight.
He gestures toward the stands again, his expression turning feral.
If I take one man out of the next match and put the Widowmaker in, then my guests will empty their pockets.
He slides me another slow smile.
Walk away alive, and I will give you what you want.
Fuck. 7 years ago, I stepped inside that cage, and in 6 days turned 12 white-clad brides into black-veiled widows, earning me the nickname Widowmaker. From that moment on, my bloodthirst became an unstoppable addiction, and I became Belov's main attraction. But I haven't fought since Nero's funeral. Not since the morning I held my own against 4 Bratva Patsans for daring to spill Russian blood. When I finally showed up at the church, I lied about the cuts and bruises, but my father knew where I'd been. That same night, he made me swear on my brother's grave that I wouldn't fight again. But sometimes you have to break a promise in order to keep an oath. A riotous roar draws my attention back toward the cage where, as expected, the bastard in the green shorts hits the mat. DOA. Switch the matchup. Belov scans my dark denim jeans and black t-shirt, then nods toward the locker room.
You have 15 minutes. Got change.
I slip out of my leather jacket. Don't need to. The Russian cocks an eyebrow.
You are giving your opponent an advantage.
Good. Then maybe it'll be a fair fight. Most men would hesitate before entering a modern-day gladiatorial massacre. Not me. Murder is easy to commit when you see the man who sent your brother to his death in every opponent's eyes. Oleg Belov. Vasily's brother approached me one night after an exceptionally brutal fight. I'd heard he had his hands in some dirty pots, but when my sources found him clanging around in Nero's backyard, I paid attention. He claimed to have a private buyer interested in one of Nero's paintings. Every lie he told checked out. Now Nero's dead, Oleg's missing, and every finger in New Jersey is pointed at me. The crowd's primal chants become background noise as I deliver punch after punch to the bloodied man trapped between my fists in a middle wall. After a hard right hook, I step back, watching fear, then acceptance flare in my prey's eyes. It's useless blood on my hands, but unavoidable. "Till the end, Nero," I murmur, justifying my actions by solidifying my vow. With one final punch, the sound of snapping cartilage and bone crushing fills my ears. Blood splatters across my face as my opponent hits the mat. Somewhere amidst the raucous roar of the crowd, I hear a bell ring. Dragging the back of my hand across my mouth, I wipe the blood from my busted lip, then stagger to the door. A stone-faced Bradford guard unlocks it from the outside, swings it open, and nods as my bare feet hit the concrete. Catching Vasily's eye again, I close the distance between us. "Tell me where Oleg is hiding." Shaking his head, he turns, motioning me to follow him. I'm too fucking exhausted to argue, so I stagger behind him, blood dripping off my fingertips like a trail of red breadcrumbs. At the end of a darkened hallway, he unlocks a door to the right and waddles inside. "Sit," he instructs, settling behind an ugly mahogany desk while gesturing to the two chairs in front of it. I clench my stained fists by my side. "No." Shrugging, he opens a drawer to his right and pulls out a stack of money and drops it on top of his desk. Then another stack. Then another one. After the fourth transfer, he sits back like a proud king. "What the fuck is that?"
"Your earnings."
Circling one of the chairs, I gather one of the stacks in my hands, my blood staining the bill's crimson before I'm hurling it back at him. He slams his fist onto the desk.
"You are being ungrateful."
"I don't want your fucking money," I growl, navigating the desk like a hungry lion until I'm standing right in front of him. "I want your brother's location. Now." For once the bastard isn't smirking. His heated stare drills holes in me as he pulls a slip of paper from his desk and scribbles on it.
"Here,"
he mutters, shoving it toward my chest.
"I have honored my word."
I don't dignify that with a response. Glancing down, I scan the address. 1499 Patterson Avenue. Where the fuck have I heard that before? 3 months' worth of conversation spin through my mind. One in particular. A crisp October afternoon framed with stretched black limos and a cloyingly sweet scent.
Ride with us, Renzo.
I glanced down at my sister's tear-stained face as she leans out of the rear passenger side door. She's looking at me the way she always did at Nero, like she would her hero. But the devil doesn't ride a white horse, and he sure as hell doesn't ride in his family's limo to a burial he caused. I shake my head. I'll meet you there. Rosalia lets out a sad sigh that drives another stake through my black heart.
1499 Patterson Avenue.
I tighten my fist, crumpling the paper in a haze of rage. This is Rosewood Cemetery. I remember following my family's limo there after the funeral.
The deal was for Oleg's location, he answers in a bored tone.
Reaching into the open drawer, he produces another apple. I watch in silence as he slides the same knife out of his pocket and pops the blade.
Now you have it.
He gives me a slow, vicious smile.
Apparently, my brother made one too many sloppy business deals. May he rest in pieces.
Everything goes black. No sight, no sound, no conscience. Charging forward, I snatched the knife out of his hands, reveling in his shock as I pressed the sharp blade against his jugular. Did you kill your own brother? When he shakes his head, I tighten my grip. Then who took him out?
I do not know.
Think harder.
I do not know,
he repeats, all the color draining from his pudgy cheeks.
Oleg and I were brothers by blood, not by choice. Like I said, he indulged in messy ventures and made too many enemies.
But you protected him from me, I accuse. You hid him at Peshera, and you had me exiled.
Thieves' God,
he states matter-of-factly, as if I'm not seconds away from slitting his fucking throat.
Regardless of how little I cared for Oleg, Bratva protects their own.
Nice try, but not good enough. I press the knife harder against his skin, reveling in his yelp as a bright red bead slips down his neck. Maybe losing another finger might jog your memory. Vasily's heated eyes drop to his lap where the 4 remaining fingers on his left hand curl into a tight fist. A reminder of what his pahan did to him in retaliation after our last altercation.
Modak,
he mutters before quickly adding,
you are still looking for this atonement painting, yes? The one you and your brother were selling the night he died?
When I say nothing, he drags his gaze up to meet mine.
Apparently it became, how do you Americans say, lost in transit and has turned up for auction in London this Friday. From what I hear, there is a particularly high interest coming from Russia.
Bratva? The bastard chuckles.
Yet, a Bratva brother would not bother to bid on something he wanted. He would simply take it. This buyer is an outlier, one who prefers to remain nameless.
He glances up at me.
Much like my late brother's business partner.
I clench my teeth. Information that would have been useful days ago. And how would you know that?
The painting? I told you already. Oleg was sloppy and liked to brag. As for the auction...
His voice rattles as he attempts to gesture at the office's portrait-lined walls.
I have an appreciation for fine artwork.
Trusting one Beloff has already ended with blood on my hands. Trusting another would be the definition of insanity. Still, this is only the second lead I've gotten since Nero died, so despite the risk, I can't ignore it. If there's a chance this nameless, enigmatic Russian could be the man who walked into his hotel room that night, I have to ensure our paths collide. On my terms. My gaze flicks toward the stacks of money still scattered across his desk. You want to pay me, Vasily? I challenge. Then get me in on that auction.
It is an exclusive market.
He swallows, then freezes, his Adam's apple bobbing against the blade.
The painting you seek is reserved at 5 million. To even secure a seat at that auction house, you need credit checks, an international VIP account.
Then get me all that shit.
Not me, but I know someone who can. Perhaps if you wear the right suit, there is a chance you could get to them through a back door.
Smirking, he flicks his gaze up at me.
Or front. Depends on your skills of persuasion.
I tighten my grip on the knife handle, a second thin line of crimson blooming across his pale skin. Name.
Tatiana Sanders,
he blurts out.
Who? A New York socialite. She owns the most exclusive private modern art gallery in the city and can open any door for you. But good luck prying the keys away from her. That frigid suka is as cold as they come.
Sanders. Why the hell is that name so familiar? What's the name of her gallery?
Elysium.
That's when it clicks. Tatiana is Senator Rick Sanders' daughter, a dirty New York politician with one hand on the Constitution and the other in the pockets of every underground operation this side of the Hudson. Rearing back, I plunge the knife deep into the center of his desk. You want me to get a senator's daughter caught up in this? I roar. An innocent?
Beloff lets out a dark laugh. That girl is no innocent. You want to find who killed your brother. Find an incentive. Turn up the heat on Miss Sanders. Once you control the temperature, even ice can melt.
Chapter 3. Tatiana. My father used to tell me that each day starts out dirty, and it's our job to clean it up. Considering who he is, I just assumed he meant for me to turn it to my advantage, by any means possible. But what happens when the days are endless and the stains prove permanent? I find myself reflecting on this as I gaze out of the tinted window of my chauffeured Porsche Cayenne, staring out at a city that's been a protective fortress for me these past 5 years. It's too easy to hide my pain amongst the nameless faces here. The towering skyscrapers have replaced the jagged spikes around my heart. Pursing my red lips, I sweep my Chanel sunglasses onto my face as the car pulls up to the curb outside Regency's, the most exclusive auction house in Manhattan. It's the kind of morning when the bright New York sunshine exposes every crack and blemish on the sidewalk. It's also exposing my brittle mood. So far, the last couple of hours have given me the hangover from hell and a pathetic $5,000 commission from selling the artwork of a man I wouldn't usually throw a Negroni Spagliato cocktail on if he spontaneously combusted. Every job has its limitations, and working with self-important jackasses like Emmanuel Scott is mine. Then again, choice isn't everything when your finances have recently taken the jumping equivalent of a Wall Street banker during the Great Depression. I check my phone, noting the 3 missed calls from the withheld number, the 2 from Erica, my personal assistant at the gallery, and 1 more from my twin brother, Seb. That's another thing my father told me before we stopped speaking to each other. before the words United Family became the new Iron Curtain. Never take money from someone you can't sweet-talk while fucking them sideways up the ass. My mother wasn't so enamored with him for sharing that morsel of advice, but it turns out he was right. Dirty money is like a dirty day. Sometimes you can't clean it up, no matter what you do. Still, I'm betting he was never blackmailed into liquidation. Putting his own private gallery, a place I adore with all the hot and cold in my soul, into major jeopardy. We're here, Miss Sanders, my driver announces, bumping sunglasses with me in the rearview mirror. 20 minutes before the auction starts, right on schedule. Thank you, Andrew, I say briskly, gathering up my purse and this morning's auction brochure as I wait for him to open my door. The moment my heels hit the sidewalk, I'm glancing up at the cream-colored stone building while the rest of New York ceases to exist around me. I can't stop staring at it. It's like a compulsion, brought on by the shiver of a memory. I'm reliving the first time my mother brought me here when I was 10 years old. She let me eat pink ice cream in the white and gold lobby, and then calmly purchased a painting for $1 million. She outbid a fiercely competitive room that day like she was bidding on cattle. Just her, with a white paddle and a number, and a child who couldn't stop fidgeting. I remember the painting, too. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, and the only piece of art I'd ever known her to buy that wasn't abstract expressionism. A small, square portrait in a shabby gilt frame of a young woman from the 19th century, with her hair in tight brown ringlets, a sad face and downcast eyes. I'd called her Inés, after my pet dog. Inés was always burying her toys and forgetting about them, and painting Inés looked like she had lost something too. She'd pulled me in and made me love her, and then she made me love art. Years later, my love became a dependency, and my dependency became an obsession. I dropped out of school and went to work at my mother's gallery for a time. After we fell out, I ran away to Russia for a year. When I returned, I set up my own and forced Manhattan to pay attention, but I never forgot that painting. Sometimes I think that day at Regency's was the last time I felt truly happy. A few years later, I'd take a knife to Inés, slashing the canvas out of desperation and breaking my mother's heart. That was the night I left home for good. Miss Sanders? My driver coughs indiscreetly, bringing me back to the busy sidewalk. Thank you, Andrew. That'll be all. Pulling myself together, I sashay into the building, my false confidence and impeccable style adding an easy 10 to my 22 years. All eyes turn in my direction as I enter the Calcutta marble lobby. The papers call me the Ice Empress of modern art because of my refusal to give them an inch of vulnerability. Since then, my nickname has become trapped in social circles in a never-ending loop. My reputation precedes me. It doesn't matter that I'm the youngest private gallery owner in the city, or that my first curated exhibition was a sold-out $10 million success. Every business is just another extension of a man's world, and once their dicks feel threatened, they'll go out of their way to make your achievements as insignificant as possible. How they'd laugh if they knew how close my ice castle was to cracking. My cheeks redden in humiliation when I think about my meeting with the bank yesterday. I'm only one missed payment away from them foreclosing on my loan. I have exactly 2 weeks to come up with $2 million, or I'm going to lose the only thing I've ever been allowed to love. Tatiana, darling, gushes a voice to my left. I thought that was you. Richard? I greet my colleague with a reluctant air kiss. He's an agent for another private gallery in town, an accidental rival and a pretentious British bastard who can't keep a secret to save his life. So far, the rumors about my impending financial ruin are non-existent, but he'd be the first to tell me otherwise. Are you agenting or buying? He inquires. ushering me along the elegant hallway towards the auction hall, my heels click-clacking loudly against the marble. "Agentine," I reply smoothly, tucking my purse and brochure under my arm as I remove my vintage black gloves one delicate finger at a time. "For a Saudi prince who's recently developed an expensive taste for British art." The lie rolls so easily off my tongue. Then I think of the 3 missed calls from the withheld number, and my stomach lurches. "Budget?" "You know it's never ladylike to discuss such matters, Richard," I chide, mentally kicking him in the shins. "Who says anything about you being a lady?" His haughty face smirks, and I mentally shift my foot to his groin. "Such a title would require an impeccable family heritage, and there are many on Capitol Hill who'd argue otherwise." Piece of shit. He's referring to my father and the huge multi-million-dollar gambling bill he managed to push through the Senate a couple of years ago. It involved some very public backhanders and unwanted scrutiny. "We can choose our acquaintances, but not our family, Richard," I bite back as we reach the auction room. Without waiting for his response, I head straight for my usual seat, 5 rows back from the stage. It's a prime spot within the auction's triangle of influence, with direct eye contact with the auctioneer for that subtle, last-minute bid. There are rules to this game, the same as everything else in life. It just so happens that these are the only ones I adhere to. "I quite agree." Richard takes a seat next to me, much to my irritation. Why must British men always overwear their cologne? His Drakkar Noir already has my subtle fragrance in a chokehold. Crossing my legs, I pull out my phone. There are another 2 missed calls from the withheld number, so I tap out a quick message to Moscow to get him off my back. "Here, we'll call when it's done." I tell myself that this is the last time as I slide my device back into my purse, but I'm just as good at lying to myself as I am to everyone else. The room is filling up fast. Nearly every seat is taken. "Bunch of champagne sensationalists," Richard clucks disapprovingly, glancing around at the latecomers. "The only reason British portraits are so popular this year is because of the recent scandal with the monarchy." Not even the ghost of a smile disturbs my red lips. I'm determined to live up to my nickname today, and then some. "I have to say, I'm surprised to find you here too, Tatiana. You specialize in abstract expressionism, do you not?" "I'm diversifying." "How tedious for you, darling. Did you hear that Regencies are thinking of upping their commission on each sale from 12% to 13%? I watch him nod at several familiar faces from the art world, like the obsequious asshole he is. "I guess even the sharks need to sharpen their teeth in the current economic climate." "Why, hello." He trails off in breathy upper-class awe. "What have we here?" Mildly intrigued, I angle my head to see who's caught his attention. Amongst the arrivals of generic gray and navy blue suits, there's a 3-piece black tailored affair hanging back from the rest. The cut of the material is exquisite, and then my eyes travel north to register the face of the man inside it. He's an electric storm about to break. He's Lucifer from Milton's Paradise Lost, beautiful but capable of utter devastation. Momentarily jolted from my icy throne, I watch as the man's dark eyes travel the room at a measured speed, taking in every face. When he lifts his hand to rub his jaw, the glimpses of tattoos on his knuckles are like lightning flashes of danger. He should be putting himself up for auction, I think, shocked by my visceral reaction to a total stranger. To me, most men are pawns to be manipulated, not kings to command my attention. "Who's that?" I ask Richard. "Renzo Marchesi. I wonder which dive bar he's crawled out from." And since when has the New Jersey Mafia been interested in procuring artwork by legal means? Mafia? I say sharply. So the rumors go. His family operates an old-world Cora-type cash flow across the bridge. At my raised eyebrow, he adds, extortion, stolen goods, labor union infiltration. An outdated business plan, I say dismissively. There are more profitable ventures these days. Like dealing in stolen artwork. That's just a side venture for them. Renzo's father has had his finger in the Mexicans' honeypot for years. According to my sources, he lets the Carrera cartel trade through his port, then sits back and collects rent. How entrepreneurial. My tone drips with sarcasm, but my instant dislike of the Marchesis doesn't stop me from indulging in another glance over my shoulder. To me, art is a joy to be savored, not a mafia game to be exploited. He doesn't have a paddle, I observe. No, but I hear he has a very big gun. Oh, for goodness sake, Richard. Just then, Marchesi turns his head in my direction, meets my eye, and the full power of his storm hits me. The air sizzles with something intense and undefinable. The rolling thunder in those brutal dark eyes threatens to shake something loose inside me. No, not happening. I quickly turn back to the stage, refusing to be distracted by some enigmatic mobster in a good suit who took a wrong turn somewhere near Brooklyn. The auction starts, the lots progressing at Regency's usual efficient pace. The only one I'm interested in is way down on the list, so I have a little time to sit back and observe the buying power in the room. All the while, I can feel Marchesi's stare heating up the back of my neck. It's making me squirm in my seat like a carbon copy of my 10-year-old self. Beside me, Richard has his phone glued to the side of his head, whispering commentaries of the play to his money, bidding efficiently and discreetly when instructed. I also have my orders for today. Buy at all costs or suffer the consequences. Unlike Richard, I won't be making any commission here. That's not how Constantine works. Half an hour passes. The auctioneer adjusts his glasses and glances down at his guide sheet. Up next, we have Lot 24, a stunningly modest 19th century British portrait by Sir Thomas Webster, entitled Mary. All eyes flick to the right, as a man in white cotton gloves carries a small portrait onto the stage. Placing it on the easel, he moves to one side, and my breath catches. It can't be. The next few moments are lost in a haze of white noise. I don't hear the auctioneer explaining about the artist and painting style. I don't even hear the opening bid. The likeness is too startling. Her sadness too striking. Her head isn't pointing to the left this time, it's pointing to the right, but her posture and expression are almost identical. Oh my God, Inés has a twin. How did I miss this? I've been so distracted I never thought to look at the rest of the auction brochure. Besides, it's not like I have a load of extra money to burn right now. I only came here today because Constantine ordered me to. Still, I want her. Damn, I want her. Even if I have to sell my apartment and live in a rented condo in the Bronx. My palms are sweating, and my head feels light. My consumerist compulsion is affecting me like a drug. She's more than just a painting to me. She's a lifeline to my past. My turn. Richard straightens up and switches his phone to his other ear, and it's suddenly clear his money wants my lifeline too. Reserve bid of $500,000, the auctioneer announces. I force myself not to move a muscle. Everyone knows only novices bid first. The auctioneer snaps out a curt nod. 5 from the back. Do I hear 510? My head whips around, my gaze colliding with the man in black again. He's staring straight at me, as if he never stopped, the shadow of a smirk now gracing his beautiful mouth. 550, the auctioneer declares. Do I hear 560? As I watch, Marchesi lifts his hand again, throwing all auction etiquette to the wind. Doesn't he know bidding is like a long joke? It only gets good with the punchline. He's playing his hand way too early. Unless he knows how much I want it. And he's toying with me. I jerk my head back to the stage, my heart racing again. But how the hell would he... 600,000. Unable to wait any longer, I give the briefest of nods and the auctioneer pounces. 700. Drawls a deep voice, eliciting shocked murmurs from the audience. It's also frowned upon to call out the bid in an elite auction house. But something tells me that a blunt crook like Marchesi doesn't give a damn about protocols. I nod again. The auctioneer notices. 710 to number 800. Mafia bastard. Do you have an upper bid? Richard murmurs, skipping into play with a nod of his own to take the bid to 820. Limitless, I grit out. I thought you weren't here to buy, Tatiana, he says slyly. Oh, fuck off, Richard. I snarl in a rare flare of emotion, and he chuckles as Marchesi takes the bid to 1 million. 1 million. Tears prick my eyes. There are only 3 things I want in this life, and 2 are sliding out of view faster than an avalanche of shit. I give another nod. 1,010,000. 2 million. Marchesi calls out loudly, and the ensuing gasps are of a different kind. I slump back in my seat, beaten. 2 million is a lottery ticket. I don't even know if the painting is authentic. Still, the conflict is real. There's a 10-year-old voice inside screaming at me to continue, and another of a woman who knows exactly what's at stake. I listen as Richard and Marchesi play tag up to the tune of 2.5 million, and then Richard is grimacing in defeat as well. When the gavel finally falls, my eyes never leave the stage. I refuse to give Marchesi a sliver of magnanimity. He can rot in hell for all I care. The next lot appears, and I dutifully bid my way to a grim-faced purchase for Constantine. As soon as the auction ends, I'm sweeping my sunglasses onto my face and bolting for the double doors at the back of the room. Marchesi is gone, replaced by a tepid wall of art enthusiasts who, on seeing my chilly expression, can't part ways for me quick enough. Sliding into the back seat of the car, I reach for my phone. Done. Tossing it onto the empty seat next to me, I close my eyes in misery. When I do, I see the downcast face of Mary. All I want to do is call my mother and tell her all about it. My phone beeps. It's a warning. A chastisement for straying too close to doing something I know he'll make me regret. Steeling myself, I glance at my device, but for once, the message isn't coming from one of Constantine's burners. Now that I have your attention, I'll see you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. sharp. Chapter 4. Tatiana. Good afternoon, Miss Sanders. My assistant, Erica, rises from her seat as I glide through the glass doors of my gallery half an hour later, still clutching my phone. Your 1 o'clock appointment has just arrived. He's perusing the Grey Gree collection in the atrium while he waits. His credit checks and budget are excellent. I thought you'd like to start with the gallery's top tier. Thank you, Erica, I say, tossing my black gloves, purse, and sunglasses onto her desk, grateful, as ever, for her quick thinking and brisk efficiency. Hiring her last year was like striking gold. I have no interest in small talk, and neither does she. Our only common denominators are my hectic work diary and the priceless artwork that breezes in and out of these doors. It's going to hurt like hell when I have to let her go, but I can't think about that right now. How was the auction? She asks, collecting up my belongings and turning toward my office, her blonde ponytail flicking from one slim shoulder to the other in a neat little dance of Aveda. Interesting. Truth is, I'm still smarting about losing Mary to a classless savage who will never treat her the way she deserves. Oh! Smoothing down the faint wrinkles in my designer black pencil dress, I glance toward the atrium and brace myself for my next battle of the day. I acquired an 18th century portrait for Mr. X. Please invoice him accordingly. There's a small pause. I'll do that right away. Erica is familiar with the pseudonyms I use for my clients. Constantine, for example, is an elusive man who changes names on the regular, like a spinning alphabet wheel. What's catching her off guard is the fact I bid on something that wasn't created in the 20th or 21st century. Recently, Constantine's been demanding purchases beyond our usual remit. 950, Erica. Commission percentage? Nil. Not in monetary terms, anyway. Maybe this time he'll be true to his word. Maybe this time he'll fly me out to Moscow and give me a whole hour as a reward. It's been 200 days, 5 months, and 17 days since he last relented, and every single second apart has been agony. I can feel Erica's sharp eyes following me as I spin a cool 90-degree turn and make my way through the main gallery toward the glass atrium. The white walls of Elysium are dazzling in the midday light, the paintings even more so. As I walk, I feel a rare sense of calm overriding my sadness. Sunshine is a life force for creativity, breathing new dimensions into every textured brushstroke. Here, in the middle of my empty, perfect gallery, I can almost imagine myself feeling something again. Then I remember the anonymous text message, and a tall, dark cloud snuffs it out. I know it's Marchesi who sent it. What I don't know is why, and it's unsettling me as much as the man himself. Turning the corner, I forget the problem in a black Brioni when I see another in a crumpled white t-shirt loitering in front of a canvas. Seb? I grind to a halt in shock. Surprise! My twin brother turns, a loaded grin on his handsome face, his wayward dark hair tumbling into his unapologetic brown eyes. He looks so much like our father now that my breath catches. Figured I'd have more of a chance of you seeing me if I pretended to be a $sign. I find myself cursing Erica's name. First time for everything. Still, there's no way she could have known we're related. My style is uptight Manhattan bitch, while Seb's is more downtown, laid-back, ran a red light and couldn't give a fuck officer. Besides, none of my family has stepped foot inside Elysium since the day it opened. What the hell are you doing here? Came to blow out some candles with you. He purses his lips for a split second before collapsing into laughter. That's us to a T. Easy company and the Ice Empress. People instantly warm to him while I can't stop freezing them out. Happy birthday, sis. Birthday? Am I really 23 today? I feel so much older. When I don't return his drawled-out felicitations, he slides his hands into his jeans and ambles up to the next painting, trailing white laces and curiosity. Why are you and Mom so obsessed with this abstract shit anyway? My heart stutters at the mention of her name. How is she? Missing you. Dad? Cursing you and then missing you. You? Cursing you, missing you, and still trying to understand what the hell went down between us. I glance at my hands and realize I'm still clutching my phone. Flashing the screen toward me, I see another missed call from a withheld number, but nothing more from Marchesi. You need to leave, I say, turning away to lead the stampede myself. Isn't it time you retired the whole rebellious teenager thing? I mean it, Seb. I hear the squeak of sneakers on polished parquet, and then a warm hand is gently touching my arm. Tatiana, we need to talk. Leave! I scream, my whole body recoiling from his touch. His golden grin slips, and I feel like I just kicked a puppy. We're twins. His pain is my pain. When I hurt him, I know I'm only hurting myself. But there's another chapter to my story now. A beautiful, innocent little chapter who forces more and more distance between me and my family in order to bring me closer to her. He sizes me up for a moment, his jaw clenching. Come home. You're being ridiculous. I start walking away again. Come home and talk to us, please. I know you, Tatiana. I know there's a reason you keep pushing us away. He drags his hand through his messy stoner hair in frustration. You can't hide your big secret forever, Bluebell, whatever the fuck it is. Bluebell. I think of carpets of color, and then forests plowed deep and destroyed. I think of a sweetness gone sour. Who says it's a secret? I whip around, my teeth bared. Maybe I'm just embarrassed to be related to Mr. Bribery and Corruption himself. I hear he's thinking of running for president next year. Is he that desperate to turn the White House black? Bullshit. Seb's grin has all but disappeared now. It's like the setting sun on the ruins of us. It doesn't matter what Dad is, wants to be, or was. He loves us. He loves you. If you called him right now, he'd pick up on the first ring. If you ever needed anything. I pause by the doorway to the atrium. Not possible, I'm afraid. I flash him my coldest smile. I deleted his number the day I walked away from his shit show. I'll get Erica to see you out. Tatiana. My smile drops like a stone. Don't come here, Seb. I mean it. If I see your face again, I'll call the police. The light is fading as I walk back through the gallery, or maybe the film of tears over my eyes is blocking it out. Heading straight for my office, I pull the blinds and slam the door. That's when I finally crumble, all alone in the darkness, sliding down the wall to the floor with my palm pressed tight across my mouth to muffle my cries as my tears spill fast and hot over my skin. I allow myself exactly 5 seconds of raw, unfiltered vulnerability, and then I'm climbing back into my icy veneer. Rising to my feet, I sweep the last of my pain away and reach for the light switch. A minute later, it's as if the meltdown never happened. The phone on my desk rings as I'm putting the finishing touches to my newly applied makeup. Miss Sanders, Mr. X is on the phone, Erica announces. Put him through, I say, steeling myself. Kiska. He purrs as soon as the call connects, his accent just as thick and muddy as the first time we met, drowning me in a flood of black memories. You have been avoiding me. On the contrary, I've been busy acquiring your painting. And enjoying a little family reunion, I hear. I pause. My brother won't be making the same mistake twice, I can assure you. I've long suspected the gallery security guards of being his spies, and now I have the proof. See to it that it does not. You know the consequences of defying me, Kiska. I bite down on my tongue to stop my next words from slipping out, the tang of metal filling my mouth. He hates eagerness. He sees it as a weakness. If I beg, he'll only prolong my suffering. Regencies will make delivery of your new painting within 12 hours of full payment, I say, changing the subject. There's another pause. I want it in Moscow by the weekend. My men will ensure its safe delivery. Call me once it arrives at the gallery, and, Kiska, tell that pretty blonde assistant not to waste any paper on my invoice. You will be covering that cost in a punishment for speaking with your brother today, after I strictly forbade you to do so again. My heart sinks like a stone. As you wish. Good. He chuckles darkly, knowing exactly how much debt I'm in with the bank already. As always, Kiska, it is a pleasure doing business with you. He starts to hang up. Wait. I trail off in desperation. Wanting. Hoping. Next week, he rumbles eventually. 1 hour. I will be in touch with a time and a place in Moscow. I shut my eyes, relief rushing over me. 1 precious hour is enough to sustain me for months. That's how starved I am of her affection. Hanging up, I press the intercom. Erica, I'm not satisfied with the gallery security. Call the company. I want them replaced right away. I'll see to it immediately, Miss Sanders. Within the next 2 hours. As you wish, Miss Sanders. Removing my finger from the button, I flick through my phone until I find the message that's still scorching the edges of my consciousness. Now that I have your attention, I'll see you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. sharp. Whatever this man wants with me, he can do it in secret, away from the sparrows of Moscow. Nothing is going to jeopardize what Constantine just promised me, not even an electric storm called Renzo Marchesi.
Chapter 5. Renzo. Fire and ice. Contradictions that don't belong in the same sentence, let alone the same room, yet somehow embody Tatiana Sanders. From what I saw yesterday morning, the senator's daughter is everything I expected, yet nothing I could have prepared for. I'd studied her as she whispered back and forth with her associate, observing their conversation with disengaged boredom. I didn't care enough to eavesdrop. Their subject matter appealed to me as much as a root canal. However, Oleg Belov had proven no one was above betrayal, so I'd walked into that auction armed with intel on every player. Despite an overinflated sense of self-worth, Richard Thackeray is an unconnected nobody whose only talent is to name drop. Nothing he knows is worthy of my attention. Miss Sanders, however, from the moment the auction began, I watched, catalogued, and memorized the subtle changes in her body language. First the complete stillness, then the tension slowly tightening her shoulders. It wasn't until that one painting went up on the block that her entire demeanor shifted, and I felt it. I smelled it. Adrenaline. Her breathing shallowed, and those slim shoulders rose and fell in anticipation. I had no idea why that painting had such power over her, but I also knew there was no way I could let her have it. Wants are just as powerful as needs when it comes to leverage. Sensing her fury as I bid against her was like foreplay. The more coiled that lithe body became, the harder I got. Vasily Belov was right. She may be a lot of things, but innocent isn't one of them. Good thing I like a challenge. I turn off the ignition, feeling alive for the first time in weeks. Ironic, since the reason for my current state of invigoration walks the same art-lined gallery walls that damned my brother to hell. In the last year of his life, Nero had created an intricate pipeline of stolen artwork that funneled right to his doorstep. A quick turnaround on the black market, and the zeros kept multiplying in offshore bank accounts. Not a bad plan, but there was a loose thread in the matrix, a betrayal we never saw coming. And Oleg and his secret buyer unraveled the whole fucking tapestry. Stepping out of my black Ferrari Roma, I paused to button my jacket. It's perfectly straight, but I run a hand down the lapels anyway. It'll never be straight enough. The three-piece look was always Nero's calling card, not mine. I prefer the anonymity of my black jeans, t-shirt, and leather jacket. Black like my heart. But even though I'm dressed like a corporate shark, I'm blending in with all the CEO assholes flooding the sidewalks. I glance at my watch. 7:50 p.m. The sun's already dipped below the horizon, slipping the city into darkness. I'm used to people dropping to their knees and begging for mercy when I show up at their doors at this time. Yet something tells me Miss Sanders' stilettos won't be leaving her gallery floor without a fight. Let the games begin. Striding down 9th Street and 5th Avenue, I slow my pace as I approach the polished glass frontage of Elysium. The gallery is understated elegance, classy as fuck, reeking of money. Ironic, considering what a little extra background check on Miss Sanders turned up earlier. The place is still kicking out light, but no one is entering, and no one is leaving. An empty gallery means she's expecting me. This woman is as smart as she is beautiful, and I can't decide what turns me on more, The thrill of the chase or the anticipation of war? Maybe a little of both. I pressed the intercom, prompting a security guard to glance up from his station. Running his eyes over my expensive suit, he buzzes me in. "Marchesi," I state, noting he doesn't even check his guest list. "Miss Sanders has requested you join her in the atrium." Following a half-assed pat-down, he gestures to the far end of the art gallery. "Through those double doors. Can't miss it." Wouldn't want to. As I walk, my gaze trails like dirty fingers against each canvas. They all look like kids' paintings to me. Still, I'm impressed. At 23 years old, Miss Sanders has created quite a business for herself. Shame she's about to lose the whole fucking thing. Stepping into the glass-domed atrium, I spot her slender silhouette right away. I take in her profile as she gazes up at some abstract piece-of-shit painting that looks like gasoline-splashed asphalt. She's more than appraising the canvas. She's absorbed in it, her head tilted to the side, her dark hair still twisted into that tight bun from yesterday morning, not a hair out of place, with her tight black pencil dress holding all her secrets in. What is it about this woman? My type is uninhibited, not uptight, but there's a dark part of me that wants to see her come undone in my hands, to take a hammer to that icy facade and see what's really underneath, to close my fists around that hair and arch her back as I slam my cock into that frigid pussy. I take a step closer. She must have heard me, but she's refusing to turn. And another. "Careful, Miss Sanders." I move in close behind her, watching as her shoulders stiffen. "You're becoming dangerously predictable." Her eyes never stray from the painting. My eyes never stray from her tiny waist, the material gently flaring into the kind of curves that make me pay close attention.
"And how's that, Mr. Marchesi?"
Christ, even her voice is like a rainstorm in December. One more step brings us to an even level. "You have a strange fascination with complicated artwork," I note, gesturing at the canvas.
"Oh?"
"Does it reflect a complicated woman?" She tilts her chin in the air, the light catching on a razor-sharp cheekbone.
"Have you come to psychoanalyze me, or to take something else that belongs to me?"
Dangerous words, Miss Sanders. Remorse isn't a trait found in the Marchesi gene pool. I'm here for revenge. I'm here to use, destroy, and ruin. And that includes her and her precious paintings if need be. When I don't answer, she clips out,
"You're 5 minutes early."
Only a fool steps on unbalanced ground when he's expected dolcezza. Yet you don't seem surprised.
Should I be?
Look at me, for fuck's sake. Her aloofness is infuriating me and making me want to pin it up against the wall. Instead, I flatten the smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth. I'm almost impressed. I'm rarely knocked off focus. However, cold detachment isn't a new game, and Miss Sanders is about to get a lesson she won't soon forget. Most people are grateful when their date arrives on time.
A date? Is that what this is?
A low, sardonic laugh rumbles in her throat as she finally turns those killer high heels and aims her green eyes right at me. She's even more beautiful up close. Delicate features like fine china covering a hard shell of indifference. But everything breaks for a price.
Is that what you call a cryptic summons to meet with a thief?
A thief? I offer a darker laugh in return. There's currently a $2 million hole in my bank account that says otherwise, Miss Sanders.
Just because you paid for it doesn't mean you didn't steal it.
Pausing, she drags those piercing eyes from the top of my head to the soles of my shoes.
And you don't strike me as an art enthusiast, Mr. Marchesi. Quite the opposite.
I bite back another smirk. The way my name rolls off her tongue throws a lit match on an already simmering fire. It's Renzo, I correct, adding dryly. And what gave it away?
What didn't?
She volleys back, her challenge edged with bitterness as she steps away from the canvas.
You mocked and ridiculed your way through every rule of auction etiquette but one.
I arch an eyebrow, waiting for the insult. She doesn't disappoint.
You put your money where your mouth is. You paid for that painting even though you don't understand it or want it, and that pisses you off more than you know.
Accompanying the jab with a slow clap, she flashes a tight smile.
You hate not knowing, don't you, Mr. Marchesi? Still, I suppose congratulations are in order. You're not a total classless savage.
She's right, a fact that riles me up even more. This pretentious cockshow was Nero's playground, not mine. I wouldn't know the ass end of a Jackson Pollock from the freak show of a Picasso, but my brother was a chameleon who could adapt to any business. Once welcomed inside the upper echelon, he found his niche, then carved his initials in it, until someone shot a bullet through them. I suppose that's high praise coming from a young girl like you, I taunt, walking a slow, predatory half-circle behind her.
I'm 23.
She snips back, her narrowed gaze tracking my every move.
And I own every square inch of this gallery.
The corners of her lips twitch.
Can you say the same?
My smirk fades, and my molars grind together like a fucking saw. The answer is I have nothing. Not a goddamn thing except for that painting and a blood-stained trail leading across the Atlantic Ocean. I've never wanted anything, never needed anything. Until Nero's death, I was content with serving as my family's executioner. All that's about to change the moment I walk out of this gallery. Scratch that. The moment we walk out. Because Miss Ice Empress doesn't have a choice in the matter, despite the bullshit untouchable vibe she's given off.
You called this meeting?
She reminds me. The tension between us stretched to a breaking point.
Are we going to continue trading insults? Or is there a point to you barging into my gallery and life like this?
Before I have a chance to say a word, that accusing gaze snaps back to my face.
If this is some kind of Mafia protective extortion, I suggest you take your offer and...
In 2 steps, I have her backed against the nearest white wall, my palm silencing those sinfully full lips and wicked tongue. Exhaling slowly against my skin, Tatiana stares up at me through thick, dark lashes, daring me to take this further. What the hell am I doing? Stay focused. I'm here for penance, not pussy. Sliding my palm off her face, I slip my hands into my pockets and resume my prowl. Since you seem to know so much about me, then you know my family conducts business in New Jersey, not New York. Besides, you're not the only one with a portfolio, Tatiana.
And what the hell is that supposed to mean?
She runs her fingers lightly across her chin, as if scrubbing the last traces of me away, as if my touch disgusts her. My fists clench in my pockets. Your family is as stained as mine. However, yours hides their sins beneath a patriotic pin. I know all about you, Dolcezza, and I know who your daddy is. For the first time, she flinches, so I drive the knife in a little deeper. It seems the senator's princess likes to play both sides of the moral line.
I am not my family, Mr. Marchesi.
Another direct hit. My apologies, I offer, sweeping my arm out in an over-the-top snide gesture. Here I was under the impression the branches of our family tree were up for discussion. There's a beat of silence.
Whatever you think you're going to extort from my father by darkening my doorstep, you're wrong,
she warns. I'm rarely wrong.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Her lips form a tight line, and I assume the subject has met an untimely death. But then she turns her head and lets out a rough breath.
I haven't spoken to my father in years, so congratulations again, Mr. Marchesi. You have cornered the black sheep instead of the cash cow. How unfortunate for you to have wasted your time.
With that, she starts walking toward the double doors, leading back to the main gallery.
You can see yourself out.
I'm not here for a handout, Tatiana, I call after her. She stops and turns.
Then what are you here for?
A business proposition.
Not interested.
Not even for that portrait I outbid you for this morning? She freezes, her green eyes flickering over my face, searching for the truth from a habitual liar, or whatever the hell she thinks I am.
What do I need to do?
Spend 48 hours in my company, plus overtime. She scoffs.
Is that an indecent proposal?
Don't get your hopes up, Dolcezza. I want to undress your knowledge, not your wardrobe. There's a painting up for auction in London in 2 days. I'm in need of an agent to procure it for me, plus a front row seat for the sale. Another half-truth. I'm more interested in the seller and the competition than the prize, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. There's a long pause.
Which painting?
Some abstract expressionism piece of crap, I say dismissively to rile her up. Your area of expertise, I believe.
What's the reserve?
She says, her eyes flashing. 5 million. There's a flare of recognition on her face.
You're talking about the atonement.
I bite back a scowl as the name rolls off her tongue. You know it?
It's stunning,
she admits.
So stunning that there's no way in hell I'm helping a man like you get your hands on it.
Not even for the British portrait I bought today? She pauses.
In time you'll grow bored with it, Mr. Marchesi. You'll discard her, no doubt, like you do all the women in your life. And when you do, I'll be waiting.
You talk about her as if she's real, I observe, not bothering to contradict her. She starts to say something else, then stops herself.
I'd wish you luck in London, but I'd be lying. Still, a word of advice. Refine your auction skills beforehand. Atonement is selling at Weatherby's, the most famous auction house in the world. They won't be as tolerant of your uncultured antics.
I bark out a rough laugh. Lucky for me, I'll have a refined ice bitch next to me to keep me in line.
I think you misheard me, Marchesi. I'm not interested.
I'm not accepting.
Oh, go to hell.
My next laugh comes from a black place, buried under a mountain of regret. Too late, Dolcezza. I sold my soul to the devil a long time ago. The question is, will the 2 million you need to save your gallery be enough for you to sell yours? Her facade wavers, and I see the real fear lurking underneath.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can cut the theatrics. I close the distance between us, going in for the kill. I told you I have a complete portfolio on you, Tatiana. I know you owe a shitload of money, and this gallery is slipping through your fingers. I'm offering you 2 million, half up front, in exchange for your expertise. Tatiana staggers backward again, my offer hitting her like a punch to the chest. In a way, I suppose it did. Bartering one's own morality and beliefs rarely ends in a swift handshake.
Why do you want this painting so much?
She stutters. Personally, I'd prefer to see it go up in flames, but I need to dust it for Russian fingerprints first. Not that I'm planning on telling her that. I'm not planning on telling her anything. Does it matter?
Yes.
The word is spoken so softly, I wonder if she realizes she's even said it out loud. Let's just say I'm following a trail of blood.
That's your argument to entice me? Dragging me into someone's crosshairs?
She shakes her head in disbelief.
You're talking to the wrong Sanders, Mr. Marchesi. My father is the one with the appetite for danger.
You need the money, I state bluntly. And there's a reason you're not crawling to the senator for it. There's no husband, no boyfriend, no benefactor who's gonna bail you out this time. I'm it, Dolcezza.
Stop calling me that,
she seethes.
I am not your sweetheart.
Maybe not, but you are drowning in a financial black hole, Miss Sanders, and I don't see anyone beating down your door with a better deal. Seeing her face blanch, I ditched the sarcasm for a dose of hard reality. I'm offering you a shot at security in exchange for a plane ticket to London.
That's a loaded offer, mister.
Damn right it is, I snap, losing my patience. Turning on the soles of my Testoni dress shoes, I stride toward the gallery's front door. I'll see you at Teterboro Airport in 2 days' time.
And if I don't accept?
Comes a challenge from behind me. Crosshairs can be shifted, Miss Sanders, I warn, stepping into the welcoming darkness. I'd hate for you to end up as collateral.
Chapter 6. Tatiana. Bad sleep is like smoke. The more you reach for it, the more it keeps slipping through your fingers, leaving you wanting and desperate, wired and exhausted. My pillow is soaked in tears and my head is aching. Lying here in the darkness of my apartment, every choice I've made in the last few years is coming back to haunt me. My thoughts so vivid and monstrous at times. Not even a couple of Vicodin can blunt their teeth. I see the faces of everyone I've hurt and discarded, hanging like portraits from my own gallery walls. Mom, Dad, Seb, my half-brother, Sam, all my friends. I remember snippets from my old life. I remember what it feels like to love and be loved, and the loss of that has me screaming into a clenched fist sometime around 3 a.m. I think about Marchesi, too. I think about the silver scars on his face and knuckles. I think about the shadows I saw moving behind his eyes, suggesting a pain as great as mine. Outside, dawn is approaching. Halos of light are starting to form around each skyscraper. I'll need to leave in the next 2 hours if I'm going to reach Teterboro by 7 a.m. I've justified this decision to myself 1,000 times over the last 2 days. I swore nothing would jeopardize my trip to Moscow next week, but Marchesi has backed me into a corner. He's right. I need the money to survive. I need his painting to keep my hopes of one day reuniting with my family alive. I'll tell Constantine it's a work thing. As long as I do as he says, when he says. He only yanks on my leash when I stray too close to the edges of my cage. Besides, I'll be back in New York within 48 hours, leaving plenty of time to prepare for my flight to Moscow. Once I return, I'm going to pay the bank loan off and send the portrait Mary to my mother as an anonymous apology. She'll know it's from me. It won't even scratch the surface to make up for all I've done to her, but it'll be a start. Throwing off the white bedsheet, I step into the shower and let the water cover every inch of my body. Despite the heat, I can't shake the stone-cold feeling that history is about to repeat itself. Be wary of handsome men in good suits offering unattainable gifts, because they've never served me well in the past. I was a teenager when I first met Constantine. He was 34 and hungry. He poured compliments over my teenage insecurities, set fire to an obsession, and I've been trapped in his hellhole ever since. The phone rings as I'm stepping out of the shower, my pale skin flushed and steaming, the chain on my silver locket tangling with my wet hair. Somehow I know it's a Marchesi wake-up call, so I let it ring out. It happens again. And again. That's another thing about men like him. They only know how to use force and bribery to control a situation, while indifference is a far more useful weapon. Show him a heart, and he'll pierce it with a bullet. The more I keep him at a distance, the safer I'll be. We arrive at Teterboro Airport with 10 minutes to spare. My driver, Andrew, glides the Cayenne to a smooth stop alongside the gleaming white Cessna. Marchesi is standing by the steps wearing jeans and a black leather jacket, filling out his casual attire in a way I hate myself for noticing. The suit is gone. The pretense is over. But not for me. I'm wearing an identical black pencil dress to the one I wore the other day, and I'm refusing to remove my Chanel sunglasses as I exit the car. He doesn't bother to remove his sunglasses either, and for some reason I find this comforting. There are so many invisible barriers between us already. An extra layer just adds to the great divide.
10 minutes to spare,
he says, stepping forward to greet me.
I like a woman who doesn't disappoint.
He tilts his head to one side, and I know he's looking me up and down, repeating the same slow crawl of derision that I did to him in my gallery. Let's keep this relationship strictly reluctant, shall we? I bristle. What happened to the suit? Did the lease run out? He laughs, a rich and dangerous sound that's full of bass and tone.
You're a mouthy bitch, but I'm guessing you knew that already.
In my experience, men only call a woman a bitch when they sense that the balance of power isn't going their way. Shall we get this over with? I gesture at the waiting private jet with more than a hint of impatience. He seems larger today, a 6'3" wall of unpredictable hard muscle, wearing his sin like an open shirt. On second thought, I preferred it when he hid the worst of him behind his black brioni.
Do you have any luggage?
Yes, But before I can explain, he's taking my Louis Vuitton carryall from Andrew's hands and carting it toward the plane. He tosses me a look over his shoulder as he passes.
What's the matter? Never had a man carry your luggage who's not on your payroll?
Of course I have, I lie. I was just thinking how much servitude suits you. If you ever tire of being a criminal, you can always be my butler.
Carry the fucking thing yourself, then.
With that, he dumps my carryall on the dirt asphalt a foot from the aircraft steps. Then, I watch in mounting anger as he climbs them at a leisurely pace and disappears into the cabin.
Miss Sanders.
Andrew coughs discreetly behind me.
May I take that for you?
No, thank you, I huff, picking up the damn thing myself, before adding under my breath, I need an object to throw at Mr. Marchesi's head, should the amount of turbulence disappoint me. Navigating the steep metal steps in high heels is no joke, especially when I'm balancing the carryall in one hand and my laptop case in the other. When I enter the cabin, he's sitting in a plush cream leather seat, his feet resting on a polished mahogany table in front of him, a glass of something strong in his hand, and a glimmer of a smirk on his brutally handsome face. The rest of the seats are empty. Where are your soldati? I ask, choosing the seat furthest away from him, feeling his heavy dark gaze flickering over me constantly. I was under the impression mobsters hunt in packs.
Did your daddy tell you that?
He finally removes his sunglasses and swipes a hand across his thick 5 o'clock shadow.
He would know. He was part of Dante Santiago's crew for long enough. As for me, I prefer my own company.
Finally, we have something in common. I drop into the cream leather with a weary sigh. It's barely 7 a.m. and I'm already feeling exhausted.
Don't let it go to your head, dolcezza. I don't fuck women with hearts colder than their glasses of Chablis.
I'm sure I can handle that particular disappointment. I reach down for my laptop bag. Pulling out the auction brochure for tomorrow, I toss it across the aisle at him with far more force than necessary, but of course he catches it easily. There's a condition report on the atonement inside, but I know the team at Weatherby's. They've given us a last-minute appointment tomorrow morning to examine the painting in private before the auction starts. Cold-hearted women's privileges, I add with a withering look. If you're going to drop $5 million on a painting,
you need to at least take it out for dinner and give it a couple of orgasms first,
he finishes. I registered with the auction house, too. I continue, ignoring him. They aren't happy with our late application, but I had the connections to make it happen.
That's why I'm paying you the big bucks.
I study him as he skims the report. This trail of blood you mentioned yesterday, it must have left quite a stain to warrant this kind of purchase.
You have no idea.
Tossing the brochure onto the table, he downs his drink in one.
By the way, we've met before, but I take it you don't remember.
I frown. When?
Santi Carrera's Christmas party, years ago.
Dropping his feet, he unfolds his huge frame from the chair and pours himself another whiskey from a glass decanter on the sideboard.
When I say we met, I mean I watched from across the room while you teenage tantrumed all over the host and his guests. You're a brave woman insulting a cartel kingpin like Carrera.
With a jolt, I find myself recanting that night, too. My small, safe world had just been sliced in half by a Russian blade. I was barely holding it together enough to talk, let alone make a bad impression on anyone. How terrible to be so instantly forgettable. I flash him a brittle smile. I'm afraid I don't remember you at all. Now it's his turn to study me.
The first $1 million was wired to your account the moment you stepped onto this jet. I've also redirected the delivery of the portrait painting to your gallery. It should arrive by the end of the week. It seems the price of your soul was relatively cheap, all things considered.
Screw you, I hiss before I can stop myself. His smirk widens, and he raises his refreshed glass in a toast.
To a mutually beneficial partnership.
That ends in precisely, I make a big show of checking my wristwatch, 47 hours and 31 minutes. The jet starts to taxi, and I clip my belt into place. The moment we're in the air and the cabin is leveling out, he's on his feet again and pouring himself drink number 3. This time, when he reaches for the decanter, I spot the solid bulk of his gun beneath his jacket. A shiver of fear races up my spine. Secrets are the only real currency between us. There are things he's not telling me, and things I don't want to know. I just need to fly to London, agent this painting for him, return to Manhattan, and forget we ever met. Truce, he says, offering a glass to me, but I jerk my head away, preferring to watch the unfolding colors of dawn outside instead.
Suit yourself.
For the rest of the journey, I pretend to work, but in reality, I'm just recycling his words over and over in my head. Turns out, I have no price on my soul, because I gave it away a long time ago. I sacrificed it to save a little girl with dark hair and green eyes just like her mother, who was kept in a different kind of captivity 1,000 miles away. A precious little piece of me who will never know I exist.
Chapter 7. Renzo. Listen to silence, for it reveals the truth hidden by words. For more than 6 hours, that shit has dominated my thoughts. A mindfuck courtesy of being raised by a former psychiatrist turned Mafia matriarch. I toss back another glass of whiskey as the landing gear releases with a tortured groan. It's a welcome sound that cuts through all the familiar psychobabble inside my head. However, for once, my mother's cryptic words of wisdom aren't a bunch of scattered dots. They've manifested into the soundless woman to my right. Tatiana has been staring at her laptop this entire journey to avoid conversation with me. She expected me to break the monotony, and my refusal to do so is bending that straight line she pretends to walk. Still, the longer I watch her, the less of an enigma she becomes. Her silence is her weakness. And somewhere buried deep within those protective layers of barbed wire lies the reason for it. It's not her gallery's impending bankruptcy that shut her down, and it's not the painting I bought out from under her. It's bigger than that, and whatever it is, I don't have long to figure it out, and then use it to my advantage. A life lesson straight from the Don himself. Always have a trump card in your back pocket. An unprepared Stronzo is a dead Stronzo. As the wheels hit the tarmac, Tatiana's eyes snap up to meet mine.
You look far too satisfied with yourself after a long-distance flight,
she says, unbuckling her seatbelt with a flick of her wrist.
Did you blackmail a convent while we were flying over the Atlantic? Maybe sell an orphan or two?
Sharp and quick. Steel-tipped sarcasm seems to be Miss Saunders' weapon of choice. Releasing my own seatbelt, I offer a leisurely tilt of my glass, partly to piss her off, but mostly because I never waste a good shot of Macallan. Just thinking about something my father taught me.
The art of extortion?
Cute, but no. Offering no further explanation, I tip the glass back and drain what's left. The stale silence eventually drives Tatiana to her feet, her posture as rigid as her words.
Well?
I shrug. Well, what?
Aren't you going to enlighten me?
Standing, I take 2 steps toward her, crowding her up against the cabin wall, those jade eyes tracking my every movement. I'm a bastard for cornering her like this, but her determination to stand her ground feeds something dark and hungry inside me. The truth is, it's been a long time since anyone has had the balls to challenge me. Forcing a lethal smile, I point to her forehead while slicing a vertical movement through the air. And miss seeing that line sink between your eyebrows when you don't get what you want? Not a chance.
I don't get a line between my...
Her emphatic argument takes a nasty turn when her fingers brush across her face. Scowling, she drops her hand as a subtle click toward the front of the jet turns both our heads, sending my hand to my holster. False alarm. I let out a low breath and draw my jacket back over my gun as a bleached blonde in a tight black pantsuit appears in front of the cockpit door.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marchesi.
A curt nod is the most my flight attendant is going to get from me. While efficient, this girl seems to think complimentary in-flight service includes my dick. Unfortunately, her continual disregard of professional boundaries is going to end badly for her. Flashing me a coy smile, she swings her hips down the aisle as she heads straight toward us. Jesus Christ. This girl is about as subtle as an earthquake.
We've arrived in London,
she chirps.
The air stairs are fully assembled and have arranged the car and hotel bookings as requested.
There's a loaded pause as she bites her lip.
Can I be of any other service?
Absolutely fucking not. That'll be all, Piper. There's no mistaking the warning in my tone. Her lips flatten in disappointment as she hands me my bag. I watch as Tatiana casts a pointed look down at her own bag, resting in the aisle, but Piper clasps her hands in front of her and pins her with a defiant glare. Well, this just got interesting. I half expect retaliation for that. Instead, Tatiana's mask remains firmly in place as she strides toward the doorway and retrieves the bag for herself.
Thanks, but I've got mine,
she says. Her backhanded gratitude is laced with scorn. Piper bares her teeth.
I've booked 2 separate rooms at the Annabelle Park Hotel. How efficient of you.
At this, Tatiana pushes past her and glides down the air stairs with her bag in tow. By the time I catch up with her, I'm ready to pick at random threads again to see what unravels next. Retract the claws, kitten. She's just an employee. Tatiana's manic pace comes to an abrupt halt. She slowly spins around before letting out a harsh laugh.
You think I'm jealous of your flight attendant? Let me be very clear, Mr. Marchesi. I couldn't care less who or what you do. This is a business trip, and despite what you may tell yourself...
She leans forward, the sweet scent of her perfume doing fucked up things to my self-control.
You're just not that interesting.
Is that right?
Afraid so.
There's that steel-tipped sarcasm again. First rule of lying, Dolcezza. Make this. Closing the space between us, I lightly tapped the same vertical line sinking between her eyes again. Match what comes out of this. Lowering my finger, I trace the outer edge of her lips, my dark heart igniting as she starts to tremble. It's a whisper of a touch, restrained, a deceptive taste of what I'm truly capable of. Yet somehow, it's more intense than if I'd grabbed her by the throat and pinned her against the jet. Tatiana jerks away, tossing me a filthy look before resuming her walk toward the black town car parked next to the jet.
I'd like to go straight to the hotel.
She clips in that haughty tone that both boils my blood and hardens my dick.
I want to freshen up, then spend the rest of the day in the company of someone I can actually stomach.
Nice try, Dolcezza. There's no way in hell I'm letting Tatiana out of my sight. Regardless of what she'd like, every step she takes in London will have a fucking shadow behind it. The path of distrust is a mutual highway. Once again, silence drums an awkward beat between us as we approach the car. 3 feet out, the driver's side door swings open, and a man in a tailored suit steps onto the tarmac.
Greetings, Mr. Marchesi. I'm Harold, and I'll be...
Leaving, I finish for him. He blinks.
I beg your pardon, sir?
What part of that didn't you understand, Harold? I say, barely keeping my temper in check. You'll be leaving now, walking away, exiting the premises. Holding his confused stare, I shoved my palm toward his chest. I'll need the keys.
But, sir, I meant to drive you to...
I palm my forehead in frustration. I don't have time for this shit. Are you aware of my last name? A rhetorical question, but he answers anyway.
Yes, sir.
Then you are also aware that those who bear it don't appreciate their orders being questioned. As the man stands wide-eyed and mouth opened, I walk a slow circle around the car, inspecting every part, from the hood to the trunk. Are we clear? He swallows.
Yes, sir.
Good. Giving the undercarriage another thorough scan, I climb to my feet. Harold's hand shakes as he drops the keys into my waiting palm. The moment the transfer is made, he turns on his shiny black shoes and hurries toward the terminal. Tatiana's eyes are all over me as I round the car and pop the trunk. I'm in no mood for another argument, so after throwing my bag inside, I tug hers off her shoulder and toss it in next to mine. She stands there like a damn statue as I circle back around to the driver's side. Leaning forward, I brace my forearms on the hood. If you're waiting for me to open the door for you, then don't. I reserve chivalry for someone whose company I can actually stomach, I say, slinging her words back at her. Giving me another of her scornful looks, she moves gracefully around to the passenger's side door and flings it open so hard it swings back like a boomerang.
Was that necessary?
She admonishes as I slide into the seat next to her. Shrugging, I start the car. Your words, not mine.
I meant dismissing the driver like that. I'm not thrilled at the thought of being trapped in a car with you without third-party intervention.
Don't trust yourself to be alone with me? I taunt, exiting the airport's security and heading toward signs for the M1 motorway.
Oh, I trust myself.
Tucking that proud chin in the air, that prickly tone returns as she adds,
I don't, however, trust you.
You shouldn't trust anyone, Tatiana, I warn, my voice dipping low. First rule of survival. The deadliest bullet always comes from the friendliest face. Her stare never wavers.
Does that include you?
Everyone is a potential threat. Call it a warning, call it our twisted reality. But if she's as smart as she claims to be, she'll listen to her instincts and run back to New York as fast as she can the minute this auction is over.
Why were you checking for bombs back there?
Occupational hazard.
You think someone's trying to kill you?
Second rule of survival. I hold up 2 fingers. Someone is always watching. Never let your guard down. Speaking of which, I hold up a third and final finger. Last rule. While we're in London, you're not going anywhere without me.
Don't be ridiculous.
She pulls her phone from her purse and starts tapping away. My shoulders tense. Who are you texting?
It's none of your business.
Everything you do while on my dime is my business, Dolcezza. Her fingers tighten around her phone.
I told you not to call me that.
And I told you not to do anything in this city without my approval. It seems neither of us follows directions. She sighs.
If you must know, it's an old friend.
Bullshit. She doesn't have any friends. Why?
To arrange a lunch date.
Cancel it.
Excuse me?
Cancel it, I repeat, shifting my gaze upward to meet her stare. You're not here on holiday, Miss Sanders. You're here on retainer. Don't forget that. I sense $2 million worth of insults dancing on her tongue. However, she wisely keeps them to herself and tosses her phone back into her purse.
No chance of that mistake,
I hear her say.
Your presence would be enough to ruin anyone's holiday.
The traffic starts backing up as soon as we join the motorway. I find myself weaving across 3 lanes of traffic to shift into a higher gear. The move sets off a line of dominoes. 4 cars follow, including one asshole in a dark blue sedan who clips my bumper. Tatiana tuts in frustration.
As expected, your driving leaves a lot to be desired.
My driving is fine.
Maybe for the visually impaired.
She flings her arm across the console of the car.
This is London, Marchesi, not Newark. Left side is the right side side is the wrong side.
As if her condescending tone isn't enough, she punctuates it with hand gestures. Stop side seat driving, I snarl, but it's a half-ass insult. I'm too preoccupied watching the same blue sedan ride my ass. I keep a watchful eye, my gaze darting back and forth from the road to the rearview mirror. Just when I'm about to swerve again, the sedan backs off, widening the distance between us. Fucking London drivers, I mutter, sliding a glance across the car to find a rare half-smile on Tatiana's face. When she catches me staring, she tries to hide it with a quick swipe of her hand. Her guard is down. It's an opportunity I don't intend to waste. Are you this bossy toward your brothers? The smile fades immediately, and she turns her head toward the window. Moment gone. Guard up.
I thought we already established that the branches of our family trees weren't up for discussion.
It's a simple question. She sighs.
Nothing with you is ever simple, Marchesi. I've only known you for a day, and that fact is already engraved in stone.
We drive in silence for a few more moments, my attention focused on the rearview mirror and the same blue sedan. The traffic is way too dense to be playing road tag, but I take a calculated risk and make a hard right, nearly sideswiping a Fiat. Not surprisingly, the sedan veers the same path. I'll take that as a compliment, I say, diverting her attention while keeping mine locked on the mirror.
Of course you would. What about you? Are you always this antagonistic with your siblings?
I stiffen, my hands tightening around the steering wheel. Don't ever, I start, but another glance in the rearview mirror redirects my brewing anger to the fucking sedan that's all but lodged itself in the back seat. Damn it! This time my turn is so sharp it flings Tatiana across her seat, and she smacks her head against her window. Letting out a blunt curse, she cradles her temple.
What the hell was that?
Offensive driving, which I'm about to kick up about 12 notches. Slamming my foot onto the pedal, I keep it glued to the floor, sending the speedometer from 75 miles per hour to 90. Look behind us. Tatiana turns, her eyes widening as the sedan mimics our every move.
Who are they?
I don't know, but they've been following us for the last 10 miles. They're not just riding our asses now, they're trying to flatten them.
How can you be sure?
The words are barely out of her mouth when the small distance I gained is replaced by a hard slam to the back as the sedan rear-ends us. Shit! The impact slams my ribcage into the steering wheel. Does that answer your question? Thankfully, there's a lengthy stretch of road between the town car and the BMW in front of us, but the Audi to my right doesn't fare so well. The back of the town car fishtails before demolishing its entire left panel.
Do something!
Tatiana's icy mask cracks as she grips the dashboard. I'm trying, I bite out between clenched teeth.
Try harder!
Her frantic demand becomes a scream as her slender body slingshots forward when we're slammed from behind again. Son of a bitch! I glare into the mirror, ready to turn the car around and meet this stronzo head-on in the middle of the fucking motorway, when I see a flash of metal extend from the driver's side window. Fuck! Get down! Tatiana transfers the death grip she has on the dashboard to the sleeve of my jacket.
Tell me what's going on.
There's no time. Grabbing the back of her head, I shove her face down as hard as I can, just as a blast of gunfire destroys the back windshield. The string of curses fly from my mouth, forming a twisted harmony with Tatiana's muffled screams. You okay? I glance down to find her resting her cheek against the rough denim of my jeans, her breathing scattered and uneven. Are you hurt, Tatiana? I ask again.
No.
With that one word, the pressure in my chest releases, only to incite a different kind, one that darkens my vision, flipping a switch that sends familiar black walls shooting up around me, blocking out everything but rage and revenge. Reaching inside my jacket, I draw my gun from its holster. Good. Then keep your head low and take the wheel. She snaps her chin up.
What? Are you insane?
Depends on who you ask. I release the wheel, the destroyed alignment immediately dragging the car outside of our lane. I suggest you take control, Dolcezza, or a bullet is going to be the least of our problems. Gasping, she grabs the wheel with both hands, sitting up just enough to steer. Before this asshole can fire off another round, I lean out of the car and answer with 3 bullets of my own, sinking one into each driver's side tire and sending him spinning into oblivion. Climbing back inside, I reclaim control of the wheel. Only when we're far enough away from the carnage do the black walls lower, allowing normal thoughts to resurface. Meanwhile, Tatiana's face is the color of Newark snow.
What just happened to you back there?
She asks quietly.
Your eyes went completely blank.
I don't look at her. I can't. The black walls are a place she could never go. She sits up and scrubs her palms down her face, color flooding back into her cheeks.
What have you got me involved in, Mr. Marchesi?
An art auction. Nothing more.
Nothing more? We've barely been in the country for 30 minutes and someone's already tried to kill us. All things considered, I assume those bullets had your name on them.
No doubt fired from a gun that has Vasily Belov's name on it. A lot of bullets have my name on them, Dolcezza. She narrows her eyes.
Is this connected to that trail of blood you mentioned? Is this even about the atonement? Or is the auction a $5 million excuse?
The atonement, I say with a growl, darkness blurring the edges of my vision, is everything. And if you enjoy living in your high society etiquette-fueled world, you'll keep your eyes on the horizon and leave the trail to me.
One that leads directly to the British police after the show you just put on.
I shoot her a vicious smile. You think the Marchesi name doesn't extend across the ocean? Catching sight of a gas station up ahead, I pull off the motorway and into a parking lot next to an empty Starbucks. Throwing the car into park, I drag my phone from my pocket and call the one person on my payroll who can fix whatever the hell just happened.
"Welcome to Blighty, Renzo,"
comes a familiar voice, but I have no interest in British pleasantries. Killian, I need a move-in store from a service station on the M1 southbound.
"Already? What
And a replacement with untraceable plates, I add, before ending the call.
Who is that?
She asks. There's no fire in her tone anymore. It's more of an automated response than a question, which is just as well because I don't give answers. I demand them. Pocketing my phone, I glance behind us at an interior that's littered with fragments of broken glass. They're coating the floor and spearing the expensive leather seats. Hell, one look at the blood smeared along the back of my hand tells me I'll be picking shards out of my skin for days. I freeze. Tatiana, look at me. When she lifts her eyes, I see vulnerability there for the first time. It makes me want to protect her. It makes me want to go fucking savage for her. Something foreign lodges in my throat, and my hand darts out before I can stop it. You're bleeding, I announce, touching a gash on the left side of her forehead. Doesn't look too bad, though. She brushes my hand away to inspect the cut herself. Slowly, she lowers her hand and stares in confusion at the beads of crimson coating her fingertips. Shrugging out of my jacket, I reach behind me and tug my black t-shirt over my head.
What are you doing?
She sounds shocked and a little scared. What the hell does it look like I'm doing? Taking a firm grip on the back of her neck, I press my t-shirt against her forehead. She flinches at first, but as I tighten my hold, her shoulders sag with fatigue. Relax. A piece of glass hit you. Not life-threatening, but... The moment disintegrates as my attention diverts to the floor. Next to her feet, the screen of her cell phone is flashing an unknown number. Who are you texting?
If you must know, it's an old friend.
Son of a bitch. That fucking sedan appeared right after her message. Belov. Dropping the t-shirt, I tighten my hold around the back of her neck before pulling out my gun and shoving the muzzle under her chin. As fuckable as those pouty lips look right now, if I'm being double-crossed, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. What are you hiding, Dolcezza? Before she can say a word, I add with a snarl, and don't lie to me.
Chapter 8. Tatiana. I'm used to men holding me to ransom. What's less familiar is this wildfire that's coursing through my veins. Adrenaline and indignation have overridden good sense, and all I'm seeing now is red. Don't you dare point that thing at me. I smack the muzzle away from my chin with a hiss. You're the criminal here. A beat later, the muzzle is back, pressing into my forehead this time.
I may be a criminal, but you're the one with the secrets. If you touch my weapon again, this car interior gets redecorated, and the good senator gets a ticket to his estranged daughter's funeral.
What secrets? You know everything about me already. You have your all-important portfolio, remember?
Turns out there were hidden clauses.
His dark eyes narrow.
Something turned you to ice 5 years ago, and I want to know all about it.
I go very still. Breathe, Tatiana. Breathe. This is stupid. He shifts position.
I'll ask you one last time. Did I just drop $2 million on a sure bet or a rogue outsider?
$2 million, plus a very valuable portrait painting, I correct, my heart beating like a drum. Are we really going to sit here glaring at each other or leave this gas station before the police arrive? Your car has bullet holes all over it, and the motorway behind us is 3 lanes of carnage. Plus, I hear British jails are pretty cold this time of the year.
You should fit right in, then.
I'm not the one with the record longer than the Atlantic.
I'm not so worried about the cops as the woman who sold me out.
He snaps back, switching his finger from the grip to the trigger. My next breath gets stuck in my throat. You really do have serious trust issues, Mr. Marchesi.
No shit, sweetheart.
He leans in closer, hitting me hard with his masculinity. He still has his shirt off, and his chest and abdomen are a thick, tan web of muscle. His cologne is nothing like Richard Thackeray's. It's more sinister, powerful, alluring. Suddenly, the car doesn't seem to be big enough for his stubbornness and my mysteries. His gaze drops to my mouth.
Time for some devil's advocate.
Yay, my favorite, I say, notching up my indifference, despite the fact he's still holding a gun to my head. Yours too, I can imagine, considering you are the devil.
If you're not connected to the welcome wagon, who is?
Why do you want this painting so much? I say, flipping it back on him. His expression darkens.
I'm the one with the gun, Tatiana, so only I get to ask the questions.
Not when you're throwing out false accusations like confetti.
Listen, Dolcezza.
He trails off as something behind us catches his attention.
Shit.
What is it?
I was hoping to change vehicles before the flashing lights arrived.
That's when I hear the faint sound of sirens in the distance. Dropping the gun from my forehead, he drags his t-shirt back over his head and slides into his seat. Slamming the car into first, he hits the gas.
This isn't over, Tatiana,
he warns as we screech out of the parking lot. It never is. Once we rejoin the motorway, we're breaking the speed limit, kicking up dust and unanswered questions all over the M1 until we reach central London. His silence is just as fortified as mine, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe with all the toxic uncertainty in the air. My phone beeps again as we turn into Oxford Street.
London Kiska, call me.
It's a 4-word reprimand that fires an arrow straight through my soul.
Who's messaging you now?
Marchesi's sharp demand cuts through my mounting panic. Would you like my bra size, too? I chuck my phone back into my purse before he has a chance to snatch it from me.
Not particularly.
Oh, that spiky, sarcastic bomb of a New Jersey accent. Is there anything more infuriating? He shoots me the kind of look designed to annihilate my self-confidence, if I had any left.
Well?
It was my assistant. I have a buyer interested in one of my paintings. He digests this for a moment.
Don't you get bored of selling hyped-up graffiti for a living?
Don't you get bored being an ignorant jackass? I mutter, peering out at the narrow Soho streets through the car's shattered windows. This city is a gray monster without sunshine. Even the colorful shop awnings look lifeless and dull. The last time I was here, I was with my parents. I was 10 years old, and everything was still warm and fuzzy. Where are we going?
Boutique hotel off Wardour Street. It's quiet and discreet.
A perfect love nest for you and your blonde flight attendant, I say acidly, but he doesn't respond. The hotel is charming, with pink and green explosions of bougainvillea dripping from a smart red brick facade. It's so unlike Marchesi, subtle as a sledgehammer personality, that I start to see Piper in a whole new light.
Disappointed it's not the Dorchester?
He snipes, misreading my expression as he swings the wreck of his car up to the white stone steps. On the contrary, I'm just relieved it's not a 2-star at the wrong end of Charing Cross. If the valet notices the bullet holes, he doesn't comment, as Marchesi tosses him the keys.
Lose it,
I hear him say.
Killian's delivering another. Yes, Mr. Marchesi.
Do you know that man? I ask as we enter the lobby together.
I know everyone who's worth knowing.
He's staring straight ahead, giving me that killer profile that's as strong and unyielding as a Greek statue.
We criminals are only 6 degrees of separation from each other, and we're only ever one bullet away from the truth.
He shoots me a sideways glance as he slaps his Amex Black down on the front desk. 2 key cards are produced immediately, without further ID or questions.
Thank you, beautiful.
I know you don't believe me, I say, peeling away from the swooning receptionist, but that car chase had nothing to do with me. He doesn't say a word as we step into the elevator together, but as soon as the carriage starts to rise, he holds out one of the key cards, wearing that poker face expression of his.
Whoever was behind it, Dolcezza, isn't done with us yet. And if they were trying to kill us both, that means we're in this shit together.
We're in this shit together. Those words are like a cluster bomb going off in my head. I've been forced to live a life of isolation for so long, it feels strange to find myself in anything with another person, regardless of how dangerous he is. Is that a veiled apology for holding a gun to my head? Taking the key card, I ignore the weird jolt of electricity as our fingers touch.
It's a veiled warning that I'll probably do it again at some point.
You're unbelievable. The corners of his mouth twist.
You have no idea.
Fortunately, the doors spring open then, revealing an interior designer's pastel dream. He hangs back for once, letting me exit first. Our suites are right next door to one another, but at least there's a wall of brick and plaster in between.
Meet me downstairs at 8,
he orders, watching as I slot my key card into the lock. What a shame, I say with an exaggerated sigh. I'll be busy washing the stench of car chases out of my hair. He growls, actually growls, and then he's spinning me around and crowding me up against the door.
Are you under the impression I've given you a choice, Tatiana?
Up close, I can see the shadows moving behind his dark eyes again. I can count the number of tiny silver scars intersecting his eyebrows. I can smell the whiskey on his breath, and for some reason it doesn't turn my stomach like it does with other men. You don't intimidate me, Mr. Marchesi, I lie, averting my eyes. I've been threatened by far scarier people than you.
Is that right?
I've piqued his interest.
Did the good senator have his Colombian crew around to play when you were growing up?
I don't remember the details. I have a selective memory. With that, I turn and open the door. When I go to slam it, he wedges his boot in the gap.
8 p.m., Empress,
he repeats.
Don't test me on this. We have an auction tomorrow and a couple of million on the line. I want to know the game plan my money is buying.
Good night, Mr. Marchesi, I say sweetly, driving my stiletto heel into his boot. Then I'm shutting the door in his face as he reels backward with a savage curse. I listen out for the angry slam of his own door, and he doesn't disappoint. Bang. The walls are still shaking as I reach for my phone. Constantine answers on the first ring.
Kiska,
he purrs. I got your message. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, I kick my heels off and adopt the brace position. This man holds my whole world in his hands. I can't count the number of times he's tried to crush it, and I get the feeling he's about to do it again.
I am displeased, Tatiana. Explain yourself.
I'm here for a work trip, nothing more. And it's nothing to do with my family, I add quickly. I'm sure you have eyes on me, so you know I'm not lying. There's a modern art auction tomorrow at Weatherby's. I'm here agiting for
Renzo Marchesi. Yes, I know.
I pause at his tone. At Marchesi's name being sneered at me with such hostility. Do they know each other? That's when I realize my mistake.
We criminals are only 6 degrees of separation from each other.
How can I fix this? I whisper. Just tell me what to do. I'll return to New York on the next flight out. I force the image of Mary from my mind. Force the image of me closing the doors to my gallery forever. This deal was a shot in the dark to save my business, but nothing is worth losing my precious hour in Moscow.
It's too late for that, Kiska.
My composure melts again, panic rising. Please,
Aye,
he snarls, cutting me off sharply.
You know how I feel about begging.
Somehow I find myself on my knees anyway, rocking back and forth, silently pleading for his mercy, even though he's never shown me an ounce of it before.
There is only one way to redeem yourself.
Anything, I rasp.
You will go to this auction tomorrow. You will go through the motions. But you are not to buy this painting, this atonement for Marchesi.
There's a long pause.
My London agent suffered an unfortunate accident this afternoon, so you are going to buy it for me instead.
Oh, my God.
Did you hear what I said, Tatiana?
I nod weakly, even though he can't see me. Yes.
You will bid. You will win. And then you will tell the American Mudak exactly what you have done.
Thus proving he's been right about me all along. Marchesi won't just pull a gun on me this time. He'll pull the trigger. If I do this,
your plane ticket is assured.
It's a risk I'm willing to take. Okay.
Okay.
He laughs, a rough sound full of malice.
It is a pleasure doing business with you once again, Tatiana. And a word of warning. I would not get too attached to Renzo Marchesi, Kiska. He will not be alive for much longer.
Chapter 9. Tatiana. I'm a bad liar. That's what my brother used to tell me. I never had a problem saying the words out loud, but my actions never matched the crime. Like when I was a kid and they'd accuse me of stealing the last cookie, and I'd swear up and down it wasn't me, blinking out wide-eyed innocence, even when I had the evidence smeared all over my face. My body was rebelling against my intentions, just like my body is in danger of doing now. It's 8:10. I'm sitting on the bed again, staring at my hotel bedroom door, mentally preparing for the moment Marchesi kicks it down to demand an explanation from me. I'm scared. Scared for me. Scared for her. I have no idea how to make this deception believable tonight. He rattles me like no one else, sliding deep under my surfaces like a bad splinter. My disguise is starting to thaw. She's been my armor for so long, but with him, I shut my eyes. I'm all out of choices. I need to buy this painting out from under him. But despite the turbulence of the last 24 hours, despite him holding a gun to my head in more ways than one, I don't want Marchesi to die. Why? Because underneath it, we're the same? Just coming at it from opposite ends? His motivation for attending this auction is just as great as my incentive is for derailing his plans. There's a knock at the door, and I steel myself to open it. When I do, it's the pretty receptionist from downstairs, smiling expectantly at me. "Miss Sanders?" "Yes." "Mr. Marchesi would like you to know that he's waiting in the bar downstairs for your company." Her smile falters and she blushes slightly. He would also like to remind you that the only rules in this game are his." Wrong. So very wrong. "Thank you," I say stiffly. "Please return to the bar and tell Mr. Marchesi that it all depends on which game we're playing." She looks blank for a second, and then her smile reasserts itself. "Certainly, Miss Sanders." 5 minutes later, I'm walking into the hotel bar, dressed to kill in an olive green wraparound mini dress. The room is much like the rest of the Annabelle Park Hotel, stylish and cool, with burnished brass fittings, shiny black tables, and huge sprays of white roses everywhere. I see him right away. He's the only man standing at the long bar, one elbow resting on the counter as he knocks back another drink. He's changed into a black shirt, and it makes his shoulders look huge. His dark waves are still damp from the shower, curling in tendrils over his collar. He's the picture of brutal refinement again, but he doesn't fool me for a second. Our gazes meet in the dusky mirror above the counter. After a slow beat, he turns to face me, not greeting, just waiting, for the woman he strongly suspects I am, and for the woman he hopes I'm not. I wish I didn't care. I'm not allowed to care, but I'm starting to think I do. I make my way toward him, sensing the moment slipping away before it's begun. A burning photograph of something that might have been if our pasts hadn't played so skillfully into the wrong hands. After tomorrow, he'll be another person I've deceived, another disappointed face to hang in my gallery of shame. But not yet. Right now, I'm still a woman with a frozen heart, and he's still a man with shadows in his eyes.
"You're late."
He clicks his fingers at the hovering bartender.
"And my foot still hurts from where your stiletto kissed it goodbye earlier. What's your poison?"
"Prosecco. And will there be a monetary penalty for my tardiness?" I slide into the bar stool next to him and place my purse on the counter.
"There was."
He pauses to finish up his whiskey.
"And then you walked in here looking like a living, breathing woman for once, instead of an ice sculpture."
My heart lurches. I better head back upstairs and change. We can't have this evening starting out under false pretenses. I go to stand. Stop. I feel his hand on my arm, and I flinch out of habit.
2 days, Dolcezza,"
he murmurs, leaning in to graze my cheek with his words.
"After that, you never have to see me again. You get your gallery back, and your newly acquired painting will hang in a primo spot in your gallery. But I need my auction seat first, sweetheart. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, so let's just get the fuck through this and come out at the end both feeling lighter."
Why do I feel drunk suddenly? Is it his nearness? His touch? "Have you ever heard of a game called 2 Lies and 1 Truth, Mr. Marchesi?" I say, sliding back onto the stool as he sinks down into the one next to me. My father and I used to play it when I was a child.
"From what I hear, he still does with Congress."
He shoots me a look.
"You know, this is only the second time you've talked about your family."
A bubbling flute is placed in front of me. That word, family, I muse slowly. It has so many different meanings, don't you think? I curl my fingers around the slender glass stem and lift it to my mouth. We spoke of family trees yesterday, but we failed to mention that not all the branches grow the same way.
"What are you trying to say, Dolcezza?" he drawls. "That we're both defective?"
There's that same soft breeze of inclusivity I felt earlier. I take it you're not close to your parents either? I ask.
"Yeah, I've heard of this game of yours."
His dark eyes glint in the low lights as he shuts down the previous subject.
"Back in New Jersey, we play it differently. Guess right and you get a right hook to the jaw. Turns out it's a pretty effective lesson."
How so?
"It teaches you lies are less painful than the alternative."
Let's play it, I blurt out, shocking myself before quickly backtracking. On second thought.
"Okay."
No, please, I bluster. It was a stupid idea. You wanted to talk business, so let's talk business. I've reconfirmed our private viewing appointment for the morning. If you choose not to be present for the main event, I'd be happy to keep in phone communication with you throughout the auction process.
"I'll be there,"
he says fiercely. Trails of blood. He holds up 3 fingers.
"I like pretentious artwork. I'm taking etiquette lessons from an auction expert, and I'm searching for the man who killed my brother."
I don't think I understand.
"I'm playing, Dolcezza,"
he says patiently.
2 lies, 1 truth. Which is correct?
I let his words sink in for a minute, and then I finally see his shadows for what they are. Guilt, anger, revenge.
"The truth is so fucking obvious when it wants to be,"
he murmurs, reaching up to smooth a strand of hair away from my cheek. Your brother was murdered? I say, my voice husky with shock.
"New Jersey rules," he grimaces. "Now I'm going to have to do some damage to that pretty face."
Rather my face than my heart. I'm sorry.
"I don't want sorry. I want answers."
There's something hard in the way he says it. Something glinting with accusation again, like a diamond without the shine. I need to go. I lunge for my purse, my mind in free fall.
"No."
His hand comes crashing down on mine.
"Stay."
Why did you just tell me that? I whisper. Why did you just make my life more complicated? You said it yourself, you don't trust me. Less than 8 hours ago, you were accusing me of betraying you and wanted me dead. He laughs, that same rough, wicked sound that worms its way into parts of me it shouldn't.
"Maybe I've had too much to drink, Tatiana. Maybe I wanted to see your reaction. Maybe I thought you deserved to know my reason for blackmailing you."
Are we playing my father's favorite game again? His hand is still resting on mine, and all I can think is warm, warm, warm.
"What do you think?"
Let me go, Renzo, I say, and he stiffens at the sound of his first name on my lips at last.
"Tell me one thing before I do."
His eyes give a cursory sweep of my face, and then he's flipping my hand over and pinning it to the polished counter, his expression turning cold and savage as I yelp in surprise. What the hell are you doing?
"Exposing you, Miss Sanders."
His grip on me tightens.
"You forget, it's my job to notice everything. So why the fuck do you have the Russian word for cat tattooed here?"
He swipes his finger against the black letters inked into my wrist.
"That's brought for prison code for thief, sweetheart. Did you steal? And, for the last fucking time, what are you hiding from me?"
I can't seem to draw a breath. I don't know what you're talking about.
"I think you do. Is everything okay here, ma'am?"
The bartender slides into view, glaring at Renzo's grip on my wrist.
"It will be in approximately 10 seconds.
He snarks back. You bastard. I whisper. Did you think that by giving me a shot of honesty, then snatching it away again, that I'd do the same? Was all that stuff about your brother even true?
Sir, I really must insist you release the young lady's hand.
The bartender interjects, skating dangerously close to a broken jaw from the man sitting beside me. Renzo's fingers tighten, and then he loosens them with a low curse. I take full advantage. Grabbing my purse, I shoot a look of gratitude to the bartender, then exit the bar as fast as I can. I catch the elevator as the doors are closing, cutting off the heavy footsteps that have been tracking me across the lobby. I see the brutally handsome face of my reckoning right before he disappears behind a wall of sliding metal, and it's enough to make me stumble back in fear. Exiting at my floor, tears streaking my cheeks, I bolt for my hotel suite, half expecting him to be lying in wait for me, but the hallways are empty. Jamming my key card into my room lock, I burst through the door. A beat later, a rough hand is clamping over my mouth. Please don't do this, Renzo. You don't know what's at stake. But the cologne smells different. The hard body plastered to my back is all wrong. There's none of Renzo's dirty, savage elegance in the way I'm being manhandled.
I have a message from Moscow.
A voice snarls before I'm being hurled to the carpet with force. I go down hard, my body a cloudy haze of pain as my wrists and knees bear the brunt of the violence. A beat later, his boot is connecting with my stomach and robbing my lungs of air.
My Bakan wanted you to have a little motivation for tomorrow, should your loyalties start to waver.
Kneeling down next to me, he flicks my hair from my face as I wheeze and gasp for mercy. Please. I try to crawl away, but he grabs hold of my ankle and drags me back. You don't need to do this. I'd never.
Hush, Suka.
His thick voice caresses before he's driving his fist into my ribcage.
There is only so much damage I can do. I have strict instructions not to leave any visible bruises.
Chapter 10. Renzo. Our gazes lock, the air crackling as tension beats a chaotic rhythm between us. I memorize every inch of her face, branding myself with the image of her wide eyes and frightened expression as the elevator doors close. There's an unfamiliar pressure in my chest. Is it an image derived from a fear of discovery, or the pride of deception? 5 minutes later, I'm still staring at my reflection in the steel doors. I have little doubt she'll be double-locking her hotel suite right about now in anticipation of being followed. Had we not called unwanted attention to ourselves, I might have fulfilled her expectation. I knew what she was doing the moment she sashayed that dangerously tempting ass toward the bar. I indulged her 2 lies and a truth diversion to feed her the information she wanted. Then I watched her choke on it. Tatiana didn't walk away because the game scraped a little too close to the surface. She walked away because it took an unexpected turn. One useful byproduct of being the black sheep of the family is forced self-sufficiency. But it was living in Nero's shadow and Rosalia's light that taught me the art of intuition. When to watch, when to listen, and when to strike. A woman like Tatiana needs to hate me. She needs to believe in monsters and the devil, as she so aptly called me. She needs to convince herself I'm nothing but a vessel for evil, and that's why I handed her the truth. Not to earn her allegiance, but to gauge where hers lies. And I found it in that tattoo, in those fucking text messages. This thought clouds my head as I return to the bar, hard logic warring with something else I can't put a name to. Slipping back into my vacated chair, I slide my phone from my pocket while motioning for another drink. It's only after listening to the second ring that I glance up to find the same bartender standing motionless, a scowl on his face. He was 1 bullet away from losing a hand when he inserted himself into my business 5 minutes ago. Now he's treading in fatal waters. He glares. I stare. Neither of us moves or speaks. On the fifth ring, Killian's voice comes on the line.
Car's on its way.
Good. I also need intel on every Ruthless cell in London, as well as any connection they may have with Vasily or Oleg Belov. Remembering the black ink on her pale skin, I add, or with Tatiana Sanders. I don't know if the three are connected, but at this point, everyone is guilty until proven otherwise. There's a hesitation. And then,
Bratva, Renzo. That's a line even you don't want to cross.
Killian Davies seems to have some grave misconceptions of the men he's chosen to align himself with. My family has a history of crossing all kinds of lines. If he thinks I'm the first Marchesi to flip a middle finger and walk into the line of fire to prove a point, he hasn't done his due diligence. I didn't ask for your opinion. I lower my voice because my business isn't for public consumption. You'll be well compensated for your troubles.
It's not a matter of money, mate. It's...
There's a heavy sigh of resignation.
Does this have anything to do with Renero?
My tongue sweeps over my dry lips, his question hammering into me. Everything has to do with Renero. Every move, every kill, every blackmail. In that waited pause, I think of Peshara, of Vasily, and his bait-and-switch cage match offer. How he dangled Oleg like a fucking carrot, knowing I'd kill every man in that place just to get my hands on that traitor. I think of his smug expression as he'd revealed his brother's fate. Maybe Miss Sanders isn't the only one with a few sins to atone for. I'm not sure yet, I answered truthfully. But I'm not leaving London until I find out. I reach for my whiskey, only to find the same empty glass sitting in front of me. As Killian rambles on about risks and consequences and hidden agendas, I return my gaze to the stone-faced bartender. Message me when you have something. Ending the call, I shoved my phone back into my pocket without breaking eye contact. There's nothing intimidating about the man glaring at me from across the bar. He's an average-sized British asshole with a hero complex. A confident son of a bitch, I'll give him that. But confidence only takes a man so far before ignorance leads him down a dangerous path. His white knight act was unnecessary. My intention was to rattle Tatiana, not to hurt her. I may be a killer, but when it comes to women, the only danger I pose comes from a bullet, never my fist. We seem to have a communication problem, I say calmly.
No problem here.
Holding my stare, he wipes down the bar while dumping my empty glass in the sink.
But we reserve the right not to serve those we deem to be a threat.
A threat?
The way you manhandled that young woman, sir,
he retorts, the pleasantry as natural as a mouthful of thumbtacks.
We don't tolerate that at the Animal Park Hotel. I have a good mind to alert the manager.
My mouth spreads into a vicious smile. That won't be necessary. Tilting my head, I scan the name printed on his hotel badge. Because here's the thing, Grant. Grabbing the striped tie under his shitty blue blazer, I give the knot a hard shove up into his trachea. I don't make threats. I'm more of the take action type. Releasing his tie, I step back. There's no need for further explanation. He'll find out soon enough. He nods, his face paling.
Very well, sir.
Lowering his gaze, his shaking hand reaches for the cloth and he drags it across the counter again. Rising from my seat, I toss a 20-pound note down on the counter and walk an unhurried stride away from the bar. I didn't choose this hotel on a whim. As I told Tatiana earlier, I know everyone who's worth knowing, as well as every aspect of their business. My family operates out of New Jersey, but every Italian underground is like a cracked windshield. Dozens of small fractures splinter in every direction across the glass, but they all originate from one break. The Marchesi Empire isn't bound by American soil. We have contacts all over the globe. Luckily for him, I've become more selective of the blood that stains my hands these days, and he isn't worth my time. As I make my way back through the lobby, each step grows heavy with intent. It's time for another game of lies and truth with Miss Sanders, with a greater emphasis on the latter. Keeping my eyes averted from the pastel walls, I head for the elevator, my mind filled with the unwanted image of her face. That irate, terrified, infuriatingly beautiful face that gazed at me with determination and regret for a fraction of a second before the doors closed. Then I hear Vasily's warning in my head.
That girl is no innocent.
He's right. She's a Molotov cocktail. One wrong step in her line of fire and we'll both go down in flames. A couple of steps out from the open carriage, my phone vibrates in my pocket. Without slowing my stride, I yank it out and answer it. Killian, I told you. Lorenzo, where the hell are you? Lorenzo. Only one man calls me by my given name. The same man I've been avoiding for 3 months, whose demands can't be met until every drop of Nero's blood is washed from my hands. Who, until I lay the head of his son's killer at his feet, will never see me as anything other than a poor replacement. Hello to you too, Dad. Don't be an asshole, he says with a growl. Your Uncle Sal informed me the jet departed Teterboro early this morning. Good news travels fast. What do you think you're doing? His demand is dangerously calm. I don't bother answering because I know what's coming next. It's been 3 months of silence, Renzo. You're about to become my goddamn underboss. I slip in an alcove next to the elevator. My response is short as my patience. Don't you think I know that? Other than finding Nero's killer, becoming underboss is the only thing I want in life. But it's a responsibility I claimed, then kept at arm's length. Anything to prevent Uncle Sal and Paulie from swinging their dicks around and gaining support for an honor that wasn't meant for them. A door slams somewhere in the background. Questions are being asked, and I can't keep making excuses for you. Then don't. I'm done waiting, Renzo. You're my son, but I'm the boss of this family, and I won't have it weakened by a hole in the infrastructure. Meaning? Meaning the ceremony will take place tonight. That's going to be a little difficult, considering I'm in London. There's a pause. Are you still chasing that fucking painting? I clench my fist. That fucking painting is the reason your son is dead. You remember the one you groomed from birth to run your empire? Lorenzo, you made me wait 33 years for the chance to prove I have what it takes to rule beside you. Now it's your turn to wait. Since being named Nero's successor, I've given numerous excuses to delay the closed-door ceremony that solidifies my position as underboss of the Marchesi crime family. As far as I'm concerned, I can't take his place until his killer is brought to justice. You have 48 hours, he says coldly, or I have no choice. Meaning? Spell it out and throw down the gauntlet, Dad. Or Salvatore gets the job. And the man who has zero blood ties to my family gains more control of it. Salvatore is not family, I seethe. Family is blood. What do you call Dario, then? His son, a fucking barone, I deadpan, because frankly I'm tired of having this argument. Heavy tension crackles on the line. If there was a way around this, don't you think I would have found it already? My father counters sharply. Ever since your brother's death, this whole family has been a tilted house of cards. If we don't show a united front, the whole damn thing will come crashing down around us. Then light a match and burn it. I hear that old leather chair in his office creak as he leans back. He wants to admonish me, but he knows traveling down that road will only lead to a dead end. 48 hours, Renzo, he says finally. If I was on edge before, now I'm a powder keg ready to explode. I respect my father, but I also don't take well to threats. To avoid saying anything that can't be taken back, I end the call quickly. He's wrong. Family is everything. Being his underboss is my future. But I can't do right by either with this question mark hanging over my head. It feels too much like treachery to my brother, the man whom most of New Jersey believes I murdered to secure a seat of power. There's only one way I can clear my name and make this right. In less than 24 hours, I'll be one step closer to unmasking his killer in an auction house 1 mile from here. In 48, I'll return home and claim my throne. Fear has a unique smell. It's contradictory and offbeat, like 100 dirty pennies soaking in sweet molasses. It hits you one way, then knocks you the other. That's how I know something's wrong the moment I walk toward my hotel suite. I smell it. That sweet, coppery odor. The hallway is flooded with it, so I draw my gun, release the safety, then press my back against the wall between our 2 suite doors. I listen for movement on either side, but all is quiet, until a muffled scream seeps out from underneath the one to my left, Tatiana's room. Stealth is no longer a concern. Driving my foot into the door, the blunt force of my kick splinters the wood from its hinges. As the remains scatter in all directions, I storm into a room with my gun aimed high and my finger on the trigger. It takes a fraction of a second to register what I'm seeing, but in my head, it's hours. The pressure in my chest returns, but this time it doesn't just squeeze, it detonates. Tatiana is lying on the floor next to the bed, her arms curled protectively around her stomach. An ugly fuck of a man covered in tattoos looms above her, fisting her hair while driving the steel toe of his boot into her ribcage.
Fucking suka!
Drawing his gun, he spits on her groaning body before swinging the barrel toward me. The edges of my vision darken, and all I see is Nero's lifeless body tangled with Tatiana's screams. Everything moves in slow motion, my restraint snapping as more darkness rolls in. That's when the unforgiving black walls go up, and there's nothing left but empty rage. I'm not in control anymore. Whatever lives inside here is a killing machine. I feel myself lunge at him, the impact knocking the gun out of his hand. The lamp goes crashing to the floor as we both hit the nightstand, flipping it over and landing beside it. I wrap my fingers around the Glock in my hand, and then I strike. And again. And again. I hear the crunch of breaking bones and a voice I don't recognize. You fucking touched her. You fucking touched what's mine. There's a shuffling noise behind me and rapid breathing. It's too fast. She's not okay. Who are you? I hear myself roar. Below me, a blood-stained mouth spreads into a twisted smile.
Marchesi.
Who sent you? The black walls grow thicker, rising higher. They're closing in on me. But somewhere in that place where light is afraid to shine, a moment of clarity lasers in on his wrist. A Bratla tattoo, the same as hers. He touched her. The rest of him is a bloody mess, but the monster inside me isn't satisfied. Grabbing a jagged piece of glass from the broken crystal lamp, I drive the sharpest point through the back of his hand, ignoring the pain as it slices into my own palm. He spat on her. Wrenching the glass out, I soak in his screams as I pry open his mouth. He kicked her. All my demons chant as I drive the glass through his tongue before I'm twisting behind and sinking it one last time into his thigh. Next, I'm squeezing my hands around his throat. Who's your fucking pachan? The man beneath me doesn't move. He doesn't fight. He doesn't run. He laughs, a defiant gurgle spilling blood from the corners of his lips as he garbles out a forked-tongue version of "Go to hell." Releasing his throat, I slam my palm down onto his forehead and pin him to the floor while shoving my gun in his mouth. You first. I pull the trigger, then watch as my black walls turn to red.
Chapter 11. Tatiana. There's a blanket of pain smothering me. It's not rough enough to require hospital treatment, but it's still aching from the Patsan's punches. When the single gunshot rings out, I pull it tighter around me, content to drown in it, until two strong arms are lifting me up from the floor.
Easy,
I hear him say, pulling me close, holding my aching body with a tenderness that should be anathema to a criminal like him.
Is anything broken?
Yes, me. I shattered a long time ago, and now my parts don't fit together like they should.
Tell me where it hurts.
All over, inside and out.
Fuck, Tatiana, talk to me. I can have a medic here in 5 minutes.
My response is to snake my arms around his neck and bury my face into his shirt. I hate myself for it, but I need his strength. Mine doesn't seem to be working anymore, even though weakness is a marked card only a fool would show him. So far, he's nearly killed me twice and managed to crowbar his way into the first compartment of my box of secrets. Still, I cling to him because there's no one else to cling to. I've been forced to push every single person I care about away by a man who just had me beaten up, and for what? For banging on the bars of an invisible cage Constantine's kept me locked inside for years? Renzo holds me like this until the blanket starts to slip, until the pain in my stomach and ribs isn't quite as sharp. Beneath my cheek, his shirt is soaked through, and my eyes feel sore and scratchy. Have I been crying? I'm not sure what shocks me the most, the fact I shed tears in front of someone, or that it was him who I fell apart for. My enemy. My ally.
Who knew a London hotel turndown service could be as pleasant as a New Jersey one?
He shifts his weight to gain access to his back pocket.
Killian, I need a cleanup crew in Suite 203 right away.
I overhear a curse of disbelief, followed by a terse rebuke.
I don't give a damn how it looks. There's a dead asshole lying 3 feet away from me with a bullet in his head. Save the British outrage for another day and do as I say.
He hangs up and chucks his phone across the room. That's when it hits me. He's just killed my attacker. Once Constantine finds out about this, I might never set foot in Moscow again. Panic courses through me like a bad vintage with a bitter aftertaste. I try to pull away from him, but the arm draped around my shoulder tightens like a vice. Let me go, Renzo, I plead. I'm okay, just bruised. That man didn't come here to kill me. He pauses.
And how the fuck would you know that?
Think before you speak, Tatiana. Every insight you give him is more ammunition for our war. This time, I'm tugging away from him with a vicious jerk, digging my elbows into his chest, but the bastard's not relenting. You need to let go of me, right now. I've been manhandled enough tonight.
Not so fast.
His grip turns to iron as he rises to his feet, my body still cradled in his arms. Swatting away my protests, he carries me out of the room and into his, kicking the door shut behind him, hard enough to make the doorframe rattle. Put me down!
We've been dancing around each other long enough, Tatiana. 5 minutes ago, the music just ended, along with all your excuses.
I drum my fists against his chest, but he just bats them away. I struggle harder, but he doesn't even flinch. Instead, he walks me straight into his bathroom and then inside the shower cubicle, slamming the heel of his bloody hand against the shower faucet. It springs to life immediately, dousing us both in freezing cold water. "What the hell are you doing?" I scream, my silk dress molding obscenely to my curves in a matter of seconds, gasping and spluttering for breath as a million tiny needles pierce my skin.
"Giving the Ice Empress an ice bath."
With this, he drops me to my feet on the slippery shower floor.
"I'm putting you back in your natural habitat. Oh, and you're welcome for saving your life back there."
"Do you have any idea what you've done?" I try to push him away, but he's an immovable object. "You haven't saved my life, Renzo Marchesi. You've gone and made it a million times worse. Didn't you just hear what I said? That man had no intention of killing me."
"No, just to rough you up and maybe fracture a couple of bones. That a typical night for you, Dolcezza?"
God, he's so stunning in his fury, so merciless. Like all my walls might shatter on his command, along with the walls to this cubicle. "You're such a selfish bastard." I explode, terrified by how vulnerable he's making me feel suddenly. "You only see your pain and no one else's."
"That's bullshit."
"You don't give a damn about anyone except yourself." Somehow it's easier to show him emotion when the water's trying to drown me out. I'm battling against outside forces and it's unleashing things I'd never normally say.
"Is that really what you think?"
"Fuck you!" I scream as he pins my wrist to the white tiles above my head, looking so savagely dark and handsome, towering over me like this, with his black hair flattened and dripping into his eyes, and his long eyelashes separated.
"Your language drops along with your mask when you're backed against a wall, Dolcezza. We should try the hot water next and see what happens."
With this, he rams his hand against the faucet again.
"Hell, maybe this will melt you back to life."
A beat later, scalding heat is stripping the cold from my skin and flowing like lava through my veins, along with something else I'd rather die than ever acknowledge.
"Are you working for Vasily Belov?"
he demands, slamming my wrists against the tiles again.
"Is that why he sent me to you?"
Belov. The last name makes me shiver despite the heat. "I have no idea who you're talking about."
"Is he the reason you have the Bratva tattoo on your skin? Or maybe that's his brother Oleg's doing?"
The tattoo was a stupid mistake during high school. I was grounded for a week because of it. I glare back, watching as he shakes his head with a twisted smile on his face.
"You've told so many lies, Tatiana. You wouldn't know the truth if it bled you dry. If you were a man, I would have tortured this out of you by now."
"I don't know anyone named Belov."
"Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. But you're wrong about one thing."
He takes a half step closer, pressing his chest against mine, something even harder nudging against my stomach and sending another shiver coursing through me.
"I don't just see my pain, Tatiana. I see yours, too. I saw it the moment I stepped into your art gallery and found you hiding amongst your paintings. Somewhere along the way, you chose to lose yourself in them because the alternative of living in the real world was too fucking awful to contemplate."
Inhaling sharply, I let his words plant poisonous vines inside me as the lock to another of my box of secrets shatters.
"Am I getting close yet, Empress?"
he says, his mouth hovering right over mine, hot water spilling all around, making us one.
"Because as pretty as those canvases are, I much prefer your truth."
I go to laugh in his face, but my composure crumbles. I can't stop thinking about what I've lost, sitting all alone in Moscow, clutching the brown teddy bear I gave her the night she was born. A beat later, I'm crying again, hating him again, spilling my heart and fears to him again. He won't let me see her, I scream helplessly. He won't let me see her.
Who won't? He demands. Who are you talking about?
I can't tell you.
God damn it.
The grip on my wrists tightens, and then my next words are caught in the snare of his lips as his mouth is smashing down onto mine. My body responds like the worst kind of traitor, straining against my restraints to press myself against him, accepting his rough intrusion, groaning as his hands drop to cup my jaw as he deepens the kiss, driving an unforgiving tongue inside me. My arms find their way around his neck as he pushes me back against the tiles, hungering for something I haven't wanted in forever myself, his touch numbing all my doubt. Fuck, he hisses, pulling back to look at me for a second, before he's claiming my mouth again, our mutual canvas of hate stripping back to reveal the sketches of our lust underneath.
Jesus Christ.
His hand moves between my legs, and I moan into his mouth, keeping my eyes shut tight from the stinging water as I clutch at his wet forearms to keep myself upright. Sliding my panties to the side, he thrusts one finger inside me as my leg curls around his thigh to give him all the access he wants.
I need to taste you right now, Dolcezza.
I hear him snarl, his urgency making me moan with desire. As if he'd give me any choice. I feel so fragile in his hands, a shell cracked open by a brutally handsome force of nature. I feel safe for the first time in years. With the water still falling, he sinks to his knees, hooking his thumbs into my panties and dragging them down with him. Coaxing my leg around his shoulder, he spreads me wide with his fingers and wraps those talented lips around my clit. My lower back jackknifes away from the tiles as the sensation reverberates in every nerve. Oh, God. I tip my head back, my fingers tangling up in his wet hair as he slides me over his face, burying his tongue inside me, fucking me for a few leisurely strokes, then letting his own fingers take over, pressing in one and then two, massaging a spot that makes my knees buckle. At the same time, he's back circling my clit again, alternating it with vicious sucks as my head spins wildly. I can't even feel the water anymore. It's nothing compared to the molten heat in my core, spilling out onto his face and down my thighs. He devours me like he hasn't eaten in a decade, growling out all the filthy things he wants to do to my pussy, my face, my ass. How he wants to paint every inch of my creamy skin with his cum. He's so cruel, too. He knows exactly when I'm on the edge because he pulls back, suspending me in a delicious limbo until I'm rocking into him in desperation, fucking his face as hard as his fingers and mouth are fucking me as we chase down my release together. Just when I think his sadism can't blur more lines, his fingers slip from my pussy, and he starts massaging my back passage. A beat later, I'm hit by such a violent wave of pleasure that I'm screaming out his name as a prayer and a curse, and he's grabbing my hips to stop me from falling. Resting my head back against the tiles, the water still pouring down on us, it feels like I'm drowning in the mess he's made of me. He's still on his knees, his hands still planted to my hips, my soaking wet dress pushed higher, allowing him to trail soft kisses across my lower stomach. He's silent, too, absorbing the scene as much as I am, as I loosen my grip on his hair. When I finally glance down, he's tracing a finger along the smooth scar that a Russian surgeon made after 36 hours of labor. The scar that is all I have left of my daughter. Chapter 12. Tatiana. There's no point trying to hide it. He's seen my biggest secret now in all its faded silver glory. But instead of a Renzo-style interrogation, he rises to his feet. his dark gaze burning with something dangerously close to compassion. Reaching around to switch off the shower, he takes my face between his hands and kisses me again, more gently this time. His tongue doesn't delve inside my mouth like it did before. Instead, it hovers at the seams, as if the discovery of my scar is cooling his desire and forcing his base nature into retreat. I open my mouth to encourage him, but he doesn't take advantage. I lean my body into him, but he doesn't press back. Suddenly, the silence in the shower cubicle is more deafening than the chaos of the last 20 minutes, knocking me off balance even more. "Turn around," he orders, breaking away, and for once I do as he asks, gasping when I feel his fingers at the zipper of my dress, and then again when he's pushing the wet silk from my shoulders. He drops his mouth to the naked dip between my shoulder blades, and I bite my lower lip to stifle a moan. A moment later, his touch is being replaced by a fluffy white hotel towel that he proceeds to wrap around me. Scooping me up into his arms again, he carries me through the room to his bed and places me on top of the covers. "Sleep," he commands, stepping back to peel his wet shirt from his shoulders and take another one from an open suitcase nearby. "I'll be back as soon as I can. First, I need to see a man about a dead Russian." I open my mouth to protest, but my eyes are heavy with the weight of everything that's happened this evening. Without his touch, my body is hurting again from all the bruises Konstantin's Patsan gave me. My last image of him as I slip into the darkness is of a golden chest more sculptured than Michelangelo's David, but crisscrossed with his own fading silver scars. The stories behind them, no doubt, as ugly as mine. I wake the next day to a confident knock on his hotel room door and aching bones. Sometime in the night, he must have tucked me into bed because I'm lying underneath a mountain of sheets and duvets and wearing a black t-shirt that smells strongly of him. The knock sounds again, and Renzo emerges from the bathroom, still shirtless but wearing a dry pair of jeans and the remnants of white shaving cream covering half his jaw. Flicking me a look to keep quiet, he grabs his gun from the nightstand and stands to one side of the doorframe, his finger held tight on the trigger. "Who is it?" he rumbles. "Who do you think, fuckface?" comes a British accent, slanted with a Cockney swagger. Renzo tuts in annoyance. "Killian." He swings the door open to reveal a tall man with scruffy red hair and an easy grin. "Bought you a couple of croissants," he says, chucking a bag at him. "The food in this hotel is surprisingly shit." "Thanks," he says, lowering his gun. I watch him take in Renzo's appearance, a sly smirk creeping across his face as he chews on his gum thoughtfully. "Since when the hell do you shave?" "I have an auction to attend later. Figured I'd look the part." "If you say so." Angling his head, Killian looks beyond him to where I'm sitting up in bed, clutching the bedsheets to my chest. I watch his brows lift in amusement. "Should have brought a spare croissant. Didn't realize you had company." "Eyes on me, Davies," I hear Renzo snap, moving closer to the door to block out the view. "Unless you want me to carve them out for you." "I'm sure you didn't used to be such a miserable bugger." "Did you want something, or are you here to piss all over my morning mood?" "Keys." Shaking his head, Killian thrusts something into Renzo's spare hand. "The new motor you requested. It's downstairs with the valet already. Oh, and the boss gave me a message to give to you. Said, if you trashed another of his motors, he'll be trashing you." To my shock, Renzo starts laughing at this. That rare, delicious sound that makes my toes curl involuntarily. "Tell Frankie I look forward to it. Have the cleanup crew finished?" "All done." "Bye, Killian." He shuts the door on the Englishman as he's opening his mouth to say something else. That was rude. He stops and stares at me for a moment before tossing the keys and his gun on the desk and handing me a croissant. "People exist to serve a purpose, Dolcezza," he says, heading back into the bathroom.
My courtesy rarely extends beyond me giving a fucking order and them following it. If people piss me off, they face the alternative.
Which is? Climbing out of bed with a wince, I take a bite and follow him into the bathroom, leaning my hip against the twin sink as he picks up his razor again to finish shaving. He pauses with the blade pressed against his throat to shoot me a look.
What happened to your Russian friend last night was a prime example.
He wasn't my friend.
Mine either, which is good. I've caused enough funerals of people I give a shit about recently.
He means his brother. So that's it, I say, taking another bite of the croissant. The code that cracks the great Renzo Marchesi? You simply dispose of people who no longer serve your interests? Or those who point a gun at you? How singular in your outlook. Acid drips from my tone as I chuck the rest of the croissant in the bin. I suggest you expand your horizons. Some people might still surprise you. Some of us have hidden depths worth exploring. Am I talking about myself here? He starts to shave in long, precise strokes, but I can tell he's struggling to keep a straight face.
People rarely surprise me, Tatiana.
I bet I can. Right now, I challenge.
Prove it.
Hand me your razor. I can do a much better job than you are.
Not a chance. How are you feeling today?
I'm okay. Don't you trust me?
We've been through this before. I don't trust anyone, and neither do you.
It sounds like he's returning the challenge. Turns out playing 2 truths, 1 lie with you is a joyless experience, Renzo. How about a quid pro quo instead? His smirk finally breaks through the rain clouds. There's another slow stroke as he makes me wait for his answer.
Okay, I'm listening.
If you let me finish shaving you, I pause to force a swallow down. I'll tell you my daughter's name. I watch him drop the razor into a sink full of water and wash the shaving cream off. All the while, my heart is thumping so loudly there's not a chance in hell he can't hear it. Without a word, he turns and hands me the clean instrument, leaning back against the vanity unit with a frown.
If you nick the skin, I'll be pissed.
You cut me open last night, Renzo, and now I can't seem to staunch the bleeding. This morning, I awoke, like I always do, with a crystal-clear image of my daughter's tear-stained face, pressed up against the glass of Constantine's house as I was being driven away from her. She doesn't know I'm her mother. I've never been allowed to tell, but somehow, during that last visit, it felt like she already knew. I could see it in her eyes. I could feel it in her embrace. Bloodlines are like magnets that can't help being drawn together, no matter how strongly they're kept apart. When I betray Renzo later by purchasing the atonement for Constantine instead of for him, when I prove his theory about people is correct, a part of me wants him to understand that it wasn't an easy choice for me, that the link back to my daughter was always going to supersede whatever undefined madness there is between us, that there was always a magnetic force in existence I couldn't deny. Head back, I instruct.
Tell me about the tattoo first.
That wasn't part of the deal.
I don't play by the rules, Dolcezza.
I pause. I made a mistake in my past, and that's where I'd like it to stay. Accepting my answer for now, he finally obliges, his fingers tightening around the edge of the vanity unit as I move to stand in front of him. Pressing the blade to the base of his throat, I forge my own clean line up through the remaining shaving foam, following the contours of his strong, stubborn jawline, until there's nothing left but a strip of smooth, golden skin. Washing the razor clean, I repeat the process, leaning in closer as I do, feeling the hardness of his erection against my stomach, forcing myself to concentrate as the beat between my thighs explodes into a symphony. On the 4th run, I sense his patience running out. Shifting my weight, I prepare to shave my 5th and final stripe. Anastasia, I whisper, feeling a gnawing ache inside me as I say her name. I gave birth to her when I was 18 years old.
His dark eyes are burning me up again. Where is she now?
Moscow, with her father.
Why not with you?
Gritting my teeth, I finish up and offer him the clean razor. The man you killed last night was my key to seeing her again. So perhaps that dogmatic outlook of yours isn't so great for those around you.
Tell me why.
I shake my head. No more. I've upheld my side of the bargain, Renzo. I've finished shaving you, and the bathroom doesn't look like an abattoir.
Did you shave him too?
There's a hard snap to his tone. Who? I say, but I know exactly who he means.
The father of your daughter.
It's nearly 8 a.m. and I have to get ready. Weatherbees are expecting us at 9, and London traffic is just as bad as New York's is. He grabs my wrist as I turn to leave.
Does your family know about her?
I stare at the white-tiled floor for a beat before shaking my head. No one does. He lets go of me, the atmosphere leaden and oppressive. There are too many unanswered questions, too much he wants to know.
I had your suitcases brought into my room. You'll find them in the closet.
Thank you, I say softly.
Oh, and Tatiana.
He reaches out to cup my cheek, but there's a fierce possessiveness in his touch that makes it more of a claim than a concern.
Don't think I'm done with you after last night, he says roughly. Once this auction is over and I get what I came for, we'll be picking up right where we left off.
Chapter 13. Tatiana. Like most of the places in London, Weatherby's auction house comes with a history and a warning. Built in the heart of Mayfair, the Georgian building with its white stone frontage has a bright red canopy that looks like a slash of blood in the snow. As our car pulls up to the front steps, it feels like a premonition for how this day is going to end. I know Constantine. He likes to toy with his victims before making the kill. Despite what I said to Renzo, I know that the car chase yesterday was implemented on his orders. The same way I know that the Patsan, who was sent to beat loyalty into me, was sent to hurt Renzo too. Constantine wants to scare me and punish me, but the next time he comes for Renzo, it's going to be fatal. The guilt of knowing what I do cuts deeper than it should. Many times on the journey from Soho to Mayfair, I've opened my mouth to warn him. But each time, I see Anastasia's face pressed up against the window again. What's worse, Constantine has stopped answering his phone. My only chance of seeing Anastasia now is to acquire the atonement and then return to New York as a cowering submissive with a dead body in the cargo hold of the man who's making me feel something for the first time in years. Holding the door open for me, our shoulders brush as I exit the car, that single touch affecting my lungs more than the bitter chill in the air.
You look good,
he says, appraising my designer black silk jumpsuit, the one that's clinging to my body as the winter wind whips up and down the street. Chanel, I mutter, pulling my coordinating cashmere coat tighter around my shoulders.
Sounds like a drink. I could use a double.
I turn to scowl at him, and he gives me the faintest trace of a smirk. He looks good, too. More than good, actually. In a similar three-piece black brioni to the one he wore in New York, with a black dress shirt and a crimson tie. He's wearing his dark heritage front and center today, an underground king being forced to the surface. I pause, caught up in a whirlpool of a moment, feeling the need to kiss him again, to take more strength from him, to be back in that shower cubicle with his face between my legs, moaning out his name as he deadens me to all life's hurts and disappointments. He's not so much an electric storm on my horizon anymore as the rider of both our tempests. Just then, the wind changes direction, blowing my hair straight into my face and chasing the moment away. When I manage to get my dark strands under control, he's already on the curb, hands in his pockets, waiting impatiently.
You ready?
No. Yes. He narrows his eyes as I approach.
What's wrong?
We're both wearing black, I observe. Anyone would think it's an omen.
Story of my fucking life.
My contact, Ivan Volkov, is waiting for us in the reception area. I've known him for 10 years. He worked for my mother in New York before he and his husband moved to London. He's used to me pulling in favors, but I get the impression he's doing it more for my mother than for me. Not that I blame him. Everyone loves her. She's smart, kind, and funny, with a core of steel that keeps the worst of my father in check. Sometimes I miss her so much that a death by 1,000 cuts would be a pleasure and a mercy.
Good morning, Tatiana, Mr. Marchesi.
Stepping forward with his hand outstretched, Ivan takes mine first and then offers it to the tall, brooding figure behind me. I watch his face pale at Renzo's firm grip.
We've, prepared the viewing you requested.
He withdraws his hand quickly.
It's in a private space adjacent to the main auction room. If you'd both like to follow me.
Thank you for organizing this, Ivan, I say, slipping into perfect Russian. I know it was very short notice.
No problem at all,
he answers with a smile.
Here is another copy of the condition report on the atonement, should you require it.
He hands me a neat white folder embossed with the red Weatherby's logo.
It's authentic, I can tell you that much. We have excellent in-house experts here, and I oversaw the process myself. Our reputation depends on the validity of every piece that passes through these doors. It gives our elite buyers the confidence that they're spending their money on a Van Gogh and not a knockoff.
He side-eyes me with a slight frown.
I have to say, Tatiana, I was a little surprised by your request.
You know I never buy an exclusive piece without inspecting it myself.
I suppose abstract expressionism is your area of expertise.
He muses, pausing by a set of double doors.
Here we are. Give me a moment to satisfy the security requirements, and then we can talk more inside.
Stepping back to allow him access to an intimidating line of key code devices, I collide with the brick wall that's standing behind me.
Hidden talents, Dolcezza.
I hear him murmur, feeling his hand on my hip, his fingers clenching.
I knew you spoke Russian, but I didn't know you were fluent.
Did you even read your portfolio on me, or was it just coffee table decoration?
I know all about your grandfather, if that's what you're referring to,
he says in a low growl.
Andrei Petrov headed up the most feared bratva in Moscow, while masquerading as a billionaire shipping magnate and a good friend of the Colombian cartel kingpin, Dante Santiago. That's until your crazy uncle put a bullet in his head.
Then you'll know it happened long before I was born, I hiss back. I never knew him, and neither did my mother. She's lived in America all her life, and so have I.
Even so, your ties to Russia grow stronger by the day.
I stare at the closed door, ignoring the threat. The only thing I inherited from my grandfather was a love of art, Renzo. My mother, too.
And, in time, your daughter, no doubt.
I pause. Now that you know about her, are you going to use her as a weapon against me? A beat later, I'm being spun around with force.
That's not how I fucking operate.
He looks furious at the insinuation.
You entrusted me with your pain,
so why aren't you sharing yours with me? We glare at each other before there's a discreet cough behind us.
Excuse me, Tatiana. We're ready for you.
Wrenching my arm free, I force a smile for Ivan. Mr. Marchesi and I were just, discussing pre-20th century art in Russia. I lie, plucking a topic from thin air. As you might have gathered, our opinions differ. To my surprise, Ivan's face lights up.
Then you know that a huge number of artifacts were looted from the country by the Nazis during the Second World War.
Of course, I say, puzzled by his reaction. It's one of the most shocking art thefts in history.
Many valuable pieces are still missing from that period, as are many that were stolen across Europe.
He grimaces as if personally affronted by the tragedy.
As well as my work here at Weatherby's, I am part of a private organization that reunites these works with the rightful families. Your mother established the trust 5 years ago.
He trails off when he sees my face, realizing his mistake. Renzo's been unusually silent during our exchange, but his aura of danger is still hovering over me like a shadow. Opening the doors, Ivan moves aside to let us enter first. It's like stepping into a windowless white cube. Everything is the same color, from the ceiling to the walls and the floor. There's no other furniture apart from a large easel in the center displaying the Atonement, with 2 grim-faced security guys standing guard either side of it. Keeping a discreet distance, Ivan hovers by the far wall as I cross the room, reaching the painting in a couple of strides, lured in by the chaotic canvas, like a sailor drawn in by a siren. It's one of the most beautiful pieces I've seen in a while. A 6x4-foot masterpiece of thought and improvisation, with huge gestural strokes in tones of red and blue. This painting is a key, I think wildly, raking my gaze over it. To me, it has the propensity to unlock happiness. To Renzo, it's a chance to unlock the truth.
What are you looking for?
He moves up beside me as I tilt my head to study every aspect of the canvas. Inconsistencies? I assume your experts used black light? I say to Ivan.
Naturally. All the artist's original outlines were present under the paint. Nothing has been repaired or modified.
Most paintings have 5 layers, I explained to Renzo. UV, or black light, exposes a forgery's weaknesses, the ones not seen by the naked eye.
You're good,
he murmurs, sounding impressed. That's why you hired me. I mean, blackmailed me. I correct under my breath. Ivan hands me a small flashlight and then retreats to the far wall again. I move in even closer to inspect every inch of the painting for a second time. It's fierce and flawed, like the man standing next to me. I can feel myself tumbling into the violent, ocean-like brushstrokes, the same way I fell into his arms last night, the same way I fell into my father's painting on the wall of his office on my 18th birthday, when Constantine held my innocence for ransom and then took his fill of it anyway. The next half an hour is an oasis of calm before the gathering maelstrom as I carefully consult the condition report and conduct my own assessment, aware, yet again, of Renzo's gaze on me constantly. Tell me your observations about the varnish, Ivan.
Mildly streaked, as you would expect for artwork of this age.
If it was a forgery, it wouldn't do that, I tell him, knowing he doesn't really give a damn about my world unless he can manipulate it. But while he's here, I may as well teach him something. Look at the signature. I point to an elaborate squiggle of black paint in the bottom left-hand corner. We always check to see if it matches up with the artist's size and technique.
Anything unusual?
No, it's perfect. Worth every cent of $5 million. Tell me, I add, lowering my voice to a whisper, are you sure this painting's connected with your brother's murder?
Would you like my dick measurements too?
He growls, echoing the bra-size quip I tossed him yesterday. I watch him glance over at Ivan, who's pretending to stare at his polished brown Oxfords, and his expression tightens.
Not here.
Renzo,
just tell me whether it's fake or not.
99% it's not, but let me check. Turning back to the painting, I stop abruptly when I spot a minuscule blemish on the modest black frame. It can't be. Is this the original mount? I blurt out, startling Ivan. He nods.
We've had it authenticated too. Made in New York, 1952. My heart starts to pound. To anyone else, it's a tiny blemish in the wood, so slight and so subtle, barely a millimeter in length and completely vertical. To me, it's the same rebellious middle finger moniker he uses in all his forgeries. He swore to me that he was done with this. He promised me. No one in the world has his talent, his attention to detail, his methods to navigate every single authentication process like it's child's play. No one else has his complete and utter fuck you attitude to the law, except for maybe our father. I am going to kill him. I'm already pulling out my phone for a verbal assassination as I'm striding towards the door. "Thank you, Ivan," I say, forcing another smile as I pass him. As I do, I notice the slightest flicker in one eyelid. It's a nervous gesture. He knows. He fucking knows. Is my whole family in on this? Keeping my composure in check, I slide my arm into Renzo's as we reach the hallway. He stiffens at my gesture, but he doesn't react. This man is a pro at reading when the shit hits the fan. He knew something was up a split second after I did. "We have an hour until the auction," he says coolly. "We're going to find ourselves a drink."
Marching me out of Weatherby's, he hangs a sharp left, pulling me into the first narrow side street we come to. Backing me up against the side of a restaurant, he pins me to the brickwork with a palm to the base of my throat.
"Talk."
"It's a fake," I blurt out.
"How do you know?"
His eyes are jet black and gleaming. I've never seen him this angry before. "I recognized a mark on the frame. The forger wanted me to recognize it too. He used to call it his middle finger at the establishment."
"Who did?"
I hesitate.
"Don't test my patience, Tatiana," he snarls. "I am not in the best of moods."
"My twin brother, Seb," I whisper. He loosens his hold on me immediately.
"What the fuck? How can you tell?"
"Because I know him, and I know his work." I shiver as the maelstrom I felt gathering in the auction house finally hits. It started as a joke between us when we were 16, but his talent... I shake my head in quiet awe. By 18, he was the best forger in the world, but I begged him to stop before I left home. I was afraid he'd get caught.
"You're telling me that some rich kid in Manhattan has the goods to con millions of bucks out of other rich assholes with copycat canvases?"
He runs his hand across his jaw in disgust.
"And you call me the fucking criminal?"
"You're just annoyed that you and your brother didn't think of it first."
"Don't ever mention my brother again."
He backs me up against the wall once more. "The copy is too accurate, Renzo," I say, pushing him away. "The artistry, the arc of the brushstrokes. Seb must have lifted it straight from the original."
"Then get him on the phone right now. Ask him how he got his hands on it. You have exactly 10 minutes before I send a group of soldati to Manhattan to rip his throat out."
"But I..."
"Don't," he thunders. "I know you still speak to him, albeit reluctantly on your part. Turns out I read your fucking portfolio after all."
I hesitate again.
"Has the Russian in there figured it out too?"
"Ivan?" I shake my head. I need to keep him out of this for as long as I can. In Renzo's present mood, he'd end up with a bullet in his skull before the auction even started. I'll deal with him when I speak to Seb. Leaning back against the wall, I try to center my spinning thoughts. Renzo and I have reached another impasse. He told me yesterday that only a fool trusts, but he needs to give me something if we're going to figure this out together. I glance at him and freeze. His loaded expression tells me our frustration is mutual, and it's about to break down into something neither of us seems to be able to control.
"God damn it, Dolcezza."
A beat later, he's coming for me, letting his mouth do a different kind of talking. His kiss is a hot mess of anger and irritation, demanding and unforgiving, but I open up and let him in anyway, because it's mirroring my own emotions.
This day is too fucking unpredictable already.
He spins me around, roughly palming my pussy through my black silk jumpsuit.
And you're turning into a distraction I don't need.
Then make me a distraction that you do. Tipping my head back against his chest, he starts to circle my clit. At the same time, I slam my hands against the brick wall in front of me to brace myself. I can already tell my orgasm will be violent and intense. He doesn't know how to give any other kind.
You want this, Tatiana?
He says huskily, plastering his body against me, never letting up his ruthless touch for a moment.
You want me to make you come so fucking hard your juices stain your clothes, so everyone in that auction house sees what a pretty little whore you are for me?
Yes, I gasp out, not caring who sees us, his dirty words unleashing all my inhibitions.
Wise girl for not wearing a dress. I'd fuck you now if I could.
With his other hand, he curls his fingers around my hair and yanks it backward, locking my head against his shoulder, making my eyes sting with the pain.
I'd fill you up with as much as you can take until your smart mouth forgets her own name.
I can take it all. His fingers increase in pressure and speed.
I'll split you in half. I'm 9 inches, Tatiana, and I like to play rough.
Then put me back together afterwards. He groans as I push back on his erection.
Don't count on it.
Curling my hands into fists, I slide closer and closer to heaven. There's nothing but the feel of him, the heat of him, and then he's yanking my head back even tighter until I can't move a muscle.
Come, he orders. Fucking come on my command.
Moments later, I'm flying apart, my whole body shuddering with relief, my head finally falling forward as he releases his hold on my hair. Sliding his arm around my waist, he keeps me pinned against him until my frantic breathing slows.
Nero,
he murmurs, biting down on my shoulder as the haze starts to clear.
My brother's name was Nero.
I try not to move a muscle.
The atonement ended up in our hands last year. We needed to shift it fast, so my intermediary set up a meeting between Nero and a secret buyer. Next thing I know, the paintings vanished. There's no money or intermediary. My brother's lying dead in a hotel room, and there's a stone-cold trail as to what went down.
There's a note of bitterness in his voice, and a tome's worth of regret as he spins me back around and takes my jaw between his fingers.
This auction has been my first lead in 3 months, Tatiana,
he says, brushing his thumb over my flushed cheek.
And now I discovered that might be bullshit too.
Not necessarily. His eyes narrow.
I'm listening.
Seb came to see me a couple of days ago. I think he was trying to tell me what he'd done, but I threw him out before he confessed. If I'm right, the real painting might still be in his possession. I watch his face cloud over with things that belong in closets in the dead of night. My brother isn't a murderer, Renzo, I whisper, placing my hands over his. I swear, he had nothing to do with your brother's death. My family is several shades past squeaky clean, but promise me you'll speak to him first before your trigger finger starts pointing.
Call him,
he repeats, breaking away and reaching into his pocket for his phone.
Right now.
That's not reassurance, Renzo. That's a different kind of blackmail. Glaring at him, I take the device and dial a number I know by heart, but it goes straight to voicemail. I hand it back to him to listen as proof. What should I do?
Leave a message. Set up a meeting for late this evening. We're flying back to New York the second this auction is over.
I'm so shocked I hang up by accident. You still want to buy the painting? Even when you know it's a fake? There's a pause.
This was never about ownership, Tatiana. This was about getting a front row seat for the auction.
The blood starts rushing in my ears. When the truth starts to drop, it bruises like rubber bullets. You were never going to buy the atonement, were you? You lied too. He shakes his head, his gaze never wavering.
I want the Russian bastard who's overeager to get his hands on it, not the painting itself. I have intel that he'll be there today in some capacity, whether in person or through an intermediary. Either way, it's a fucking trail to follow.
Why didn't you tell me? I whisper.
You didn't need to know. And this doesn't let your brother off the hook. He's still connected with this, and I want his life story autographed in blood.
That's not... Wait. What Russian bastard? I say, finally registering the words, my stomach lurching.
The one who keeps coming at us with his knives and his guns and his shitty blue sedan. It tells me he values his identity more than he does our lives.
He checks his watch.
But we have an advantage. He doesn't know it's a fake.
The fragile connection between us splits and multiplies. Constantine. Is he talking about Constantine? Is he the man who murdered Renzo's brother?
Chapter 14. Renzo. Most family trees grow straight and true. Then there's Tatiana and me, two people whose roots coil into so many knots, removing them would level entire cities. Since the moment I barged into her life, we've tried to strip the bark from each other's branches. We've plucked leaves just to drive the stems under the other's skin, never realizing that our trees are more tangled than we ever imagined. Until now. Unbuttoning my suit jacket, I take a seat beside her, scanning the faces of the bidders as they file through the double doors. The auction room is similar to the one in New York, a large white space filled with rows of expensive gold chairs, the kind you can't buy at Walmart, even with a fistful of coupons. Rich Brits outnumber rich Americans, meaning that most of this crowd have their noses up in the air and sticks up their asses. Next to me, Tatiana is wound tight like a coiled spring. She's pissed that I made her sit at the back instead of in her usual place in front of the auctioneer. But there's something else as well. Something beneath the fading scent of sex and desire. Something that reminds me of pennies and molasses.
Tell me again why we're nowhere near the triangle of influence, she hisses. People are looking at me strangely. They know my tactics. From this vantage point, it would take a telescope for the auctioneer to see me.
We're not here to admire the artwork. We're here to observe.
And if this Russian sends an agent?
Whoever buys that fucking thing is going to be marked, followed, and then taken apart slowly until I get the answers I want.
You mean tortured?
That's a polite way of putting it. There's a pause.
Are you analyzing everyone who walks into the room?
Every face, every gesture, every breath. Then to remind her what's at stake, I add, for your brother's sake, you'd better hope this Russian and his crew are as uncultured as I am. Another uncomfortable stretch of silence passes between us. Then another. Then another. Tatiana keeps shifting in her seat, her long, slender fingers brushing over her thigh, repeatedly smoothing out invisible wrinkles on her jumpsuit, looking about as far from being an ice empress as I do. I try to focus my attention on the doorway, but I find my gaze wandering back to her constantly. 12 hours ago, I would have inhaled her anxiety like oxygen, letting it fuel the darkest places of my sinner's soul. 12 hours ago, Tatiana Sanders was nothing more than a Bratva-branded pathway to vengeance. How things change. She's more than an ambitious woman with a tantalizing body now. She's a victim, with deeper scars than the ones marking her flawless skin. She has a daughter. I never saw that one coming. Just like Nero has been my driving force for the past few months, Anastasia has been at the forefront of her every decision. She's been her motivation, her reason for breathing. The agony of their separation cuts grooves into every move she makes. I don't know what forced them apart, but I intend to find out. My attention shifts toward a balding man in a navy blue Seville Row suit. I watch him nod in recognition at a stone-faced woman sitting a couple rows in front of us before taking the empty seat beside her. Without taking my eyes off him, I place my hand over Tatiana's to still her fidgeting. Careful. A tell is a dangerous weapon. Her fingers curl beneath my palm, as if to push me away, and then she's dragging her hand out from under mine and crossing her legs away from me. Now she has my full attention. Regret is a useless emotion, I murmur.
What's that supposed to mean?
Less than an hour ago, you had a very different reaction to my touch. Grabbing her hand again, I turn it over and press the pad of my thumb to the black ink staining her wrist. You begged for it, Dolcezza. Protesting now is a waste of energy. We both know you want more. Those proud lips press in a thin line. Tell me, did you cross your legs just now to hide your uneasiness, or to hide the fact you're still wet for me?
Renzo?
As if drawn by an invisible tether, she leans in closer, her long, dark lashes fluttering a few times before a crackle from the podium has her spine snapping straight as an arrow.
It's starting,
she whispers. How many lots until ours?
Not many.
As the auctioneer begins to speak, everything, including Tatiana's presence, fades to black. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for, ever since I walked into a hotel room in Atlantic City and found my brother lying in a pool of his own blood. Nero's killer is close. I can feel it.
Up first, we have an exquisite...
The rest of the auctioneer's overinflated description becomes a stream of white noise as heads turn to watch some hideous portrait I couldn't give two fucks about being carried to the stage. There's an opening bid, then a counter, then another. I study the men's steady chin dips and slight paddle lifts, the polite warring. It's like watching a tennis ball being tossed back and forth over the net instead of driven by a hard backhand, the only kind I know how to serve. 5 lots down already. My patience starts to slip, along with my composure. With each bid, my fists clench, and my blood pressure kicks up higher. Go faster. I cast my eye around the room again, seeing nothing but an ocean of easy money and steady bullshit. Where are you, you asshole? Dragging my hand across my face, the feel of clean-shaven skin is a stark reminder of just how out of my current element I am. Of how that question mark etched on Nero's grave continues to burn brighter and brighter. I feel Tatiana stiffen beside me as a revered hush settles over the room. Glancing between my spread fingers, I watch as the auctioneer nods to his left.
Up next is our final lot of the day, the Atonement, a stunning example of New York abstract expressionism from the 20th century, circa 1952. A delightful burst of multi-tonal two-color spontaneity.
The room becomes a vortex of activity. My gaze snaps to where 2 men in white gloves are carrying the huge painting.
Reserve bid of $5 million.
The auctioneer catches the eye of a figure at the front.
Can I hear 5-1?
There's a faint nod a few rows in front of us from the man in the Seville Row suit. I stare at his profile, dissecting his features.
It's not him,
Tatiana whispers, my focus jarred by the scent of sweet perfume and pussy as she leans in again, her shoulder brushing mine.
Only a novice bids first.
Tilting her chin, she arches an eyebrow at me. She's referring to the New York auction, when I opened the bid for the portrait, the one I bought just to fuck with her. I remember watching both shock and loathing bloom across her face as she glared back at me. I remember my cock aching because of it. Later that night, she'd called me a classless savage. If only she'd known how prophetic those words actually were. She does now.
He'll tap out quickly,
she continues, drawing my attention back to those hypnotic jade eyes.
A man with the knowledge to bid on stolen art would have a much better game plan.
Years of instinct tells me to question her motives, but this is why I forced her to help me. Besides, it's in her best interest to point the finger now, not deflect it. As we're whispering, a bidding war has erupted between the man and some old lady who looks like an extra from Downton fucking Abbey. I tune out the back and forth as Vasily's tip spins through my head. Where's the Russian? Where's the black market buyer he insisted was coming to London specifically for the atonement? If he's lied to me again, I'll cut his dick off and make him choke on it. The older lady keeps her paddle in her lap for the next round, the disappointment on her face letting me know the score. When I glance back at Tatiana, I can see she's shaking. What the fuck is up with her? The auctioneer scans the crowd.
Do I hear 7 million?
There's a beat of undiluted silence before her pale hand slides off her thigh, wraps around the paddle on her lap, and lifts it high, breaking all her own auction etiquette rules in the process.
7 million,
she confirms, her voice breathless and hesitant, but clear as fucking day. Gasps ripple through the crowd. What the hell are you doing? I snarl, yanking her arm down, but it's too late. Tatiana dips her chin, refusing to look at me.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry? That's all she has to say after screwing up my plans? The auctioneer snaps to attention.
Do I hear 7-1?
There's no more movement in the room, except from my fist that's inching towards the gun in my holster.
7 million going once, going twice.
You said it was a fake. My fingers close around familiar cold steel. This auction house is about to become a fucking slaughterhouse unless she explains herself.
It is, but I need you to trust me, Renzo. I know you refuse to trust anybody, but I'm begging you to, for my daughter's sake.
Sold!
The auctioneer's gavel comes crashing down like a guillotine. The auction is over, and so is this charade. Grabbing her arm, I haul her to her feet. Whatever game she's playing just took a very dangerous turn. There are 1,000 emotions surging through me right now, and not one of them is benevolence.
Wait,
she pleads, digging her heels into the marble floor as I drag her toward the end of the row. Not a chance. I'm getting us out of here before I make my classless savage behavior in New York look like a goddamn English tea party. She pulls back, her fingers grabbing onto a chair for purchase.
Renzo, I can't leave. I have to sign the paperwork first.
Sign it later.
I can't.
There's a thick layer of panic in her voice as she fights to free herself. People are starting to stare. The Brits have clearly never seen an American mobster lose all his fucks to give before.
You don't understand. The way these things...
The protest dies on her lips as her gaze settles over my shoulder. Her reaction has me spinning round, following her line of sight to the other side of the room. But it's the man in the slate-gray suit staring at us who sends my black walls shooting up. His dirty blonde hair has been dyed brown since we last met. A matching beard hides the scars on his face, but there's no mistaking those fucking eyes. They're the same ones that looked into mine as he assured me he had a buyer willing to pay double Nero's asking price for the atonement. A private investor, he'd called him. A man of great wealth whose privacy required my brother to meet with him alone. As our gazes collide, a slow smile stretches across his face, and 3 truths swing like a wrecking ball to the chest. Vasily lied to me, again. Oleg is alive, and Tatiana is so deep in all this shit, she's sinking faster than all of us. Releasing her arm, I shove my way through the waning crowds, my hand diving inside my suit jacket for my gun as my bloodlust temporarily overpowers my need for answers. Somewhere on the other side of the black walls, I hear her call my name, but the man she wants is no longer in control. Slicing a path through the high heels and suits is like trying to thread a needle with a shoestring. I'm losing ground already. Keeping my eyes peeled for glimpses of slate gray, I force my way to the lobby, the distance between us widening further as he exits the front entrance. Once my feet hit the sidewalk, he's 20 feet ahead of me in a full-out sprint. Leaving everything behind, I chase after him, pedestrians scattering like toppled bowling pins. "Get the fuck out of my way!" I yell. Once I've narrowed the gap to 10 feet, I stop and aim my gun at his shoulder, only to have another dark blue sedan cut across my view line and slam on its brakes. Before I can fire a clean shot, the rear driver's side door swings open and Oleg dives inside. The door doesn't even fully close before the driver floors it, blowing through an intersection and sending 2 cars careening into oncoming traffic.
Renzo!
Frantic footsteps come to a messy stop behind me. Not trusting myself to speak, I shove my gun back into its holster and resume my grip on Tatiana's arm. This time she doesn't resist as I lead her back to the parking deck, doubling her steps to keep up with mine until we reach my car as sirens fill the air. Circling us around to the passenger side, I fling the door open. She climbs in without protest, clutching her hands together as I slam it shut behind her. Only when I'm settled behind the wheel does she try to talk again.
"That man you ran after?"
"What about him?" I grit out. She hesitates. I hear her voice begging me to trust her right before the auctioneer's gavel fell. Hard pass, sweetheart, but I'm intrigued enough to see where you're going with it. "What the hell are you involved in, Tatiana?" She flinches, the fear in her eyes diluting some of my anger.
"Just tell me who that man is first."
"Oleg Belov." I drag a hand through my hair and grimace. His brother, Vasily, is the manager of Peshera, a Bratva-owned underground fight club in New York. He was the one who told me about the auction. About you. We hold each other's gaze. Vasily also told me the guy I just chased down the street in Mayfair was 6 feet under, so I guess he's a fucking liar as well as the walking dead.
"Belov? Are you sure?"
I glare at her. She stills. I go for the jugular. "You lied to me as well, Dolcezza. You know that name. I can see it in your face. So I'm going to ask you one more time, real nicely." She blows out a wary breath.
"You're right, I do. But I've never seen him before today, I swear. It was the way he looked at me. It was just so reminiscent."
She glances away, her fingers straying towards the silver locket she always wears around her neck. I don't need to open it to know what's inside. My mother hangs her love for her kids around her neck, too. Reminiscent of what? But I've guessed the answer already. Anastasia's father. She knows I know. Her confirmation is more a show than a tell. The atmosphere in the car switches and the temperature drops. I can sense her despair, her confusion, the horror entrenched so deep inside her it's become a living, breathing thing. You're afraid of him, I state, knowing we're nearing the quicksand.
I have every cause to be.
Her fingers closed tightly around the locket.
He took my daughter away from me when she was just 5 days old.
Jesus. Talk to me. Trust me, even when I'm not capable of it myself. As the seconds tick by, I start to wonder if this is one wall that can't be scaled. And then she finally closes her eyes in defeat.
He owns me, Renzo. From the moment we met, from the first time he...
She falters, and my fists clench.
He told me it was out of revenge for what my family had done to his in the past, how we were all going to pay for my grandfather's sins.
She pins me with a haunted stare.
He made me leave school. He forced me to turn my back on my family. When I became pregnant, he insisted I have the baby in Moscow, and then he took her away from me.
She stops, twisting her lower lip between her teeth. I wait patiently, impatiently. This confession is 5 years in the making. It's a dying ember that needs encouraging, but there's not enough Hail Marys in the fucking world to save the man who did this to her. Give me his name, Tatiana. Just give me his name.
He said he'd harm her if I didn't do what he said, and then he sent me back to New York without her. I needed to pay him $1 million a year, otherwise we'd both end up dead.
Your father, Dolcezza, I grit out, struggling to comprehend the shitstorm she's had to deal with. He's one of the most dangerous men in the world.
Shame has its own set of prison bars.
She cuts me off sharply.
And Constantine made damn sure he built them out of steel. He made me do things.
She glances away again.
Look, I don't expect you to understand. There's never a logic when you're a kid yourself and desperate. I thought about telling Seb last year. I was so close to cracking. But Constantine is always one step ahead of me. He sent me a picture of Anastasia with both her legs in casts. He'd broken them himself to punish me.
She catches a sob in her hand. Constantine. I have a new kill target now, and he's vying for the top spot.
I think he's the Russian you're looking for, Renzo. I think we're more connected than you think.
The world stops spinning. The roots of our family trees are twisting together again. It's blood and bone. It's heartache and sacrifice. It's too fucking easy. Throwing random names out to save your brother's neck doesn't fly.
Who do you think told me to buy the painting?
She says, looking hurt. I pause. So, where is he?
I don't know,
she admits with a sigh.
He moves around constantly. He keeps Anastasia trapped in Russia, but he has businesses and houses everywhere.
Bratva? Another one of Vasili's lies.
Yes.
What makes you so sure it's him?
Because I know how much he wanted the painting. He had another agent lined up to make the purchase, but he replaced him with me just to piss you off. He knows who you are, Renzo.
And? I say, hearing the cliffhanger in her voice.
And his last name is Belov,
she finishes quietly.
Konstantin Belov.
Well, isn't this day full of fucking surprises? Before I know it, I'm climbing out of the car and driving my fist into the front hood again and again until my blood stains the paintwork. Fuck! I feel her pain like it's my own. Fuck! 3 brothers. There were 3 fucking brothers all along. Fuck! Reeling backwards, I flex my aching hand as I weigh that last revelation and find it measured in betrayal. They're not working as a family unit. They're all driving knives into each other's backs. Vasily lied about Oleg's whereabouts in New York, then led me right to him, because that's what black sheep of families do. He was the wind that set the sails of my brother's execution in motion. Oleg created the storm that raged across the Atlantic, bringing the painting to London. But there's no doubt in my mind that it was Constantine who orchestrated the entire voyage. But why? Swinging back into the car, I slammed the door shut. All the while I can sense her watching me like a rabbit would a hungry lion. "What else?" I demand harshly.
Your hand.
"Fuck my hand. Give me something more." "Anything." After a beat, she reaches into her purse for her phone.
Constantine switches up his burners frequently. I can give you the last number he used, but I need you to promise me something first.
She hesitates again.
Listen, I know you don't owe me a thing, but you're the only person I can ask. The only person I trust to make it right.
There's that fucking word again.
Please, help me get Anastasia back, Renzo. I'll tell you everything I know. I'll hold nothing back. I'll do anything to hold my daughter again, to make her safe.
Something about her impassioned plea seeps into my skin, filtering through to a part of me I thought was dead and buried a long time ago. "Tatiana." Leaning over, I palmed the back of her neck, bringing our heads together, my decision a foregone conclusion already. "When I get my hands on Konstantin Belov, you'll have your daughter back the next day. I fucking swear it." I watched the emotion flitting across her face at the prospect of her nightmare ending. It makes me want to destroy the fucking earth to make it happen. "No more ice," I murmur. "From now on, if you're honest with me, I'll be honest with you."
I turned myself into that woman to keep everyone out.
Her eyelids flutter shut.
To keep what's left of me hidden and protected. For so long I wasn't allowed choice, power.
But you are now. My grip tightens. "Do you want to taste them, Dolcezza? I can give you that right now." Confusion blankets her face, but I'm determined to address some of the wrongs she suffered. "Remember when you held a blade to my throat this morning?"
Renzo.
My name catches in her throat as I move my hand to the slender curve of her neck, pausing to feel her pulse dance against my skin before sliding my thumb across the underside of her chin. "Who held the power in that moment, Tatiana? You, for wielding the blade, or me for surrendering to it?"
I could have killed you.
"Not if I'd killed you first." There's a flash of caution in her eyes before it's swallowed up by intrigue. It's a rush to taunt death. The space between us disappears as I shift forward to press my palms against the window, caging her into the passenger seat and forcing her spine against the door. At any moment you could have slit my throat, but even in your hand, I controlled every stroke of that razor. I watch her gaze fall from my eyes to my mouth. So I'm asking, do you want that same power now? Do you want to touch it? To fuck it?
Yes,
comes an almost lyrical response. Without breaking eye contact, I reach one hand inside my jacket and pull my gun from its holster. Curling my finger around the trigger, I trace the cold steel of the muzzle around the contours of her mouth. Then wrap your lips around my gun and suck. She blinks, her sleepy gaze snapping back to mine in shock. "All I have is an offer," I murmur. It rests in your hands to accept, reject, or counter. It's your choice. Control the fear, or let it control you.
Renzo.
Show me what's behind the ice, Empress. After a beat, she parts her lips and swirls her pink tongue tentatively around the muzzle. With that small concession, my dick swells, pulsing with need, as she grows bolder, wrapping her delicate mouth around my fucking gun and sliding it up and down the barrel, leaving the metal wet and glistening. The more I watch, the deeper she takes it. That's right, Dolcezza. Harder. I'm sucking in air through my teeth as her tortured moan hits me straight in the balls. Christ! Tearing at my belt and zipper, I take a vicious hold of my cock, pumping from root to tip as even more of my gun slides in. I imagine it sliding into her pussy, filling her up, stretching her in all the right places in preparation for her taking every inch of me. Soon I've choreographed a furious tempo, fucking my hand as my gun fucks her mouth. I can feel it building already. The pressure, the intensity, the power. I tip my head back and grit my teeth, feeling that familiar rush at the base of my spine. But right before the pleasure hits, she pushes the gun away and drops her head to my lap. My fist releases as she takes me into her mouth, my fingers twisting around her hair. Hot, wet, mine. The moment I hit the back of her throat, I explode, snarling out her name as my hot cum covers her tongue. Holy fuck. Afterward, she settles back in her seat, appraising me with those watchful, wary eyes again. You didn't have to do that, I say roughly.
I didn't have to do any of it.
She offers me a shy smile that I can't stop staring at.
Wasn't that the point?
Returning my gun to its holster, I thread my fingers through her hair again and slam my mouth against hers, tasting myself, tasting her, tasting violence, tasting whatever the fuck it is we make together. The kiss isn't gentle, but she opens for me instantly, accepting its brutality and demanding more, always more. Because that's what happens when fire and ice collide. Chapter 15. Renzo. Tatiana and I ride back to the hotel in silence. Now that we've expelled some of this near-constant sexual tension between us, my head is finally clear enough to think 4 steps ahead instead of spinning around in circles. Besides, words are a confusion that neither of us need right now. We're 2 people who have lived most of our adult lives in solitude. It's going to take us a while to process this sudden shift in our dynamic. 4 days ago, I showed up on her doorstep with the sole purpose of using her. Now, I'll kill any man who endeavors to do the same. Especially Konstantin Belov. We're less than 50 feet away from the hotel when my phone vibrates with an incoming text message. I slide it out of my pocket and hold it low. 36 hours. I clench my jaw so hard the muscles in my neck strain. The update from my father is unnecessary. I know how much time is left on the clock, and it's not on my side. I have every intention of claiming my rightful position as underboss, but I refuse to leave London without cutting off the head of at least one Russian snake. Ignoring the warning, I darken the screen and tuck my phone back in my pocket. I'll deal with him later. Keeping my focus on the present, I pull the car into a space in front of the hotel. When she realizes I'm not unclipping my seatbelt, Tatiana stiffens.
You're not coming?
The concern in her voice gnaws at something inside. I've never needed anyone before. I've never been needed before. I still can't decide if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I have a few business matters that need my attention before we—
Where are you going?
She demands, cutting me off. To see how deeply twisted this Russian fraternal rivalry runs. I grip the steering wheel, treading in unfamiliar waters when I answer with dry candor. Ghost hunting. The Renzo from 2 days ago wouldn't have offered that level of truth. He would have held his cards close and suspicions high. But I know the secrets she's trusted me with have left her raw and exposed. To keep her in the dark now would make me nothing more than another scar. She sucks in a sharp breath.
You're chasing Oleg Belov.
I nod, the image of his shitty gray suit and smirk flashing through my mind. He's the one who can lead us to Konstantin. An associate was already looking into local connections with Oleg and Vasily.
An associate,
she repeats slowly, holding my stare.
You mean the red-haired man who came to the hotel earlier? The one you called to clean?
Her voice catches at the mention of last night's attack, a stark reminder of what's at stake. His name is Killian Davies. He works for Frankie Lastra, who owns this city. He's a longtime ally of the Marchesi family.
Do you trust him?
I don't trust anyone, Dolcezza. You know that. She smiles slightly.
I'm starting to see there are levels within levels of that statement, Renzo. No one gets by in life without putting their faith in someone.
You did.
I changed.
She holds my gaze again.
I took a step into the unknown.
I consider her words, letting them sink in as deep as her plea did earlier. I trust that Killian's loyalty to my family benefits him more than betrayal. It's not the answer she wanted. I could tell by the vertical line sinking between her eyes. The one I warned gave away all her secrets. Didn't you pay attention when I taught you the first rule of survival, Dolcezza? Bullets always come from the friendliest face.
You told me to trust no one,
she recalls, with an even deeper frown.
Especially you.
Addendum, I say, cupping her cheek. Trust only me. And you don't leave that fucking hotel suite for a second. You hear me?
So there are levels?
Sliding my thumb under the delicate curve of her jaw, I tip her chin up to meet my gaze. Believe me when I say I'm not your savior, Tatiana. But I swear on my brother's grave, I'll be the sinner who crawls his way back from hell to find your daughter.
I believe you,
she whispers, the weight of her words swinging a sledgehammer at the center of my chest. No one has ever put such blind trust in me, and I won't let her down. There's a third variable in this Russian equation now. I need to piece together a new timeline, one that explains why 3 brothers would join forces only to turn on each other. And then I'll make them all bleed, starting with Oleg Belov. I won't be long, I tell her, forcing myself to drop my hand. The scent of what we did still lingers inside the car, and I need another hit of it. But I have to deny myself. I know damn well it won't stop there. Make sure you're packed and ready to go in 2 hours. The jet is waiting on standby. She lingers with her hand on the door, as reluctant to leave as I am of letting her go, before giving me a tight nod and exiting the car. As her high heels hit the asphalt, I call out to her through the open window. And Dolcezza! She cocks her chin over her shoulder. Give your twin a courtesy call. The minute we land, we're crossing the Hudson. This ends tomorrow, for both of us. Te lo prometto. I promise you. They're the same 3 words I whispered over Nero's casket. I'll honor them with my dying breath. Killian's Balam flat is as contradictory as he is. For a man who trades in bullets and blood, His home is an interior decorator's wet dream, complete with bright showroom decor and flashy floor-to-ceiling windows. It's the complete antithesis of my style, but then again, I've always preferred my accommodations to match my mood. Dark, closed off, and unstable. Killian hands me a glass of Macallan and a sandwich, digesting my recount of the morning's events before settling in a yellow wingback directly across from me.
"Ah, what a tangled web we weave,"
he muses. "I'm not interested in dramatic aphorisms," I counter dryly. "I want Oleg Belov's location along with an explanation for your silence. I asked for this information fucking hours ago." Holding his gaze, I arch an eyebrow across the coffee table. "After all the blood we've spilled across this city, you should know I don't ask for shit twice." Chuckling, he spreads his arms out wide.
"Yet here you are."
Pompous bastard. When I slam my drink onto the glass table, he leans forward, exhaling roughly while bracing his forearms on his thighs, his drink still cradled in his hands.
"I warned you not to get involved in Bradford dealings, mate."
"It's a little too late for warnings, mate," I hit back. "I became involved the moment one shot my brother, while two more called to play from the sidelines. Now either you're with me or you're against me." To emphasize how fucking serious I am, I flick the edge of my suit jacket back to reveal the gun still tucked inside its holster. "What'll it be?" He doesn't flinch.
"Are you questioning my loyalty?"
"Are you giving me a reason to?" There are a few tense moments where I steel myself for the possibility I may have to put a bullet in the closest thing I have to a friend before Killian finally lowers his glass.
"Oleg Belov owns an underground fight club in Brixton called Boynia."
The irony of the translation isn't lost on me. Slaughterhouse, huh? How unimaginative of him. Ignoring the quip, Killian continues.
"It's London's equivalent of Peshawar. Just like in New York, there's a gentleman's club 4 floors above where all Belov's dirty money is sent through a rinse and spin cycle. But the basement is where you'll find him. It's where he conducts all his business."
I rise from the leather couch, a countdown clock ticking in my head. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. However, as I round the glass table, Killian steps in front of me.
"Your father called me after all the motorway shit went down."
The clock in my head stalls. How the fuck does he know about that? Whiskey soaks the sleeves of my suit as I jerk the glass out of his hand.
"He doesn't. He knows you. The man's your father, Renzo. Once he realized you'd taken the jet, tracking your coordinates wasn't that difficult."
I stiffen. The call was a test. "So you gave him a transcontinental blowjob and sold me out?" Killian's expression darkens.
"He knew you were chasing Nero's killer, and that you'd enlist my help. I've always had your back, Renzo. But when Gianni Marchesi makes a demand, you don't backflip down the chain of command."
Son of a bitch. Drawing my arm back, I hurled the glass over his head, watching as it smashes against the wall, sending dark amber whiskey trailing down the white paint.
"He needs your head back in the game, mate. There's more going on here than you realize."
Blowing out a frustrated breath, he turns back around, his gaze narrowing as I dive my hand inside my jacket. He rushes to react, but it's too late. I already have my gun pulled, and the muzzle shoved against his forehead. "Then enlighten me." Killian's stare never wavers as he digs in his pocket and retrieves his phone. After pressing a sequence of buttons, he holds it up and shoves the screen in my face. Keeping a watchful eye on him, I glance at the bulleted list with disinterest.
"Your father found an encrypted file on Nero's phone," he explains. "Since he knows I have a talent for extracting the unextractable, he sent it to me."
Knowing his black hat background like I do, I don't bother asking stupid questions. I already know he's cracked it. What did you find?
Names of 10 paintings he'd been chasing down,
He says with a frown.
Atonement being one of them. I've pulled up pictures of most of them.
With utter disregard for the gun pressed against his skull, he glances down, scrolling through his phone until he finds what he's looking for.
Look for yourself.
Keeping my finger on the trigger, I glance down, my heart jackhammering against my ribcage at the image filling the screen. That's a near-identical painting to the one I bought out from under Tatiana at Regency's in New York. He nods, the movement sliding the muzzle up to his hairline.
That makes sense, considering he also had a file on the entire Sanders family.
Shit. There's a bad feeling in my gut, a raw churning that warns me things are about to go really wrong, really fast. What the hell were you up to, Nero? I murmur, lowering the gun.
It goes deeper.
Killian pockets his phone.
Who outside the family knew Nero had pulled you into his side venture?
No one. People assumed we were still at odds, the prince and the fuck-up, sharing only a mutual name and loathing.
Exactly,
he affirms, swinging his index finger at my chest.
You said Vasily came to you saying he'd heard Nero was looking to offload a painting and that his brother, Oleg, had an interested buyer. It's common knowledge that Vasily and Nero had prior dealings, but did Nero ever mention he'd shared your involvement with him?
No.
And who are the only ones with both access to Peshura and knowledge of that painting being in Nero's possession?
My family, but that... I stop. The implication of what he's saying sinking in and taking hold.
You have a traitor, Renzo,
he says with blunt finality.
Your father wants to find Nero's killer as much as you do, but he needs you in a seat of power to do it.
Then why call you? There's a rising tide of resentment brewing inside my chest. Why not tell me this himself? Killian's cool expression lifts slightly.
Would you have listened?
Fuck. No, I wouldn't have. I would have dismissed and cut him off, my own selfish guilt riding shotgun above all else. As much as I want to fire a bullet into the mirror he shoved in front of my face, I can't ignore the reflection. As the countdown clock starts ticking again, the sound of my father's voice rings in my ear, a veiled warning that I ignored. Questions are being asked, and I can't keep making excuses for you. Then don't. I'm done waiting, Renzo. You're my son, but I'm the boss of this family, and I won't have it weakened by a hole in the infrastructure. A hole in the infrastructure. Betrayal. Nero was killed over more than just a painting, I say flatly. He stumbled onto something else. It's not a question. It's a revelation. But amidst all my iron rage and recriminations, I see Tatiana's face. I see her vulnerable and alone in our hotel suite. I hear my own voice offering a vow filled with its own holes. Te lo prometto. Turning toward the man I just pulled the gun on, I do something I've never done in my life. I fucking beg. I need you to get to the Annabelle Park Hotel and watch over Tatiana. Guard her with your life, Killian. I mean it. When he nods in acquiescence, some of the pressure in my chest eases, and I'm striding toward the hallway.
Where the hell are you going?
He calls out after me. I'm halfway out the door when I stop and speak words he won't understand. I'm going to make good on a couple of promises.
Chapter 16. Tatiana. Seb, it's me, Tatiana. Look, call me. I'm in London, but just call me. Hanging up for the third time, I rest my forehead against the hotel suite door. This is the real-life definition of irony right here. It's not all the whimsical opposites and ifs. It's when you have a twin brother who's waited 5 years for you to make contact, and now he won't pick up the damn phone. I pace the room a couple more times before I'm tumbling backward onto the bed, my neat hairstyle turning into a messy, dark halo against the white sheets. My eyelids start to flutter as I count off the seconds until my phone rings. I'm not used to stillness. All this silence is making me think. Up until now, I've forced myself to live at 1,000,000 miles an hour because the faster I run, the more detached I feel from everything. But what if I don't have to do that anymore? What if this man, this terrifying, savage, killer of a man with magic in his hands, really does help me find my daughter? My breath catches at the thought. Hope can be a dangerous thing. There are so many hurdles to cross first, so many wrongs to right. But what if? What if? Drawing my knees up, I brush my fingers along my C-section scar, remembering the one time I wasn't frightened of pain, just exhausted and relieved, with 7 pounds of perfection lying in my arms. She'd looked so much like my father and Seb, with her strange gray eyes and quiet perceptiveness, as if she'd known the hell she was being born into but was going to make it okay for us anyway. My fingers trail upwards, brushing against another scar, this time on my upper arm. I hate thinking about the night I received it, but I can't seem to hold back the memory today. I was 18 years old and 3 months pregnant. Constantine had finally gotten what he wanted, another innocent pawn in a game of chess that started long before I was born. By then, I was a hollow shell of self-loathing, dizzy from the hormones, sick of the constant lies I told to justify my crazy behavior to my parents. Constantine was driving a wedge so great between us, none of us could see the other side anymore. And he had so much ammunition. He'd shown me pictures of my naked and exposed body, ones of Seb buying drugs. He was going to leak it all to the press and destroy my father's career. He was going to beat me until I miscarried. It was almost a relief when he told me he was taking me to Russia. Decision made. No more family to push away. But first I had to make them so disgusted with me they'd be relieved to let me go.
What the fuck are you doing?
My father grabs my wrist and squeezes hard until the knife slips from my fingers. Somehow the blade ricochets off his chest and drags against my arm before it hits the floor. The wound is deep, but nothing cuts deeper than the look on his face. I've witnessed it a handful of times before, but it's never been directed at me. Until now. He's always been a smooth operator with terminal charm. He hides his danger behind an easy smile, and his respect is hard-won. It's one of the reasons why Washington has fallen so easily into the palm of his hand, like a ripe fruit begging to be spoiled. He reserves his other side, the one with the murky past and a room full of sealed police records, for those who hurt his family, and I'm only just getting started. Do you hate me for it? I taunt, fighting back the tears. Does she hate me?
I think you're fucking insane.
Tonight his gray eyes are stony and sharp, ruinous and unforgiving. There was only one clean way to sever the ties between us, but it meant hurting the person he loves just as much as he does his children. Let her go, Rick, comes her soft voice from the doorway. He curses under his breath and drops my wrist. There's nothing he wouldn't do for her.
Can't we just ship her off to Santiago's private island and sink all the boats?
He narrows his eyes at me.
We'll only rescue her when she's outgrown the tantrums and overpriced tiaras.
You paid for them, I retort. You and your dirty money.
You weren't fucking complaining about it when I did, you ungrateful little...
Rick, please, don't. Mom's fingers tighten around the doorframe. If devastation is a mask, she wears it with so much dignity. Even so, her face has no color underneath her makeup, and the corners of her mouth are pinched tight. She's wearing a silver evening dress, but the sequins lost their sparkle the moment she saw what I'd done to her favorite painting tonight. She doesn't scream or judge as she walks toward us. She just kneels next to the jagged strips of canvas that used to be Inés and starts collecting them up. Dad and I stand like statues until she's done. "We need to take you to the hospital," she says. "Your arm is bleeding." "Fuck you!"
"Tatiana,"
my father snarls.
"you're close to eclipsing my record for teenage bullshit behavior, and that's really saying something."
"Why don't you make yourself useful, Daddy, and go buy some new voters?" He spins away and buries his hands into his black hair, muttering more curses under his breath. I think I'm winning. For the first time ever, he's perilously close to losing his shit with me. Good. But never has a word felt so contradictory and so wrong. "I hate you, and I hate her." I turn back to my mother, and then I let it rip. She doesn't deserve my vitriol, but I throw it at her anyway, spewing the worst kinds of things about how she was a bad mother for fucking a bad man like my father, how her adored older sister, who I was named after, would be ashamed of who she'd married. Her first tear is what seals my fate. It catches in the light as it glides over her flawless cheek. I've never seen her cry before, but I know right then and there that I never will again. My father doesn't actually say the words, "Get the hell out of my house," but the air is infused with them, like one of those cheap car air fresheners you buy at the gas station, which overpowers everything. As I go to pass her on my way out, I slap my hand down onto hers, and the strips of canvas go flying. "You always loved that painting more than me. Now you've lost us both." She doesn't answer because she knows it's not true, but my words are my arsenal tonight and sharper than blades. It's only when I go to slam the front door that I realize Inés will never be sad again. I've stolen that emotion from her, the same way I've stolen all the happiness from my mother. The sharp ring of my phone jolts me back to Renzo's suite. When I reach for it, my cheeks are wet with tears. "Seb," I croak, "is that you?" My words are met with the telltale crackle of a long-distance line that has me scrambling up from the bed. "Constantine?" He doesn't reply at first. Instead, I hear soft, sweet laughter in the background, and it pierces my heart like an arrow. "Oh my God. Anastasia? Is that you? Come closer to the phone, baby. I can't hear you." Her laughter stops. There's a man speaking, but I can't make out what he's saying. The next thing I know, my daughter is wailing and crying and clearly terrified out of her mind. I never knew a sound could hurt so much. "Anastasia?" I scream, my own anguish echoing around the hotel suite. "Please, Constantine, don't hurt her." Eventually, I hear a door slam, and my daughter's sobs are replaced by heavy, satisfied breathing.
"Kiska,"
he purrs eventually.
"I think you have some explaining to do."
"I was the winning bid, Constantine. I did exactly what you asked of me."
"And Marchesi?"
"I don't know where he is," I say truthfully. "I'm flying back to New York in the next 2 hours."
"One of my best men is dead, Kiska."
"Punish me all you want because of it, but not our daughter."
"Is that right?"
He sucks on one of his disgusting cigarettes and blows out a wretched breath of it. I can smell it now, like gasoline and victory.
"Your invitation to Moscow has been rescinded. Perhaps I will reconsider when you learn to behave yourself again."
I shut my eyes in horror.
"You disobeyed me."
His purr switches to a snarl.
"I asked you not to speak to your brother, and you called him 3 times in the last hour alone."
"Are you tracking my phone now?"
I am tracking every move you make, Kiska. Never forget that.
You fucking bastard. There's a single emotion stuttering back to life inside me. It's being directed at all he's done to us and for all he's still doing. Why do you want these paintings so much, Constantine? He laughs in surprise. I've never questioned him about anything before because I've been too afraid to.
I like pretty things to look at.
10 paintings in 10 months, all from different time periods with no discernible connection. Why?
Lower your tone, Kiska. I do not expect inquisitiveness from you. I expect obedience. Fly back to New York and await my next instructions.
He hangs up. Silence falls again, but my anger lingers. I catch myself making shadow puppets on the far wall. For too long, I've been that clenched fist, tucked up in a tight ball to protect myself. I want to embody 2 different shapes now, choice and power. Earlier, Renzo showed me that both are within my grasp, but only if I'm brave enough to embrace them. There's another shape I want too. It's called forgiveness. Are you sure I can call long distance with this? The shop assistant drags his gaze from the TV screen above me and fixes me with a bored expression.
Yep, it's a pay-as-you-go, lady.
Great, I'll take it. Can you add £100 credit?
Yup.
His eyes start to stray again. Throwing my MasterCard down on the counter, I bite my nail impatiently as I wait for the card reader to connect and for him to add the credit, and then I'm practically snatching the bag out of his hand. Finding a booth and an empty Costa coffee across the street, I grab an espresso and unpack my new device with trembling fingers. Connecting the charger to the plug socket next to me, I wait for the phone to switch on. The moment the greeting flashes up, I'm tapping in a number I still remember off by heart. A woman answers, all snappy and officious. Senator Sanders' office, how may I direct your call? Is he, available? I stutter, caught off guard by her brisk efficiency. He's in a meeting with the Senate Majority Leader right now, ma'am. Can I take a message? My newfound courage starts flailing in the wind like a ripped flag. No, I glance at the black and white photographs on the wall opposite. They're all of popular Italian holiday destinations, selling a lie about the authenticity of this place as cheaply as it sells its coffee. I pause on the last one. Rome wasn't built in a day. It needed a solid foundation first. Sorry, yes, I correct hastily. Can you please tell him his daughter called? Daughter, I clarify with a wince. There's a shocked pause. Can I have a number for you, please, ma'am? Yes, it's... I grab the side of the box and reel off my new phone's details, adding the international prefix. Did you mean it, Seb? Is he really going to pick up the phone for me after all this time? After all I've done? I hang up, and 10 seconds later it's ringing. 001 code. America. Hello?
Tatiana?
The picture of Rome starts to blur. My father's voice will always be home. That familiar mocking drawl, his open doorway. There's no anger anymore, just a battered kind of love and concern.
Sweetheart, is that you?
Yes, I whisper.
Where are you?
London. There's a rustling on the line, like he's moving somewhere fast.
I'm on my way to the jet right now. I'll be with you in 8 hours. Just tell me where.
It's so instinctive, this parental need to seek and protect. I recognize it in his tone, his actions. If he could teleport himself, he'd sign the waiver in a heartbeat. Like I would, to be reunited with Anastasia. There's no need. I'm flying home in an hour. I was just wondering... The rustling noise stops abruptly. I can tell he's waiting with bated breath for my next words. I was just wondering if I could come to the penthouse. There's something I want to say. After the longest pause, he finally answers, his wicked drawl in full flow.
I guess that would be okay, but only if you're bringing a 1787 Chateau Lafite. Don't bother if it's another vintage. Now, if you really want to fucking apologize, I hear the Chateau Margaux from the same year is exceptional.
I let out a sob of relief.
It's going to be okay, sweetheart.
He reassures, switching back from smooth criminal and politician to concerned father.
Whatever happened, it's never too late to fix it.
Seb, I need to speak to him urgently. Is he...
Fuck knows where he is, but I'll find him. He'll be here. We'll all be here. Mom, too.
Thank God. Hanging up, I reach down to unplug the charger. As I do, a man slides into the booth opposite me. I freeze when I see the flash of metal beneath his black leather jacket. No.
Do not scream,
he says calmly, his voice laced with that same familiar accent I've grown to dread.
Oleg Belov wants all of those to himself.
Who are you? I demand, my voice high and strained. Where's Renzo?
There's a car waiting out front for you, Suka.
He curls his top lip in distaste.
If you ever want to see Marchesi alive again, I suggest we pay my Pajan a visit.
Chapter 17. Renzo. Calling Oleg's choice of business ventures unimaginative was a gross understatement. Boyna looks like someone pressed Control-Alt-Delete on Pressure A, only to reboot it 3,500 miles across the Atlantic. The exterior reeks of the same scarlet and black undertones as the club back in New York. I watch from the shadows as a carbon copy of society's top elite disappear inside the heavily guarded doors to indulge in its sanctioned depravity behind a crystal facade. And just like its New York counterpart, London's most revered gentleman's club is just window dressing for the real carnage lying 4 floors below. Moving around the building, I find a narrow set of stairs hidden behind the overbearing architecture. Unimaginative and predictable. By the time I reach the final landing, my contempt is rabid. In a familiar motion, I deliver 2 firm knocks on the wooden door, standing calm and focused until a light on a square box to the side flickers red. Password. A Russian accent barks through the intercom. Killian didn't provide one, but considering Oleg doesn't seem to have an original thought in his head, I take a risk. Чистилище, I say, reciting the same cliched code Vasily uses for Peshera. The moment the red light turns green, I swing the door open, gun in hand and my finger on the trigger. There'll be no jacket check this time. The slaughterhouse will earn its name tonight. A guard appears in front of me, his mouth rounding for a protest, but a bullet soon silences it. 1 down. Stepping over his lifeless body, I continue toward the main part of the arena, but with every echoing step, my stride slows. It's too quiet. Something's wrong. My hand tightens around the grip of my gun as I take in the empty bleachers and stainless concrete floor. Where the fuck are the spectators? The underground fight club, an illegal ring that runs on bloodlust 7 days a week, is unnaturally empty. There's no overpowering stench of blood and sweat, no sounds of bone crashing against metal. This is no accident. It's a fucking mousetrap. Clap, clap, clap. A tall figure emerges from the shadows, his slow clapping reverberating off the concrete walls. With each step, the shadows recede, revealing a man who's traded his shitty gray suit for the more venue-appropriate attire of jeans and a black button-up. Oleg Belov. The nearer he gets, the harder he claps.
Renzo Marchesi, he says, raking an appraising gaze over me. Congratulations, you have found me. It seems Vasily was wrong. You do have more brains than your brother, which I admit is impressive, since I watched most of it explode against the wall in Atlantic City. My response is to level the barrel of my gun right between his eyes. He doesn't flinch. Not because he doesn't think I won't pull the trigger, but because he knows I came here for answers as well as revenge. Slow night, Oleg? Or is your lack of clientele a byproduct of shitty management? He chuckles at the insult. Bonya is closed.
Glancing over my shoulder, he arches a disinterested eyebrow at his newly deceased guard before settling that smug gaze back on me.
Private fight,
he adds. Enough of this. Cut the shit, I growl. The need to shut him up with a bullet too tempting. We both know why I'm here. You know, since you murdered my brother, skipped town, came back from the dead, then ran away from me like a little bitch. He laughs.
You Italians think you're so smart, when in reality you are nothing but discarded Blatfoot tools.
Dismissing me with the flick of his wrist, he walks toward the cage as if I don't have a loaded gun aimed at him. You sure about that? I say, watching him closely. How do you know I haven't played you? I may not be part of a fucked-up brotherhood with a hard-on for throwing each other under a bus, but I'm good at exploiting delicate situations. I let that sink in before adding, how do you know Constantine didn't send me here? He pauses, his jaw ticking at the mention of his oldest brother's name. Gotcha, fucker.
I see Killian Davies has been talking.
Or maybe you just underestimated me, and I'm just that goddamn smart after all. Let's be honest, you don't have the greatest track record, Oleg. Vasily did sell you out by telling me about the auction. I'm throwing taunts like darts, hoping one hits. I know I've gotten close when his smirk drops to a scowl.
And that traitorous piece of shit is now floating face down in the Hudson because of it.
And your reason for turning on Constantine?
What about you, comrade?
He sneers, ignoring the question.
You handed your brother over to me with nothing more than a few concealed agendas and bullshit art rhetoric. Did you want to be underboss so badly that it simply slipped your mind?
Ruthless bastard. He's goading me, trying to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, my arsenal of intel is well stocked and ready to fire. How long have you been working with the rat in my family?
So many questions, he tuts. But 4 floors down, information comes with a price.
He flashes me a vicious smile.
You should know that better than anyone.
What do you want? He nods toward the empty metal cage.
Fight for it.
You? I let out a hearty laugh. Gladly.
Niet.
After clapping his hands twice, a door opens near the back of the arena, and in walks a genetically engineered tank, his enormous 6-foot fucking 17 frame stopping a few inches behind Oleg.
Bonya's main event, he states nastily. Undefeated in 207 straight fights. His fans call him the Undertaker.
He smirks at the granite-faced man.
For obvious reasons.
Reasons meaning 207 wins equate 207 kills. Not interested.
I will tell you everything you want to know, but first you must earn it. Vasily always bragged that Pesharaz's Widowmaker could beat any Bonya fighter. Let us see if he was right.
Irritated at the turn of events, I swing my gun between them. Or I could just shoot you both right now.
Duh. But then you will never know the truth.
We all make sacrifices. His smile widens.
Funny you should say that.
Once again, the door behind him opens. This time, my fucking heart flatlines as Tatiana stumbles out into the arena, her slender arm engulfed in the guard's tight grip as he shoves her forward. Killian didn't reach her in time. Acting on instinct, I start moving toward her when Oleg shouts something in Russian, and the muzzle of a gun is jabbed into her side. I freeze when I see her face. Let her go. This is between you and me. The Russian Pakan surveys the scene, his mouth curling in distaste. She's not a part of this.
You made her a part of this when you brought her here.
Turning toward Tatiana, he says,
And do not make the mistake of thinking I am not aware of who you bought that painting for, Kiska.
He motions toward the cage.
Fight and win, Marchesi, and I will give you the information you want, as well as the sukkah. But if you lose...
His voice trails off as a slow smile stretches across his face.
You'll die watching my men fuck every hole she has.
If Oleg was expecting a reaction from Tatiana for this, he's shit out of luck. She's stronger than that. She's smarter. Her eyes remain on mine the whole time.
Look at me, Suka, not him.
Losing his temper, Oleg strikes her with the back of his hand. Rage pounds a thick and heavy beat through my veins. He touched her. Those 3 words slide like an avalanche inside my head, gathering speed and strength with each repetition. Lowering my gun, I walk a solemn path toward the metal cage, averting my eyes as Oleg settles Tatiana into one of the 2 metal chairs outside the ring. I toss my gun away to the raspy sound of sliding metal across concrete as I kick off my shoes and rip off my jacket and red tie. Nothing matters but winning. The killing machine climbs in after me, his movements stiff and robotic as he tries to stare me down.
You will die,
he clips in a heavy Russian accent. Not today, motherfucker. It goes against everything I know to attack first, but I can't waste time on strategy when there's a loaded gun being pointed at Tatiana. With an animalistic roar, I throw an overhand punch that lands like a hammer against solid brick. He barely flinches, which pisses me off. Before I have the chance to throw another, the bastard's on me, slamming into my left shoulder until my back is pinned against the cage. Just as his fist pulls back to shatter my nose, I find my opening and drive my knee hard into his gut, quickly followed by a hard kick to the rib cage. The back-and-forth brutality goes on for 10 more minutes, each punch growing bloodier and bloodier. We've taken each other to the mat more times than I can count. By the 20-minute mark, I'm fucking exhausted. Blood is streaming in my eyes, and I'm starting to sway. Then I hear Oleg's vicious words in my ear again. It's that image. The mere threat of any other man hurting her that sends the black walls shooting back up with renewed ferocity. After that, I feel nothing. I see nothing. All I hear is the snap of bone as I throw punch after punch, one word falling from my lips. Mine. 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 Somewhere in the distance I hear the ding-ding-ding of a bell being rung. I blink, my senses returning as my vision clears. I'm on the mat straddling my opponent's unmoving body. The Russian is nothing more than destroyed flesh and broken bones. Climbing to my feet, I stumble out of the metal cage, blood dripping from my clenched fists as I search for the woman I'd fight 100 more to protect. Our gazes collide, her chest rising and falling in time with my own. She knew my savage heart existed before, but I just laid it all out for her, and she's not flinching. It makes me want to kill 1,000 more for her. Oleg slowly rises to his feet, dragging Tatiana with him, his gun still surgically attached to her side. He looks disgusted as he glares through the open doors of the cage at his dead fighter.
"Guards!"
he yells, and 2 more men emerge from the shadows.
"Remove this ублюдок from my sight."
"I want my fucking information, Oleg," I snarl, jabbing a crimson finger in his direction. He smiles.
"I told you, Marchesi, information comes with a price."
I'm calculating my next move when Tatiana's eyes widen and fix on something over my shoulder.
Renzo!
A beat later, hard steel comes crashing down against the back of my skull. The impact knocks me forward and onto my knees. Before I can retaliate, my arms are bound behind my back, and my own damn gun is being rammed against my temple.
"Take them to my office."
The Russian shoves Tatiana into his guard's chest.
"And this time, ensure I do not encounter any further disappointments."
Chapter 18. Renzo. Love breeds sacrifice, which in turn breeds hatred. I don't recall where I first heard this, but it's running on repeat in my head as 4 men drag Tatiana and me through the rear arena door. Love for my family brought me to London, but it's hatred that has me heading down a long, dark hallway in a rush of kicks and curses. So where does Tatiana fit in? Before I have a chance to consider it, we're being shoved into a sparse gray office with spidery cracks across the ceiling that look like bullet hole fragments. I land a couple of well-aimed jabs, but I'm running on fumes. Taking full advantage, Belov's men return a few gut punches that have me spitting curses and blood before they're duct-taping our hands behind our backs, shoving us into 2 chairs and leaving us alone. Once the door slams behind them, I'm twisting violently against the restraints, ignoring the pain and weariness in my arms as I fight to free us from this next layer of hell. Did they hurt you? My mind is spinning out a million scenarios I don't even want to think about. Did they fucking touch you? She shakes her head, her beautiful dark hair, so smooth and refined when I first met her, now framing her face in messy strands. She's in my world now, and I taint everything that's good.
I'm okay, but you...
Her eyes widen as she takes in the state of me.
In that cage, I thought...
You'd be missing out on the money and the painting I owe you? I chuckled darkly. I'm not dead yet, Dolcezza.
I don't give a damn about the money.
I give a damn about you. Maybe I'm delusional after too many blows to the head, but I hear that sentiment in her voice as clear as day. What happened to Killian? That British fuck had better be dead after this. I sent him back to the hotel to keep you safe.
I must have left before he arrived. I know you told me to stay there, but Constantine called.
I stopped fighting against my restraints for a moment. How much does he know?
Nothing, but time's running out.
Her voice catches, her fear palpable. Hey, I say sharply, cutting through her rising panic. We're getting the fuck out of this. Don't go sliding off the incline now.
You're right.
She gathers herself and blows out a shaky breath.
He admitted to tracking my phone, so I left the hotel to buy a new one. I know you told me not to, but I couldn't get a hold of Seb, and I panicked. I wanted to call my father next, but I couldn't do it without Constantine knowing. He'd be too suspicious. He knows we haven't spoken in 5 years.
Her confession knocks me out of my haze and into the mindset I need to be in right now. Full underboss mode. Did the man who took you say anything?
No, but I heard him talking in Russian to another man.
She winces.
He said his pecan was looking forward to seeing your face when you discovered who your whore's master really was.
Her words sink in hard and deep, churning up a glimmer of a possibility. Tatiana, he hasn't figured it out yet. When Belov comes back in here, act like you've told me nothing.
I don't understand.
He still thinks Constantine has hold over you, that you wouldn't dare risk Anastasia's life by telling me about her, or him. I hold her gaze, 4 words resting on my tongue. Do you trust me? After a beat, she nods.
With our lives.
Our lives. Those 2 words mean more than she'll ever know. I failed Nero, but I won't fail her. We're getting the fuck out of here, and then we're getting Anastasia the fuck out of Moscow. Our heads turn in sync toward the door. Heavy footsteps are approaching. Once my hands are free, be ready for anything. And Tatiana, catching hold of her gaze again, I bleed as much truth into her as I can before all hell breaks loose. Just know from this moment on, all the bullshit I say isn't to you, it's for you. The door swings open, and Oleg Belov stands on the threshold, smoking a cigarette like he's just had the best fuck of his life.
I owe you information, Renzo.
Saying nothing, I twist at my restraints again as he walks at a leisurely pace toward his desk. Leaning against the front of it, he considers us coolly as he takes another couple of tokes.
Let's start with the part where Constantine and I cut Vasily out of the Sale of Atonement due to his repetitive threats.
Flicking the cigarette away, trailing smoke over his left shoulder, he picks up a knife from the desk and starts twisting it around his fingers. Is this strictly a fill-in-the-blank story, or are there multiple choices? I drawl. Threats about what?
To expose Miss Sanders and her daughter for a bigger share of the cut.
He flicks his gaze between us as he drops his bomb. Too bad for him, we pulled the pin ourselves. I saw her scar. I already know her secrets.
I had his throat slit for that, and for being such a useless Wiltcher. As much as I enjoyed killing your brother, I did do all the work.
What daughter? I demand, playing along. In response, Tatiana stiffens beside me, her sharp inhale right on cue. Oleg laughs.
I guess she did not tell you that part.
Pushing away from the desk, he stops in front of me, still twisting his fucking knife between his fingers.
I have a niece, Renzo. Your Suka opened her legs for my brother first.
I force a glare at Tatiana and keep my voice as cold as ice. What else have you lied to me about? She stares at me, projecting wide-eyed terror, and I want to fucking worship her for it.
She and the girl are Constantine's dirty little secret, he continues. One that forced him to give me Bonya in exchange for my silence. But Vasily could not be trusted with this information.
Pausing, he turns to Tatiana.
He had, how do you say, loose lips.
He still found a way to blackmail you both, I taunt, maneuvering this self-congratulatory speech back on track. He's so consumed by his own narcissism he doesn't see my hands working behind my back. Almost there.
Not him, Modak,
Oleg smiles, pointing his knife in my face.
I believe you know his accomplice well. Very well, in fact.
I know where this is going. The betraying bastard's name is on the tip of my tongue, but I need the confirmation to spill from his first.
Her machine has many moving parts, Lorenzo.
He leans back on his desk again, his black gaze lingering over Tatiana.
Just as every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Yours and mine started with an alliance between our late grandfathers, until your father allied with the Mexicans.
At the mention of the Carrera cartel,
He spits on the ground. 30 years of business down the drain. That is, until your Uncle Salvatore was persuaded to cross the battle lines. And there's the confirmation. The fucking traitor himself. He took our family's sacred Omerta code of silence and shit all over it. While you and Nero ran your art business, Salvatore and Vasily founded their own partnership. Your uncle tipped off my brother about the atonement, and in return, Vasily promised both Johnny's sons would meet an untimely end.
There never was a buyer, was there, you piece of shit? You set up the meeting yourself. My brother died because of your goddamn family free-for-all. Oleg's mood takes a sharp nosedive.
Your brother died for money.
My wrist finally breaks free.
He died for a group of 10 paintings belonging to one family, Petrov.
As the name slithers from his lips, he turns toward Tatiana.
A name that should sound familiar to you, Kiska. Your mother's side, I believe. Now that story is a lot more interesting.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Did you set me up? I roar at Tatiana.
No, I swear.
Oleg starts laughing again as he slots another cigarette between his lips, tilting his head to light it.
Well, this has been entertaining. I have a plane to catch.
He straightens up with a smirk.
There is still a painting in America that belongs to me. I believe you outbid her for it last week.
This time, Tatiana's shock isn't fabricated. 1. Reaching behind him, he pulls a gun from his waistband, a fucking familiar one, and swings the barrel between us, settling it first on Tatiana. 2.
I think I will start with you, Suka. My own private fuck you to Konstantin's little toy.
3. Lunging out of my chair, I charge at him like a raging bull. Amidst the chaos, he fires off a single shot, the bullet skimming off the tip of my shoulder before I'm slamming him into the wall. A shoulder, a lung, a heart. I don't give a fuck, so long as it's my blood, not hers. As long as I give Nero his justice. I hear Tatiana scream as we fight for the weapon. One moment I have his wrist pinned in the air, the next I'm taking an elbow to the chin, and he's twisted the muzzle between us, his finger curling around the trigger. Hell no. It doesn't end like this. With my last burst of strength, I grab the barrel away from my chest and shove it upward, half a second before he pulls the trigger. A violent spray of blood hits my face, and there's a beat of suspended silence. When I step back, I watch in satisfaction as what's left of the Russian drops to the floor. The bullet entered somewhere under his chin and exited... Well, I'm not sure where the hell it exited. Most of his skull is splattered across the wall. Retrieving my gun, I tuck it back in its holster as a commotion from the main arena announces the impending arrival of the Russian cavalry. Quickly locking the door, I buy us a few extra seconds as I cross back to a shell-shocked Tatiana and slice the tape from her wrists with Oleg's knife. We need to get the hell out of here, and we need to do it now. Grabbing her hand, I drag her out of a side door through a labyrinth of hallways and stairwells until we're spilling out onto Boyna's scarlet, black, and crystal-encrusted main floor, where some blonde teenager is gyrating for survival in front of a group of middle-aged men. She stops dead when she sees us, her tits somewhere near her knees. All heads turn to us, but the patrons don't move. Any security guard stupid enough to block our path is rewarded with a bullet to their chest.
Renzo, I can't run anymore.
I hear her gasping for breath as we explode onto the street. Nearly there, Dolcezza. 2 blocks later, we reach my car. My keys are long gone, but years of Grand Theft Auto as a kid taught me how to hotwire like a pro. In less than 2 minutes, we're on the M1 headed toward the airport, and I'm barking out instructions to my pilot over the speakerphone. There's no time to go back to the hotel, I tell her, hanging up.
Just get me on that plane, Renzo,
she says warily.
I think I'm done with London.
Finally, something we can agree on. I increased the speed to 90. You did well back there.
I didn't have a choice.
Glancing across, I see her finger sliding along the silver chain of her locket again as she stares out of the window.
Where did you learn to fight like that?
School of Hard Knocks. I catch her glancing at me now.
Your shoulder, Renzo.
Hesitant fingers touch my skin a couple of inches above my bicep, where Bullock's lucky shot ripped a hole in my shirt. Needs a few stitches, nothing more. Silence blankets us as I coax the car up to 100.
Thank you,
she says quietly. For what?
For keeping your promise.
Not yet, I murmur, but I'm working on it.
I know you came here for your brother.
I hated him. My stark words carved their dirty truth into my soul. It's not the time for a confessional, but I'm going there anyway. Something about her always seems to force my truth to the surface. I resented him for being my father's favorite, for having the fucking nerve to be born first, for pinning me as the eternal runner-up. I shake my head at how ridiculous it all sounds now. I spent 33 years blaming him for my own failures. Eventually, he gave up on the notion of a ceasefire, and the hate became mutual.
Who started the art venture?
He did. I ease off the pedal when I see a white cop car in the distance. We hadn't spoken in 2 years. Then a few months before his death, he showed up on my doorstep with an offer, a chance to bury the hatchet and join forces. I never wanted it, though. I was happy to keep tossing our mutual hate back and forth while playing the role of loose cannon to his heir apparent.
What changed your mind?
I think of Nero's odd behavior and final plea. There's something going on that's bigger than all this bullshit rivalry between us. I need someone I can trust with me, and blood is stronger than any oath. It's like he knew the end was coming. I grimace at the memory. I can't explain it, Tatiana, but the fucking desperation I saw on his face. Petty jealousy can't stand up to something like that. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip as she takes in all my dirty secrets.
Now that Oleg and Vasily are dead, it's only a matter of time before Constantine knows I've switched sides.
The repercussions of which will hurt the one thing she's fighting for, her daughter's safe return. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. Maybe she's fighting for more now. Maybe we're both done fighting on our own. As we weave in and out of heavy traffic, I replay Oleg's confession in my head. What's been Constantine's motivations throughout all of this? I ask her.
Sadism?
She mutters, clutching at her locket again. Revenge, I counter, gritting my teeth. Whatever went down in the past between your family and his, it meant more to him than it did to his brothers. He never said anything to you about it? She shakes her head.
He threatened and I obeyed. There weren't many words left after that.
I forced myself to focus on the road to keep the black walls from rising. If what Oleg said is true, then Constantine doesn't know the atonement is a fake yet. I glance at her again, watching her mind work to piece together my scattered logic. That's our leverage. She catches on quickly, hope sparking in her face.
Enough to lure him to New York to get his hands on the original?
There's only one way to find out, but we need to speak to our families first. We need to find out if your brother still has the original, or if not, where it is. It's also a time to trap a Marchesi traitor in his own fucking web. I'm finally ready to fight for what's mine. what's always been mine.
Chapter 19. Tatiana. I read a line on a locker room wall once, scrawled in black Sharpie. What's more hazardous for your health, sex and love or sex and danger? Underneath it, around 20 people had offered their opinions, the general consensus being that sex in love was the equivalent of jacking up heroin at the back of the bleachers and getting caught in the act by the principal. Love wasn't an option in high school. It hasn't been an option for me in the years since I left, either. But maybe, in time, that door will swing open again, starting with my family. As soon as the jet touches down at Newark, I'm heading straight to my father's apartment in Manhattan. But first, sex and love or sex and danger? What about sex after danger? As the jet taxis away from London, I think about a time when sex was a weapon Constantine used against me. With Renzo, it's a weapon he's handed back to me. Our kind of sex isn't pretty, and it isn't for the faint of heart. It's a deconstructed religion between two people who don't know how to fuck like everyone else. He gives me choice and power and pushes me beyond my limits to a place where my past can't hurt me. I give him something he craves, an outlet that banishes all his demons. Just then, we hit a small air pocket and the jet lurches, jolting me from my reverie. Taking a sip of water, I force my mind to focus on other things. This is a crazy time to think about sex anyway. I've just been kidnapped. Renzo's just been beaten to a pulp and shot. My black silk jumpsuit is covered in blood that isn't mine. Then again, nothing about the voodoo that happens when we're around each other is normal. I'm fearful for Anastasia, fearful of Constantine's retribution, fearful of what I need to say to my family to fix everything. Things are spinning, and I need for him to center me again. Oblivious of my dilemma, he's slouched in the cream leather chair opposite me, his huge frame taking up most of the space and more. There was a medic waiting for us when we arrived, and his bullet wound was stitched and dressed before takeoff. His face is still a gruesome patchwork of cuts and bruises, but they're mostly superficial. Or so he tells me. The fact that he's been in those kinds of cages before makes me feel sick to my stomach. While I was filling my emptiness with abstract art, he was filling his with senseless violence. Is there a way to make sense of our desolation together? I never expected him to open up about his brother, and it's forged something between us that neither of us could have foreseen. Hate swung to lust and trust so fast, both of us were caught in the crossfire. When the cabin levels out, I unclip my seatbelt and kick my shoes off. As gingerly as I can, I climb astride him, taking care not to knock his wounds. His eyelids flicker open, fixing me with that dark, unrelenting gaze. Is this the in-flight entertainment? Sex and danger, or sex after danger? I ask him, adapting the locker room scrawl for my own situation as I plant soft kisses to the corners of his mouth. Congratulations. You won me, Mr. Marchesi. How would you like to claim your prize? His eyes narrow. Is that a trick question? Which one? I believe I just asked you, too. You were never mine to win. His eyelids flutter shut again. You have the power to choose. Sex and danger, or sex after danger? I repeat softly. This entire trip has been dangerous, Tatiana, which, by your logic, basically means I've had an erection the whole time we've been in London. Want me to do something about it? I circle my hips slowly, feeling him growing rock hard beneath me. I need to hear you say it first. I choose you, I whisper. Louder, he orders. I choose you, I repeat. One more time for the assholes in the cheap seats. His eyes spring open again, and my next words are lost to the warm, unpredictable wilderness of his mouth. I won't go easy on you.
he warns, threading his hands through my hair. I don't do gentle fucks. I don't want gentle. I gasp as his hand drops to my nipple, pinching it viciously. I just want to be with a man who doesn't break me. Oh, I'll break you. He rises to his feet with me, still wrapped in his arms. I'll fucking shatter you. His mouth seeks out mine again, and a frisson of need zips through me. But I'll make you whole again by the time we land. Carrying me through to the small bedroom at the back of the plane, he places me in the middle of the white sheets and follows me down. When I spoke to my father, "Are you trying to make me lose my erection, Dolcezza?" He shifts his hips to press against my clit in punishment. Wait. I trail off with a moan as he does it again, even more sadistically this time. No more talking. Rearing back, he flips me onto my front and starts to unzip my jumpsuit. No more showers, no more alleyways, no more sucking off guns. Just you and me, naked. With you so full of my cum, you're dripping white all over your body and these sheets. Moaning with lust again, I arch my back as he drags the zipper tantalizingly slowly down my spine, before ripping the rest of it away, along with my black bra. When I turn over, he cages me in with his arms and gazes down at me. He's shirtless now, and beneath his scars and bruises, he's a perfect golden canvas, with a dusting of dark hair on his chest, leading down to a hard bulge in the front of his jeans that makes me swallow with difficulty. No more ice, Tatiana, he murmurs. You're too beautiful to have a frozen heart. Now, take your panties off. I do as he says, holding his gaze as the corners of his mouth start to curve. The first time is going to be hard and fast. The first time? I splutter, and his smirk widens as he pulls my legs apart and dips his head. A beat later, I'm arching my back in ecstasy as he wraps his lips around my clit and slides one finger inside me. You're so wet. His voice is ragged, his self-control slipping as he removes his digit to brush my lips with it. I lick his finger clean, tasting exactly how much I want him. Did watching me fight and kill turn you on? Flinging my arms back, I grip the edges of the pillowcase as one finger becomes two. All the while he's sucking and teasing me, telling me all the debased things he's going to do to me, which only makes me want him more. Wait until you watch me fuck your pussy. Now, I rasp, digging my heels into the mattress and rocking my hips into his mouth. With a growl, he climbs back up my body, ripping his jeans down to his thighs. Tossing me further up the bed, he tilts my pelvis to line up with his swollen cock. Oh my God, he's huge. Eyes on me until I say, he snaps. But I'm going to fuck you now, Dolcezza, he says roughly. I'm going to drive every bad thing that has ever happened to you away, because you're mine now. I feel him pushing against me, slipping easily through my slick folds. This is us, Tatiana. You and me. His eyes gleam with need as he slides in even further. Us against the fucking world. With a savage jerk of his hips, he unleashes his base nature, driving in deep and robbing my lungs of air. There's an aching pain, but there's so much pleasure, too. And for the first time in my life, it isn't being stolen from me. Shit. He withdraws a couple of inches and then thrusts back inside me, taking his weight on his elbows as I curl my fingers around his biceps and wrap my legs around his waist. You were made for me, Tatiana. Every damaged part of you fits every damaged part of me. Rising up on his arms until his palms are flush with the mattress, he adds, Watch this. Watch us. Intrigued, I tilt my head, catching a glimpse of him pistoning in and out of my pussy, seeing the moment he makes me full of him, and then feeling it in every nerve. Oh my God, I groan. Perfect, he says,
catching my mouth in a rough kiss as he lowers himself back to his elbows again.
Fucking perfect.
That's when he starts to move, taking me apart piece by piece with his vicious, unrelenting strokes, hitting me so deep I don't know whether to scream or moan. He's right. He doesn't do gentle. He does hard, filthy, and fast, and as the sound of flesh on flesh fills the air, the smell of sex permeates the walls. I can feel my own walls quivering when he pulls out of me with a low hiss. Rolling me over, he drives back inside me again, pinning my body to the mattress, sliding a huge forearm under my neck and locking my head against his shoulder, while his other hand fists my hair, pulling it so tight that it stings at the roots. Panic courses through me when I realize I can't move. I'm totally at his mercy.
Trust me,
he murmurs,
and I'll trust you.
Holding me taut like this, he slams in and out of me so violently I'm gasping for breath. He's making me surrender everything to him. My pain, my loss, my loneliness. And as I'm doing it, I find myself craving more. Renzo! There's no way to moderate the rush of pleasure. It's hitting me like a truck. With a strangled cry, I come so hard my vision explodes into stars and light as my pussy clamps down like a vice around his cock.
Jesus, fuck.
A beat later, he stills with a groan, filling me with his cum like he promised, while slowly rocking his hips in and out, pushing it in even deeper so there's not a single part of me he hasn't marked. Releasing his hold on my hair and removing his arm, he lets my head flop onto the pillow. I'm fighting exhaustion already as he pulls out of me and collapses onto the bed.
Don't shower. Don't shower, Tatiana. That's not a request.
One heavy eyelid flickers open to find him lying on his side, propped up on his hand, watching me. He leans over and presses a kiss to my temple.
I have shit to do when we land. Keep me inside you until we meet again.
I smile sleepily. Possessive. Another kiss.
Mine.
He sweeps a warm palm down the length of my spine before tucking the sheets around me.
Where's your phone?
My purse, I mumble. I must have fallen asleep after that. When I open my eyes, he's sitting up next to me in his jeans, the top button still undone, scrolling through my phone.
Which number is Belov's? I can get Killian to trace it.
I'm fully awake now. Do you really think so?
If anyone can.
I sit up to show him, and he catches me wincing.
Wait.
Swinging his legs off the bed, he walks into the small ensuite and returns with a damp towel.
Open your legs,
he orders, whipping the sheets away. So soon? I ask nervously. Flicking me a wicked smirk, he leans over the bed and presses the damp towel to my aching pussy. The soothing effect has me rasping out a grateful breath. But I thought you said no washing.
This is the one exception. Did I hurt you?
I shake my head. You made it all go away. He opens his mouth to say something else when my phone starts vibrating in my hand. I glance down at it and stop breathing.
Who is it?
He must have seen the answer on my face because he's swiping it away from my fingers. Renzo, no. I try to take it back, but he holds it out of reach. You don't know him like I do. Let me take it. I have to make him believe I'm still his toy. We haven't figured out a definitive plan yet. We need to speak to Seb first. He glares at me, but he knows I'm right. No matter how much he wants to tear this man apart, there's still Anastasia's innocence to consider. I catch the call before it rings out.
Kiska.
His silky smooth voice hits the back of my throat like his shitty cigarette smoke used to.
What took you so long?
What do you want, Constantine? I say dully. I'm on my way back to New York as requested.
I had some favorable news. I have decided to reconsider my position over Anastasia. I am coming to New York shortly for business, and I am bringing her too.
She's going to be in America? My baby's coming home. But as always with Constantine, there's a sting in the tail of every supposed gift.
There is an American man who has expressed an interest in acquiring her, he adds viciously. $3 million. He had hoped to adopt in his country, but unfortunately he has a questionable police record when it comes to children.
He knows. This is my punishment for siding with Renzo. She's my daughter, Constantine, I say numbly. You can't do that. I won't. I thought he was cruel before, but this? In front of me, Renzo was pacing the bedroom like a tiger waiting for his time to kill. Seeing the devastation sweep across my face, he snatches the device out of my hand and switches it to speakerphone.
I am not a complete monster, Kiska.
We hear him chuckle.
I will give you a few minutes to say goodbye to her first.
Renzo flicks me a look.
Trust me.
My breath catches, and then I nod.
Are you a businessman, Belov?
He asks calmly. His question is met with stony silence. Eventually, Constantine's shock at hearing Renzo's voice dissipates into mocking laughter.
Mr. Marchesi, the family fuck-up himself. You made my brother a lot of money fighting in his cage, Widowmaker.
There are connotations to that nickname I can't think about right now.
I've decided to try new streams of revenue,
he says coldly, freezing out the last of Constantine's mirth.
Oleg didn't take too kindly to my resignation, so I wrote it in his blood on his office wall. He was a greedy fool, him and Vasily. They never understood what was truly at stake, which is, you are a fool too for aligning yourself with Marchesi, Tatiana, he calls out to me. Now you will never see your daughter again. Then you'll never see the atonement again,
says Renzo swiftly, staring straight at me, rebranding his promise with his penetrating gaze.
Trust me. Considering you've been busting balls all over London to get your hands on it, I'm guessing it might mean something to you. I believe you are confused with how an auction works, Mr. Marchesi, he says smoothly. I won. You lost. Payment has already been settled, and the painting will be in my possession within 24 hours. Which version?
There's a pause.
What do you mean?
He snarls, ripping his cool pretense to shreds.
I heard a nasty rumor about a forgery. Mudach,
he roars.
This is bullshit, Tatiana. Did you know about this?
His rage is so great it's distorting the phone's speaker.
You have no idea what you have done.
But I do, because every bruise you've given me, every cruelty you've dealt me has left a mark on my soul. I can't do this. I can't lose my daughter. I sink down on the edge of the bed as Renzo drops to his knees in front of me, still holding the phone. Taking my jaw between his fingers, he forces me to look at him.
Trust me. If you lay one finger on that girl, Belov,
his voice is like a razor blade, slashing clean with the threat and oozing consequences.
I will personally set fire to the original myself. So, I ask again, are you a fucking businessman? Do you want this goddamn painting or not? Because I have a deal for you. In 3 days' time, we're making a trade. The real atonement for Anastasia. There's a warehouse near Elizabeth Marine Terminal in Newark.
I shake my head at him frantically. We don't even know for sure if Seb has the original.
And walk myself right into a Carrera Marchesi ambush? Constantine scoffs. I am no fool. I know who owns the dockyards. I will make the details of this Trade. Then I'll await your call, and Belov, for every hurt you deliver Anastasia between now and then, I will take my retribution out on that fucking canvas. Are we clear? Go fuck yourself, Modach.
The second he hangs up, I let out a tortured breath.
Tatiana, listen to me.
Chucking my phone across the bed, he takes my face between my hands again.
Belov has no idea of the war that's coming to him. We've been fighting our battles on our own for so long, Dolcezza, but this time, we're fighting together. We're stronger together.
He smears my tears across my cheeks with his thumbs, and I find myself daring to believe him. When he crashes his mouth down onto mine, I find myself daring to believe in a future. Chapter 20. Tatiana. They say time can be measured in steps as well as passages. For me, it's the 3 polished granite ones leading up to my family's apartment block on 57th Street. I take the first step, and I'm 18 again, wearing too much makeup and drunk on the promise of fun, eager to Instagram my memories, just so I can boast about how perfect my so-called life is. The next step sees the lie come crashing down. It's the night I ruined the painting Inés and turned my self-loathing into parental relationship ruin. I missed this one in my haste to escape and went tumbling to my knees on the sidewalk. The third step is my favorite. It's the here and now. It's the one that finally brings me back. From outward appearances, it's like I never went away. I find myself smiling up at the same doorman as he opens the door for me. The gold sentry mat still rucks in one corner, no matter how many times it's been trodden on in the last 5 years. But I'm different. A little battered, a lot bruised. Wearing a ruined designer silk jumpsuit with messy dark hair and smeared makeup, holding a square package in my hand that I collected from the gallery on the way here.
Good afternoon, Miss Sanders. How lovely to see you again.
As I step into the lobby, I catch the doorman glancing at my disheveled appearance before hastily averting his eyes.
I've already called ahead. The senator is expecting you.
He gestures at the waiting elevator carriage.
May I take your parcel?
No need. I hug it a little tighter, finding comfort in the way the sharp corners keep digging into my skin.
Would you like me to accompany you up to...
I think I remember the way. Giving him another tight smile, I press the button for the penthouse, and the doors close shut on his polite curiosity. The carriage rises, and with it, my apprehension. Renzo told me something before we parted at Teterboro Airport an hour ago, and I can't stop thinking about it.
Everyone has a past, Dolcezza. Just don't let it fuck up your future.
I get the feeling he was saying it to himself as well as me, because we're both heading toward family ground zeros. My father is waiting for me when the doors open, with a triple shot of Macallan in one hand and those familiar dark shadows at the corners of his mouth. Is not quite a smirk when he's not sure what's coming for him. He hasn't aged much in 5 years. His hair is still the same degenerate shade of black. His gray eyes are just as flinty and wicked. Mom used to joke that he aged like the fictitious Dorian Gray, and somewhere in the attic there was a painting collecting his age and his sins. We stare at each other until the doors start to close again, jolting me out of my trance. Diving forward, I slap my hand across them, and when I do, I nearly drop the package. Shit!
Language!
He glances down at it and frowns.
Funny-looking bottle,
he adds, finishing up his drink.
Or is it the framed deeds to a French vineyard?
His eyebrows shoot up as I take a hesitant step into his Calicut marble-lined lobby, and we're caught somewhere between a greeting and regret. Hello, Dad.
Hello back.
He tilts his head to the side and frowns again.
Am I allowed to say you look like shit, or is it against the rules? For a political trailblazer, I'm constantly told I'm not very politically correct.
I smile weakly, Since when have you ever followed the rules?
Fair point.
He goes to take another drink from his glass and then curses when he realizes it's empty. Beneath his easy swagger, I can tell he's just as edgy as I am. I glance towards the living room. Is Mom here?
Yes, she's waiting and anticipating, but I wanted to intercept you first.
Placing his glass down on a vintage French Empire Guéridon, he flicks me the glimmer of a smile.
No coaster. No telling. She'll have my balls in a vice for it. Truth is, I wanted to apologize.
Dad, he holds up his hand.
Hear me out. This is my keynote speech to you, complete with liberal cursing and self-flagellation. Pay attention. You'll enjoy it.
He closes the distance between us and gently takes the package from my trembling hands, his face turning serious for once.
I thought I was good at reading people's pain, Tatiana. God knows I've had enough practice of it. Turns out, it's different when it's your own kid falling apart in front of you. You're blinded by hope. You put faith in the law of averages. You tell yourself that all the crap you dealt with over the years automatically gives your offspring a free pass.
He stops and grimaces.
Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
You don't need to say this.
No, I do.
His easy drawl takes on a harder note, and it's sounding a lot like regret again.
I fucked up. The changes were there, but they were too subtle. And then one day, my only daughter left home at 18 without an explanation, except for a bleeding heart trailing her out of the door.
He pauses.
I set you free, Tatiana. I loved you, and I set you free like all those stupid fucking memes told me to do. I didn't listen to my instincts.
He takes a step closer, his tone easing up again.
I should have kept you close, not let you go.
I pushed you away, I say, my voice cracking.
I should have pushed back.
The things I said. He scoffs and tucks the package under one arm.
Did you know your mother pointed a gun at me before we were married? Words are just posers after that.
I'm so sorry, I whisper. There were reasons.
There are always reasons. Tricky little bastards. I like to wave my middle finger at them as they fuck off into the night.
I have a daughter, I blurt out, my admission sounding so much louder than I intended. She's beautiful, and I can't hold her anymore. I can't hold her. The rest of my words end up muffled into a shirt as he closes the distance between us with a lightning-quick step and pulls me into a fierce embrace.
Shit,
I hear him say, managing to sound lost and angry and soothing all at the same time.
Oh, fucking shit. Now it all makes sense.
It doesn't. Tatiana? A softer voice joins us, dancing on the edge of our periphery. After that, my father's strong arms are replaced with another's, ones that soothe the part of me that needs her forgiveness the most. She's whispering things I've waited 5 years to hear. Whatever you need from us, it's yours. We love you. That never stopped. I read somewhere that the best kinds of embraces have to last at least 10 seconds to matter. I don't know how long my mother and I stand here in the lobby like this, clinging to each other like floating driftwood, but it's enough to make those portraits of hurt in my head finally start to fade. We're in the living room. I'm watching her rip open the packaging to the square parcel I brought with me. My father is sitting on the edge of the coffee table opposite us, 3 whiskeys down and counting. There's a lot of pain to dismantle, but there's something else that needs to be unpacked first. It's worth it. So worth it. Mom's breathless cries as the last of the foam strips fall away seem to be healing another part of me. But how? She gasps, flipping the painting around to show my father. I never even knew it existed. She's called Mary, I say, soaking in her happiness. I hope she goes part of the way in making up for what I did to her sister. With everything that was happening in London, I'd shoved the gallery, the debt, and the painting to the back of my mind. But Renzo kept his half of the bargain. I'd received a message as I was crossing the Hudson from my assistant Erica. A wooden crate had arrived for me from Regency's. When I checked the shipping note, I realized he'd sent it the moment he bought it, even before that first night when he'd propositioned me. But for once, I'm not bothered about being a foregone conclusion. "Where did you find her?" she asks in wonder, her beautiful face flushed with excitement. "Auction house last week." I trail off when I notice her staring intently at something on the back of the canvas. "Oh my God, Rick," she exclaims. "It's an original. It has the letter." "What letter?" I watch them exchange a look before she's slipping a hand into mine and tugging me to my feet. "Come with me. This won't take long." Intrigued, I follow her into her study. There's an empty space on the dove-gray wall where Inés used to hang. I don't want to think about the last words that we exchanged in this room, but they're still haunting it. They're displayed on every surface, suspended in every painting. Wordlessly, Mom hangs the portrait in Inés's place, the size of the frame matching up perfectly with the faded square. Returning to my side, we gaze at it together for a moment. "What's her name?" "Mary." "I meant your daughter's," she clarifies softly. "I overheard what you said to your father in the lobby." "Anastasia." I flinch as I feel her hand slipping into mine again, smashing the locks to my final box of secrets. "Talk to me." I shake my head violently. I can't. I don't know where to start. "Then start at the beginning, and I'll still be holding you at the end." Suddenly, I can't see Mary anymore. My eyes are too full of tears. "The first time was in Dad's office." I falter before pushing myself to continue. He had a sick sense of enjoyment over that. From then on, it was always in seedy motel rooms, chosen to make me feel as dirty as possible. She squeezes my hands tighter but doesn't interrupt. He'd pick me up on my way home from friends' houses or school and hold his threats to my head like a loaded gun. "I told so many lies to you, to Dad's security team. Oh, God, Tatiana. I can't do this. I've already hurt her enough." But again, she squeezes my hand, refusing to let go, catching me as I fall. I think of Renzo then. I think of how he saw through all the layers of my varnish and found the dying woman underneath. How he'd pushed and pushed me until I'd cracked wide open for him. "Where is she now?" she asks. "He stole her from me, then sent me back to New York. He said he'd harm her if I ever made contact with my friends and family again." I hear her sharp intake of breath. "That's why?" I nod and she starts to sway. "We have a plan to get her back, but I need to speak to Seb." "Who do you mean by we?"
"Renzo Marchesi," snarls my father, appearing in the doorway. "He's the man who bought the painting at auction last week. I just had it confirmed. Christ, Tatiana," he says, striding into the room. "How the fuck did you get involved with the Mafia?"
"Mafia. Bratva."
"Bratva?"
"Rick." Mom shoots him a warning look. "Go easy." "Konstantin Belov." I slide my gaze away from the burning heat of his. "That's who raped me when I was 18, and that's who has Anastasia trapped in Moscow." It's like I just dropped a dirty bomb on the room. My mother reels away from me in shock as my cool and restrained father throws his glass at the wall with an angry roar. Striding over to the phone on the desk, he starts dialing a number.
Is Marchesi involved in this too?
His eyes are the same hollowed-out gray as the night I left. Why? Who are you calling?
Santi Carrera. He's the fucking cartel kingpin in New Jersey, so he can put a bullet in Marchesi's head. As for Belov, no!
Rushing over to him, I wrenched the phone from his hand. You want to order a hit on anyone? Order it for Belov, not Renzo. He saved my life. He's still saving it. We glare at each other, but this is one battle I'm not backing down from. I need you to be honest with me, I say, fighting for a steady breath. Belov destroyed my life for a reason, and judging from your reactions just now, you know damn well what it is. I slam the phone down on the desk. No more secrets. I was a pawn in a game I knew nothing about for 5 years. I've suffered for this. My daughter is still suffering for it. I glance at my mother, who's staring at me in horror. The reason Belov subjected me to hell? Seb's forgery of the atonement? It's all connected, and now Anastasia's life depends on the truth.
Who says that's the only painting I forged?
Comes a languid voice as my twin brother appears behind us. He slides a measured gaze to each of us in turn, surveying the emotional carnage.
Welcome home, sis. I see you brought the tsunami with you. I think your fucking grandfather started that.
My father circles the desk and pulls open the top drawer. Taking out a small square envelope stained with age, he places it in front of me.
Trust the older generations to screw it up for everyone else.
What's this? I say, feeling like another bomb is about to drop.
Reasons,
he answers grimly, looping us back to our earlier conversation.
The rare ones that don't get my one-finger salute.
Chapter 21. Renzo. I'm navigating the I-80 west like I'm racing the Indy 500, switching lanes at breakneck speed while wading through a river of contradiction in my mind. For the first time in my life, loyalty and revenge are running in two different but equally urgent paths. Tatiana, Nero. It's already 8:45 p.m., and time is ticking faster than I can outrun it. The underboss ceremony is set to start at 9:30 in North Caldwell, and I'm at least 22 minutes away. Still, a part of me wants to turn the car around. I want to drink in her surprise when she sees the bargaining chip I offered her that first night was never truly in play. I bought the painting to catch her attention. I never had any intention of keeping it. Somehow I always knew they belonged with each other. Who the fuck am I? That's a $2 million kiss. How did a week and 2 transatlantic flights flip every black and gray code I adhered to on its ass?
I trust you. I believe you.
My foot hits the gas as her voice echoes in my head. 6 words spoken with enough fierce conviction to persuade a man living for hate to live for something else. Even though I warned her I wasn't her savior, only a sinner who'd crawl back from hell for her, and then crawl straight back. I check my watch. 8:57 p.m. We're about to put that theory to the test, Dolcezza. I take the exit for Little Falls, racing the devil himself down Union Boulevard, when a switch trips inside my head. I need to push all thoughts of Tatiana to the back of my mind. Her daughter's life depends on my control and focus. It depends on me staying one step ahead. A predator doesn't charge at his prey with his teeth bared. He stalks the perimeter, trapping it in with no escape before going in for the kill. My gaze darts from the road to the speedometer, watching it tick higher and higher. 70, 80, 90. I glance down at my watch again. 9:02 p.m. But when I look up, all I see is the bright red glare of taillights stretching far into the distance. Fucking traffic. The tires screech in protest as I slam my foot on the brake, coming within inches of rear-ending the stationary SUV in front of me. The time I'd gained by doubling the speed limit is useless. I'm stuck in two-lane gridlock. Leaning back against the headrest, I grind my teeth together. The ritual house is only a 10-minute drive from my parents' estate. My father will be leaving any minute. I'm not gonna make it. In a moment of recklessness, I scroll through my phone, my finger hovering over my father's contact number. Telling him everything would solve my problem, but it's a dangerous play. My father entrusted Killian with the files he'd found on Nero's phone because he knew something wasn't right. Outing Sal over the phone would make him volatile. My father is a calculating man. When he learns whose hands are stained with his son's blood, there's gonna be harsh recriminations. A father's vengeance isn't methodical. It's chaotic and violent. And I'm done losing family to that shit. Plus, I need Sal alive. For now. Konstantin Belov didn't outlive his brothers by being reckless. My uncle is the only ally he has left in America. As such, I can't risk taking him out too early. He'll be involved with this trade-off with Tatiana's daughter somehow. I can fucking feel it. Cursing under my breath, I slide my finger to the name beneath my father's. Another risk, but one who's proven herself to have an iron will. It takes 2 rings for my sister to answer.
Where the hell have you been?
She cries in lieu of a greeting. London, but that's not...
London? Renzo, we'd barely left the cemetery, and you just...
Rosalia! It comes out a little harsher than I intended, but I don't have the time to play 20 questions. I need you to listen to me. It's about Nero. She quiets immediately.
What's happened?
What hasn't happened? A year's worth of drama has unfolded in the last week, most of which I'm still processing. I'm close to revenge for him, Ro. Before she demands answers I won't put her at risk to give, I add, but I need your help.
Renzo, please, don't...
There's a high note of panic in her voice.
I can't lose you too. It's not worth...
Piccolina, I love you, but if you don't shut up and work with me here, the bastard's gonna get away with it. There's an important meeting starting in about 28 minutes. I need to have a seat at that fucking table, but I'm stuck in traffic with no sign of movement.
Tell me what to do.
Is Dad still there? There's a weighted pause, and then the sound of light footsteps.
Yes, his car's still outside.
I let out a breath.
I think I can hear him downstairs. Shit, he's leaving.
Stall him. Do not let him leave that house for at least 30 minutes, Rosalia. I don't care how you do it, just make it happen.
How am I supposed to do that?
Get creative. She mumbles out a curse. The next sound I hear is that of a door opening. I'm about to ask her what the hell she's doing when the line is filled with a loud clacking noise. It takes me back to the first night in Tatiana's gallery and when I watched her walk away from me, knowing deep down we were a done deal already. What's that? I demand.
Manolo Blahnik's hardwood and creativity,
she says with a sigh.
You owe me for this.
For Nero, I mutter.
For Nero,
she returns softly. The taillights in front of me start to dim, igniting a slow wave of movement. I've barely eased my foot off the brake when she lets out a blood-curdling scream, causing me to slam on the gas, nearly rear-ending the SUV in front of me for a second time. What the fuck? I choke the steering wheel and listen to thud after thud until a final sickening crash elicits a piercing cry. My jaw drops when I realize what she's done. My beautiful, fearless, crazy sister has just thrown herself down a flight of stairs for me. Wincing at her curses, I make a mental note to buy her half a Tiffany's when this is over. Rosalia! My father's panicked baritone voice thunders in the background, the tension in my shoulders easing the louder it gets. "Becca!" I hear him shout to my mother. "Call an ambulance!" I revise my earlier thought. For this, I'm buying her every diamond Tiffany's has. It starts raining 2 miles before I cross into North Caldwell. First one drop, then 1,000, until it's an onslaught, pounding the glass with the kind of violence that doesn't let up for a prayer or a promise. At the same time, the dark clouds and thunder come rolling in from the south, blanketing the stars and warning. By the time I pull up to the curb outside the simple ranch-style brick house, the needles hitting the windshield have turned into a solid sheet of water. Through the downpour, I see my father's Benz sitting in the driveway. Glancing at my phone, I scan Rosalia's last text again.
Couldn't stall him any longer. He just left.
Sent at 9:27 p.m. I check my watch. 9:38 p.m. Late, but only by a few minutes. I send a message back to my sister as I slide the car into park. "Just tell me you didn't break anything." She answers immediately.
"Nothing that a year's worth of spa days can't fix. Be careful. I love you."
Killing the engine, I exit the car and follow a broken sidewalk toward the house, letting the freezing rain numb the small sliver of conscience Tatiana has resurrected in me. Nothing about the place screams sin. It's a red brick, unassuming, single-family residence owned by our consigliere's sister-in-law. Blank facade, empty and untraceable. By the time I reach the door, the black shirt and jeans I changed into 41,000 feet above the Atlantic are drenched. My hair is plastered to my head, and my razor-thin layer of restraint is close to breaking point. I don't knock because it's my goddamn ceremony. Instead, I turn the handle and walk right in. 4 heads snap toward me, followed by the barrels of 4 loaded guns. "Nice to see you too," I say, pausing at the threshold. The inside of the house isn't much different than the outside. The furniture is sparse. There's a wooden table in the middle of the room with an uncorked bottle of Chianti, 6 crystal glasses, a 5th gun, and a switchblade resting in the center. There are 6 chairs, and 4 are already occupied by the major players of the Marchesi family. My father is sitting at the head, with Uncle Sal to his left, in Nero's seat. Next to Sal is Paulie, with Anton Altieri, my father's confidant and consigliere, situated on his opposite side of him, like a fucking bookend. It's the 2 empty seats on his right that catch my attention. Mine and the one next to that, where Sal is supposed to be sitting. My father lowers his gun, then raises his hand in a silent command. I hold each of their gazes in turn as they holstered their weapons, pausing on Sal for the longest. "Lorenzo," my father gives me a curt nod. "You're late." Closing the door behind me, I offer my one-word explanation. "Traffic." Paulie stares at my face, then cocks a bushy black eyebrow. "Jesus, Renzo." He tugs a lit cigar from his lips. "Did you get hit by a bus?" Close. Ignoring Sal's heated stare, I make my way across the living room to the table. "Is nobody gonna offer me a drink?"
You can have one after the ceremony.
Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Sal hold up his index finger, pointing to the blood trickling down to his palm.
"In my honor."
Over my dead body. Resting one palm over the white prayer card in front of him, my father stares at me with an unreadable expression. Although there's not a wrinkle on his designer black suit, his tanned face is creased with lines that weren't there a few days ago. "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I'm here to take what's mine, and then I'll atone for past sins." Holding his gaze, I drag the word out, urging him to catch its silent meaning. "I know everything."
You can wipe your ass with that apology, Lorenzo.
Sal says, drumming his fingers against the table.
You had 3 months to step up, and you failed. Now it's my turn. This is my fucking ceremony.
My father's head snaps to his left. Check yourself, amico, he says sharply. I'm the boss of this family, so it's mine. I called the shots, not you. Sal bares his teeth, his feet hitting the floor as he shoves his bloody finger at the prayer card underneath my father's hands.
It's too late, Gianni. My blood is already staining the card.
In response to his outburst, my father opens his clenched fist, revealing a silver lighter in the center of his palm. He casually flicks the lid, igniting a bright yellow flame. Until the card is lit and passed, nothing is official. Renzo is next in line for underboss, and as you can see... Pausing, he motions the flame toward me. He arrived before anything burned.
This is bullshit.
Turning his ire further down the table, Sal glares at Anton.
Do something.
Gianni's right, Anton notes.
A sliced finger doesn't give you the right to anything but a Band-Aid.
Sal curses his mother in Italian as Paulie bites back a laugh.
Underboss is still open.
My uncle's fury carves a promise of retaliation into his face. Sal may be a traitorous bastard, but he's not stupid. He knows I was in London. He knows I'm close to figuring shit out. With Vasily's decapitated body pulled out of the Hudson early this morning, he's grasping at straws. Renzo, my father commands my attention while tucking the lighter back in his fist. Are you here to officially claim the position of underboss of this family? Yes. He nods. Then let's begin. Salvatore, move. Rage simmers in my uncle's eyes as he rises to his feet, kicking the chair away from the table as Paulie and Anton silently shift down one seat. As I take my brother's seat, something inside me shifts. There's a reverence in the room as Anton hands my father the knife from the center of the table. In response, the rain falls harder, beating its vindication on the roof, as my father slices a vertical line down the pad of my finger. Te le prometto, Nero. As 3 drops of blood trickle onto the St. Michael's prayer card, my father flicks the lighter and burns the corner. English fades into the sacred Cosa Nostra oath as it's quickly passed around the table. You live by the gun and knife. You die by the gun and knife. Every spoken repetition reveals more of their truth. For 3 months I've avoided this moment, not because I didn't want the position, but because accepting it made admitting Nero was really gone, that I was powerless to stop his murder. But I'm not. I'm the fucking underboss of the Marchesi crime family, and I'm about to turn the streets of New Jersey red.
Congratulazione.
Paulie's meaty hands grip the back of my head, and he gives me a celebratory kiss on both cheeks. It's over. My father extinguishes the flame and places the knife on top of what's left of the charred card, a symbolic gesture that seals the ritual. As Anton fills 6 glasses of Chianti to the top, my gaze strays to one in front of my old captain's seat. For Nero.
To Lorenzo,
he says, lifting his glass.
The new underboss of the Marchesi family. May he long reign.
Salute, comes toasts from around the table. All except for Sal. He's sitting like a statue, sipping his red wine as if it's my blood, but I don't begrudge him his hate. The feeling is mutual. I want nothing more than to put a bullet between his eyes. But I can't. Not yet. For her. As Paulie and Anton continue the celebration, I take the opportunity to catch my father's eye again. Calm on the outside, a raging tempest inside. He's perceptive, but the stunt I just pulled won't sit well with him. undermining his authority by delaying the ceremony, only to storm in late and swing my dick around would have earned anyone else a bullet. It was a calculated risk he'll demand an answer to, so I need to tell him one before Sal does something stupid. I got a text from Rosalia to say she had an accident. She fell down the stairs, but she's fine. Didn't look so fine to me. She sent me a picture. Sliding my phone from my pocket, I pull up a side-by-side screenshot of the paintings Mary and Atonement that Killian forwarded me from Nero's phone. She's lucky you were there, I say, tilting the screen toward him. Just like she was lucky Uncle Sal was there when she fell off his deck last year. I pause, watching the vein in his temple start to pulse as he decodes my words. Family is always there to catch you when you fall. Just like a tilted house of cards, I murmur, repeating the same words he said to me. He stares down at the paintings, every muscle in his neck pulled tight. Hear me, Dad. It's Sal. I have proof. My father says nothing, a lethal calm enveloping him as he slips his hand off the table and reaches for his gun. I grip his arm under the table, lowering my voice to barely a whisper. Show your hand too early, and the whole thing comes crashing down, remember? Then light the match and burn it yourself, he snarls, tossing my own challenge back at me. Releasing his arm, I catch Sal's glare, watching as his chest rises and falls like the tide before a storm. With a vicious smile, I lift my Chianti to my mouth, savoring the taste of cherries, spice, and revenge. Take a breath, motherfucker. Take two. Once Anastasia is back in her mother's arms, they'll be his last.
Chapter 22. Tatiana. The rain started falling the moment my father handed me the letter, lashing out at the penthouse's windows like angry fists while streaking the glass and obscuring the horizon. It didn't let up as we sat and talked and cried and mourned until well after 2 a.m. It was like my family's history was pouring down on the present, and we had little choice but to face it together. It's 3 a.m. by the time my driver, Andrew, pulls up outside my apartment block in the East Village. Surface water has turned roads and sidewalks into sheets of reflected light and neon. There are major storm warnings out for the whole East Coast, but mine already hit around 3 hours ago. I know why Constantine targeted me. I know how deep the Russians' hate goes.
Would you like an umbrella, Miss Sanders?
Andrew asks, frowning at his windshield. No, thanks. I'll make a run for it. Checking my phone, I try Renzo one more time, but it goes straight to voicemail.
As you wish, ma'am.
Climbing out of the car, I sprint the 20 feet to the front door, clutching the letter and my phone to my chest as the rest of me gets soaked through. I collect the spare key from the doorman and let myself into my apartment, leaving a trail of water droplets behind me. Closing the door, I toss my phone and the envelope on the table in the hallway, keeping the rest of my place in darkness as I pad through to the master bedroom. I'm stripping off my wet jumpsuit and lingerie as I go. I'm thinking about Anastasia and how her hair changes color when it catches the light. Then I think about a man who's just as damaged as I am, wondering how his meeting went and praying he doesn't have any new bullet holes when he finally shows up again. As I enter the ensuite, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I'm a sodden mess, with my long dark hair hanging around my face like rat's tails and the last of my mascara streaking my cheeks. I note the yellowing bruises across my rib cage from Constantine's putson and a third on my left hip. I trail my fingers until they're outlining the surgical scar across my stomach, and then lower still to a part of me he corrupts so well. Tracing a line straight through the center of my pussy, I imagine it's his tongue that's probing me, parting my lips, I push a finger inside, wincing at the slight burn from his rough fucking earlier. My breath hitches when I remember how hard he came, and then again when I slide my finger out, knowing it's coated in him still, just as much as me. I've never made myself come before, but the pulse in my clit is relentless. Closing my eyes, I grip the edge of the sink as my fingers move in ever-decreasing circles to ease the ache, lightly brushing over the hood when my body demands an extra stab of pleasure. Oh, God. I'm using the memory of his touch as a guide, circling faster like he did, pressing harder like he did, chasing down my release with his ghost and making myself so wet my fingers keep slipping. The rush is so intense, I'm crying out in relief when my pussy starts throbbing. Holy shit. A minute later, I'm stepping into the shower and letting the hot water wash away the worst parts of London, my cheeks flushing again when I remember the good. Could I ever love a man who kills for sport? Could I shape my brave new world around his violence? Wrapping my hair in a towel, I'm pulling on my white silk negligee when I see a dark shadow out of the corner of my eye. Before I have a chance to scream, a rough palm is clamping over my mouth, his powerful scent hitting me straight between my legs. My adrenaline spikes as he grinds his erection into the small of my back. His clothes are still damp from the rain.
"What did I tell you about showering, Dolcezza?" he growls. "When I give you an order, I expect it to be followed."
As he jerks me toward the bed, the towel slips from my hair and his palm connects with my ass, the sharp slap ringing out across the bedroom. My outrage is muffled by his palm as he does it again and again, making my body squirm and sing.
"Just one thing before I destroy your pussy,"
he says huskily, dropping his hand from my mouth.
"Did you speak to your brother about the painting?"
"Yes," I rasp. "He has the original."
"Thank fuck for that."
He spins me around, his eyes gleaming in the darkness.
"Now, we wait for Constantine to make contact."
"Renzo,
"No."
He leans his forehead against mine and briefly shuts his eyes as we breathe in each other's oxygen.
"No more talking. I'm all out of words for the next hour."
He nudges me backward onto the bed.
"And I'm not done with your punishment."
"Answer me something first." I prop myself up on my elbows to watch him remove the belt from his jeans, needing more from him tonight than ever before. "Do you see me as a fuck or a future?" Leaning over me, he wraps a loop of leather around my neck and cinches it tight. Not enough to make me panic, but enough to make me shiver at his intent.
"I never deal in people's expectations, Tatiana. I find they're too easily disappointed."
That wasn't a response. It was a brush off. "Would you ever go back in that cage again?" He pauses and the leather around my neck slackens. "What if I said I didn't want you to, Renzo?" I add quietly.
"What if I said I didn't want you to sell overpriced graffiti for a living?"
Slipping his belt over my head, I toss it across the mattress. "If you won't be honest with me, you don't get to test my boundaries."
"I'll do whatever the fuck I like with your boundaries."
He glares at me for pushing back at him, for forcing him into a corner. He's a man who offers silence, not feelings. The howl of the wind outside rattles the tension between us, and it shakes something loose. Reaching down, he scoops me up in his arms and heads for the door. "Stop! What are you doing?" I throw my arms around his neck for purchase.
"Switching shit up."
"Where are we going?"
"To baptize my sins. Maybe then you'll find your answers."
Crossing the hallway into the living room, he pauses in front of the folding double doors leading out to the balcony. The rain is still falling, the staccato sound against the glass harsh and unrelenting. Beyond it, the city lights are running into each other like water paints. "Don't you dare!" I gasp, as he reaches for the latch, guessing his attention a split second before the corners of his mouth lift. But by then, he's sliding it open and letting the storm back into my life for a second time. I feel him brace as we're greeted by a ruthless gust of wind. Muffling out a curse, I tuck my face into his black t-shirt, tightening my grip around his neck as he steps out onto the balcony. Instantly, the driving flood is drowning us in a bitter chill. The sound is deafening. We're soaked to the bone in seconds, my white negligee transparent and clinging to every part of me, his black t-shirt molded to his chest like a second skin. "You must have a lot of sins to atone for," I yell, and he laughs.
"You have no idea."
Setting me down, he takes my face between his hands and kisses me, the sudden warmth of his mouth shooting heat into every part of my body as I cling like hell to his forearms. All the while, the storm is dipping and swirling around us, but he doesn't even sway. He never sways. "You're crazy!" I yell, shivering uncontrollably.
"And you only just figured it out? Truth is, I don't know what the fuck we are,"
he shouts back, as another gust of wind comes racing across the balcony.
"But I know I meant what I said earlier. I'm done fighting alone. So, stand in the rain with me, Dolcezza. Close your eyes and tip your head back. Hold on tight and see what happens."
My breath catches. This is insane. He's insane. But he makes perfect sense, too. "Okay," I nod, swiping the rain out of my eyes and blinking up at him.
"Okay,"
he yells, sealing the deal with a glorious smile. His first for me, with his black hair streaming into his dark eyes and his golden skin glistening. Looking so fierce and determined, I can't help kissing him again, forgetting everything in this moment, because there is only this moment. Whatever the weather sends our way. The storm is finally starting to pass as he carries me back inside and walks us straight to the ensuite. Peeling off my negligee and his wet t-shirt and jeans, he switches on the shower and insists on washing every part of me. I groan in appreciation when I feel his fingers massaging shampoo into my hair.
"Good?"
"The best."
"Now rinse."
Obediently, I do as he says, closing my eyes in ecstasy as he repeats his actions with the conditioner. After he's done, he switches the faucet off and wraps me up in a clean towel.
"Bed."
For once, I'm not fighting him. Exhaustion is finally setting in. Crawling in between the sheets, I quickly roll onto my side as he slides in next to me. He presses his still damp body to mine, anchoring me to a place I never want to leave. As we listen to the residue of the storm, all the while knowing that there's another one on our horizon. It's a waiting game now. Waiting for Constantine's message. Waiting to wrap my arms around the missing piece of me. Waiting for his vengeance.
"Now we talk,"
I hear him murmur, but by then I'm already drifting off to sleep. I wake before dawn, right before the big color explosion, when the reds and golds are still muted tones. Lifting my head from the pillow, I find him sitting in the chair next to my bed, wearing his black jeans, with his feet up on the edge of the mattress, and a bottle of my whiskey resting on the floor next to him. He's reading the letter my mother gave to me last night, the one that solves all the riddles. I lie there, watching him dissect my grandfather's words, absorbing his half-frown as he flicks through the 3 pages detailing the black truth about Constantine's hatred for my family. Once finished, he returns to the first page for a repeat, picking up the whiskey bottle as he does and taking a swig. Who knew the price of my misery was $1? He looks up at the sound of my voice, our eyes meeting over the top of the crumpled paper, and he slowly returns the bottle to the floor.
"The price of your misery is a bullet to the head of the man who caused it,"
he says, his deep voice rough from lack of sleep. a $, and 10 paintings, I clarify, tucking my knees up to my chest. Turns out, the one thing I clung to for comfort for 5 years was the root cause of everything. Here's where we differ, Dolcezza. He rises to his feet and stares down at me for a moment. To an outsider like me, art isn't something to fucking lose yourself in. It's where you go to find what you're looking for. When did you get so philosophical? Only happens when I'm 4 whiskeys down. He holds up the letter. And your mother never told you about any of this? I shake my head. Not until yesterday. Who else knows? My dad. Seb, I sit up slowly. She only discovered she was Andrei Petrov's daughter after she met my dad, but she renounced her ties to Russia immediately. So, this is all just a fucking treasure hunt for Belov? He sits down on the bed next to me and rakes a hand through his black hair. Put it to me straight, sweetheart, because my history is all shades of screwed up, along with my appreciation of paintings. Do you remember what Ivan said to us in London when I was appraising the Atonement before the auction? Not particularly. I was too busy deciding whether to have your ass or your pussy for lunch. Giving him a small smile, I lean forward and wrap my arms around my knees. He was talking about how the Nazis stole loads of art during the Second World War. I prompt gently. Well, they stole from my family too. They stole from Petrov's ancestors and gifted them to another Russian family for being betraying, murderous, Nazi-sympathizing fucks, he finishes, taking an extra long swig of whiskey. Yeah, I read that part. I choose not to question why he's drinking this hard at 5 a.m. 40 years later, my grandfather, Petrov, tracked the family down, killed a lot of people, and took the whole collection back from them. Their name was Belov, he finishes darkly. So, you and your daughter are the collateral of an 80-year feud. I pause, reflecting on this for a moment. Do you think Constantine planned to make me his revenge toy? Or do you think it was a chance meeting and a shitty fate? Doesn't matter. The fucker will be dead soon anyway. Placing the bottle and the letter on the nightstand, he pulls me into his arms. Petrov made the whole collection disappear before he died. He told everyone it was destroyed in a house fire. He knew the Belov family was obsessed with it and that they'd never stop hunting it. In today's market, it's priceless. He left that note to my mother with instructions on how to find the collection. He'd written a letter on the back of 10 different paintings which, together, spelled out a location in Russia. After that, he had them sold at auction and scattered them to the wind for her to find. But Constantine found out about the note. He guides me back down to the bed and gives me a lingering kiss. Seb's been flooding the market with fakes, while my mother and Ivan have been quietly acquiring the originals. Does your mother have all 10? She does now. I frame his face in my hands as I bathe in his whiskey breath and strength again. Thanks to you, I was able to give her the final one last night.
Chapter 23. Renzo. Sex and intimacy don't belong in the same sentence. At least they never used to for me. Then a raven-haired empress took a paintbrush and splattered color all over my perfectly fucked up gray world. Sex. Intimacy. Since meeting Tatiana, those two words have become so entwined, I know I'll never be able to separate them again. Because I don't want to. She fell back asleep after we talked. I'm watching her now, with the white bedsheet tangled around her slim waist, her small breasts rising and falling with each steady breath. I've never had anything that was all mine before. As the oldest, Nero was automatically given stuff first, and as the youngest and the only girl, Rosalia had an entire armada of shit all her own. My father is one of the two most powerful men in New Jersey, yet somehow I always fell between the cracks of the hand-me-downs and the buy-it-your-own-damn-self categories. But the woman lying next to me is mine. All fucking mine. And there's not a man in this world or the next who will take her from me. Mine. Whiskey and determination cement the word inside my head, driving a vicious beat straight to my cock. It swells at the memory of her taking my gun in her mouth, and leaks when I remember how sweet her pussy tastes. With a strangled groan, I lean against the headboard and fist myself. But after a few strokes, I know it's not enough. It will never be enough. I need her. She's lost in a dream while I'm stuck here in reality with a fucking hard-on that won't go away. Gripping the top of the sheet, I slide it down her naked body, my cock throbbing at the sight of her parted legs and the strip of soft, dark hair in between them. Fucking beautiful. Losing the rest of my jeans, I position myself between her thighs. Spreading her pussy lips, I trail a slow, tortuous path from her entrance to her clit with my tongue, and I'm rewarded with a light gasp. Still not enough. I repeat the action again, spearing her, grinding my face against her before wrapping my mouth round her clit. This time her gasps are a little louder, and she instinctively widens her legs for me. That's an invitation I won't ignore. Lining up my cock, I sink inside her, meeting no resistance. She's wet already, her walls gripping me like a velvet fist. I start out slow, pumping in and out of her with a measure of control, until her gasps turn into moans and my self-control turns to dust. Gritting my teeth, I start thrusting, rocking her body into the mattress, with the need to possess her coursing through my veins. Tatiana's eyes flutter open. She whispers my name, and I slow my movements. Leaning down, I brush my lips against her cheek. Close your eyes, Dolcezza. I feel her arms creeping around my shoulders. Don't talk until I tell you to. Sliding my palm up her chest, I trace the delicate slope of her neck before wrapping my fingers lightly around her throat. Just feel.
I'm not.
Do as I say. With this, I grind my hips against her, making her so full of me she groans out helplessly, her fingernails digging into my back. I'm a half bottle of whiskey down, my dick is impatient, and we're on a time clock. I'm not in the mood for banter, sweetheart. Now close your eyes. This time she doesn't argue, and I resume my pace. On the jet, I told you to watch us fuck. Tonight, I want you to feel it. Leaning forward, I brush my lips across her cheek again. And tell me every detail. She nods, and I pick up the tempo, my palm still wrapped around her throat. Your pussy was made for me. Me and only me. Mine to touch, mine to fuck, mine to taste. Do you feel how hard I am inside you? Again she nods, but that's not how we're playing this game. Talk, Dolcezza. Tell me how I feel to you.
You're everywhere.
Her breaths are coming in short, uneven pants.
In me, around me, part of me.
I can feel her pulse racing beneath my thumb, but it's not from fear. I've come to know her body so well already. This erratic beat is from anticipation. It's there in the arch of her back, the bite of her lip, the sudden gush of wetness around my cock. Tell me what you want.
I want you to always fuck me like this.
Her hands slide across my ribcage,
Like you're hungry and savage for me. Like a...
Say it. Fucking say it.
Like an animal.
I groan, as I feel it too. A feral fucking need to claim her. Body, heart, and soul. My grip tightens around her throat, and she curls her legs around my waist. Then I do exactly as she asked. I fuck her like an animal, driving into her so violently I'm breaking and fixing her all over again. Her nails claw my back again, digging welts into my skin.
Oh, God, Renzo.
Words, Dolcezza, I rasp out. Use words, or I stop. She squeezes her eyes shut even tighter.
Make me come.
And then, her breath hitches.
Make me yours.
Jesus Christ. I've tasted her pussy. I've made her come with my fingers and my cock. But this, I don't know what the hell this is, but it's more. So much fucking more. My body is on fire. My vision is dark. My balls are tight. I'm about to come to, and it's the kind of vicious torture a man like me craves. The kind that kept me going back to a metal cage, fight after fight for another hit. She's close. Her back arches in anticipation as her pussy walls start to flutter. Tatiana, open your eyes, I growl. Look at the face of the only man who will ever make you come again. Tatiana's eyes snap open, that hypnotic gaze fusing with mine as her orgasm hits. She cries out, her pussy tightening around my dick so hard, I only last one more stroke before I'm cursing out her name and spilling inside her. Releasing my hold on her neck, I press my lips between her breasts, dragging my tongue up to the hollow of her throat and lingering where her pulse still pumps a furious beat. For me. Always for me. The day broke 2 hours ago. Tatiana's dozing on and off again, but it's a luxury I can't afford. Taking another hit of whiskey, I'm settling back against the headboard when I hear my phone vibrate. Lifting it from the nightstand, I glance at the number, but I don't recognize it. Then I read the message below. Elysium, 10 p.m. Come alone. Constantine. Fuck. This wasn't the plan. We said 3 days, not 12 hours. The last thing I want to do is give Belov the upper hand. But Anastasia is an unknown variable in this equation. He's already proven he doesn't give a fuck about that little girl. Come alone. If I do this without Tatiana, she may never forgive me. But I'd rather risk losing her trust than let anything happen to her daughter. With my mind made up, I grabbed my jeans and t-shirt from the floor and dressed quickly. Finding a notepad and a pen in the living room, I leave her a message telling her I'll call her later. Then I lock the door behind me as I leave. When I reach my car, the same switch flips in my head. It's business now, pure and simple. Sliding my phone from my jeans pocket, I type out a message to a more familiar number. Meet me at the Obsidian Casino in Atlantic City at 11 o'clock a.m. Tossing the phone onto the passenger seat, I start the ignition. Someone once said that in order to kill a demon, you need to confront your own first. And that's exactly what I intend to do. I don't like hotel rooms. Never have. Whether you're here to fuck, sleep, or make a deal, the transactions are rarely satisfactory. I like this one least of all. And why the hell is it so clean? I don't know what I expected to find in room 609, but it wasn't pristine white walls and showroom furniture. The last time I stood here, it was the color of carnage. Red bloodstains, flashing blue lights, yellow caution tape. It's been 3 months since Nero died in this room. I was stupid to think the hotel wouldn't clean and renovate it. It's not a fucking shrine. Still, knowing that countless guests have come and gone since then is hard to reconcile. Didn't they feel this heaviness lingering in the air? This darkness? His ghost? A few coats of paint and a new carpet may have hidden the stains, but they will never erase the tragedy that caused them last October. You want me to stay? I ask, but I already know his answer.
I'm good.
Nero sets his gun on the small desk by the window and tosses his suit jacket across the back of the chair.
Besides, what the fuck are you gonna do, Renzo? Sit there and nod like a mute? You know jack shit about that painting.
Flipping him off, I head for the door.
Hey, Renzo.
Something in his voice has me pausing in the doorway. It sounds conflicted, almost regretful, very un-Nero-like. I glance over my shoulder. Yeah?
Promise me something.
I cock an eyebrow at him. I'm not promising shit. 30-plus years of resentment doesn't just vanish overnight. Me and him, we're still a work in progress.
If anything happens to me, you'll step up and take my place, right?
Right. I turn back around. Goodbye, Nero.
I'm serious, Lorenzo.
He never uses my full name. Only our father does that. When I glance back again, he's standing in front of the painting he's brokering a deal for tonight.
There's something going on that's bigger than all this bullshit rivalry between us. I need someone I can trust with me, and blood is stronger than any oath. Me and you, Renzo, we're brothers. We're in this together, till the end.
The hell is wrong with you? Why are you acting so strange?
Just fucking promise me, all right?
Fine, Jesus, I promise. He nods, but the lines in his face are still there. His smooth-as-glass exterior is a choppy ocean with a 90-foot swell. Instinct kicks in, and I take a few steps back inside. You sure you don't want me to stick around?
Nah.
Retrieving his gun from the table, he checks the clip and then slides it into his holster.
I'm doing this one alone.
Suit yourself. I catch him staring at the painting again. I don't get it. Why would anyone pay millions of dollars for something that looks like a kid threw up on it? Nero laughs, but the key is off. It's too brittle.
Art has its own signature, Renzo. These collectors, they're always digging for the ones that tell them stories.
Whatever you say. Good luck with the meeting. I'll see you on the flip side. He flashes me a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes.
I'll be waiting.
I blink the empty room back into focus, staggering backward as the truth swings a wrecking ball into my chest. He knew. Lorenzo? I spin around to find my father standing in the doorway. As I stare at him, dressed in the usual Italian black suit and red tie, his dark hair streaked with silver and lines of wisdom creasing his eyes, I realize I'm catching a glimpse of what could have been. This is what Nero would have looked like in 20 years. Dragging my gaze away, I motion him inside. Thanks for coming. I almost didn't. There's an edge to his voice as he shuts the door behind him. I can think of a couple hundred other places I'd rather be right now. Why here? Don't killers always return to the scene of the crime? Tipping his head back, he sucks in air between clenched teeth. Renzo, you didn't. I owe you an explanation for what's been going on these past few months. A real one. Okay, let's hear it. He stands stock still as I tell him everything, starting with the incident at Pesciara the morning of Nero's funeral, and ending with the showdown at Boina with Oleg. As I recount my fucked-up story of blackmail, forgery, murder, and betrayal, he takes in every word without the slightest crack in his stone-cold expression. It's only when I divulge what Konstantin did to Tatiana that his eyes darken. So that's why you were late to the ceremony. I nod. Killian decrypted Nero's files. You were right to suspect he knew something. He knew about Petrov's art collection in Russia. He knew they were after it. So Sal helped shut him up. He reels away with a curse. I'm gonna cut that Stronzo into so many pieces he can fit into a fucking Ziploc bag. That reaction is exactly why I couldn't call you. I knew if I'd told you Sal helped orchestrate your son's murder, I would have put a bullet in his head right there, he finishes. I couldn't risk it. Tatiana's daughter's life is on the line, and if there's a chance Konstantin will use him, I need him alive. He offers a reluctant nod. You did the right thing. Thinking 2 steps ahead, like a leader. It's the first time he said those words to me, and an awkward silence engulfs the room. This is uncharted waters for both of us. Clearing his throat, my father breaks the tension first. What do you need? The plan was for Konstantin to fly in from Moscow in 2 days to complete the trade, but I got a text from him this morning. Drawing my phone from my pocket, I pull up the message to show him. He has an endgame. I don't know what it is, but I want to be ready for it. You need backup at the gallery. I'll send Paulie's men. I'll take all the reinforcements I can get. And Sal? My father wants blood, but I can't give him his retribution yet. Call a meeting with Paulie and Anton. Fill them in, then put them on discreet surveillance. Konstantin won't bring the girl to Elysium. He'll hide her somewhere else. And my money is on that somewhere being with Sal. My father dips his chin in agreement. I start toward the door when he steps in front of me. There's something else you're not telling me. Blowing out a harsh breath, I gesture around the room. Being here reminded me of the last conversation Nero and I had. I glance up, anger replacing regret. He knew. He fucking knew there was a chance he wasn't walking out of this room alive. If I'd listened, maybe I could have... Renzo, stop. He places a hand on my shoulder, his stony expression softening. Guilt is a useless emotion, says the man who's never felt it. He lets out a wistful laugh. I lived a very different life before you were born, Renzo. Your mother may be my greatest love, but she wasn't my first. He drops his hand and sweeps it across his jaw in a gesture that mirrors my own. Your grandfather demanded every captain bring an individual skill to the organization. Mine happened to be arson. If someone neglected to play by his rules, they met an unfortunate and unidentifiable end. The confession lands on me like a lead weight. You burned them alive? Sometimes. Other times it was just a statement. Jesus Christ. One restaurant owner refused to pay, so I torched the place. I didn't know she was inside. His jaw is working hard to contain his pain. I carried that guilt for a long time until I met your mother. She helped me see that I can't change the past, Renzo. The best anyone can hope for is to take control of the present and make it right. I hold his stare. And the future? I guess that's up to you. Chapter 24. Renzo. I leave Atlantic City and head northeast, approaching the Hudson around 4 p.m. and reaching Manhattan by 5. I park a couple of blocks from 57th Street and check my weapon before exiting the vehicle. I'm leaving nothing to chance, not with whom I'm about to meet. Men who sell respectability with a pledge and a pin are just underground kings with less interesting social lives and sharper suits. I don't buy his illusion for a second. He smiles pretty for the camera and he says all the right things, but it's only to divert attention away from his Colombian cartel kingpin buddy, who's busy importing $500 million worth of coke into the country each month. Senator Rick Sanders has made himself an empire out of smoke and mirrors, but everything shatters if you aim a bullet at it. The doorman eyes me warily as I approach the building. I'm not wearing a $10,000 suit today, and therefore I don't belong. I'm here to see Senator Sanders.
Is he expecting you, sir?
No, but I'm betting in about 60 seconds you'll be calling an elevator down for me. Tell him it's Renzo Marchesi.
If you don't mind waiting here, Mr. Marchesi,
he says frostily. I watch him pick up the phone and call through to the penthouse. The conversation is predictably brief before he's replacing the receiver and ushering me toward the elevators. I make a point of checking my watch as he presses the call button. I stand corrected. That only took 10. I travel up to the penthouse alone, bracing myself for violence as the doors slide open. What I get is an empty lobby with more marble than a Greek temple, and the painting I've spent the last week chasing halfway across the world resting innocently against the wall in front of me. I step out of the carriage to take a closer look, and the shadow catches in my peripheral vision. Fuck. A beat later, there's a quick draw, and I find myself crossing guns with the very man I came to see.
You're a long way from New Jersey, Mr. Marchesi, Sanders says, flexing his hand around the grip of his Colt 1911, looking more like a black-haired devil than the average bloated politician. Clearly, sin is the new Botox for the ages. And you're a long way from morality, Mr. Washington, D.C., I counter, my Glock 17 sitting pretty in my hand as I stared down the barrel of his gun. But who gives a fuck about the distance when there's this much fun?
Did you kiss my daughter with that mouth?
I'd tell you a lot more about her in my mouth if you weren't pointing a goddamn gun at my head. That slams the brakes on his humor.
You know, she begged me not to kill you last night.
I laugh. You couldn't shoot a moving target without glasses these days, old man. I'm not so easy to put down. He smirks at the balls on me, but his gun doesn't lower an inch.
She said you saved her life in London, so I'm giving you a 3-second head start for that.
No harm is going to come to her when I'm around.
Bold words from a man who walks in the shadow of death.
Strong words when you mean every fucking syllable, I grit out. He pauses.
Tatiana also told us about the trade, so I've been expecting you. Didn't realize it would be quite so soon. Just tell me one thing. Are you here to save my granddaughter's life, or to ride off into the sunset with that painting yelling, "Hi-ho, $7 million fucking dollars"?
Not interested in the money, Sanders. But I am interested in your daughter's happiness. His gray eyes narrow to slits.
Are you gonna screw this up, Marchesi? Because if you do, I'll get more than creative. I'll carve you a new face.
Do you kiss your voters with that mouth? I ask, echoing his quip. Tatiana trusts me to do right by her. I suggest you follow her lead. There's a pause.
I want him to suffer for what he did to her.
Regret and anger start threading through the tension.
I know all about your reputation, Jersey boy, but I need you to turn the heat up a couple of 1,000 degrees and get savage. You hear me? Make him sweat. He needs to leave this earth on his knees, begging for her forgiveness.
I nod. He will. I can promise you that. We stare at each other for a moment. He's a twisted fuck, Sanders. He dug his claws in deep. There's nothing you could have done. She would have left at 18 anyway, even if you'd had 100 bodyguards watching her. His expression hardens.
When I want your absolution, Marchesi, I'll never ask for it.
Take a look in the mirror next time you want to give an opinion. He glances at his watch.
My wife's due back, so it's time for you to leave. I'll have someone package up the painting and deliver it to your car within 30 minutes.
How do you know where I parked?
Black Ferrari Roma, license plate number.
You really were expecting me, I say, grudgingly impressed.
I have eyes on you constantly. Now fuck off.
I start backing into the waiting elevator carriage.
And Marchesi.
He appears in front of me, his face working with an unreadable emotion.
Good luck.
It's only when the elevator doors close again that I realize neither of us lowered our guns for the entire conversation. Chapter 25. Renzo. Some say déjà vu is a glitch in time, a fleeting moment where the past and present collide. Others claim it's a neurological response to trauma and stress. As I tread a familiar route down 9th Street and 5th Avenue towards Elysium, I decide it's neither. It's closure. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is where it all started. This is where it's going to end. My journey for Nero originated in a hotel room in Atlantic City, and my bullet will be the conclusion when it exits Sal's skull later. Right now, I'm returning to the place where I first saw the cracks in Tatiana's icy demeanor, where I felt that first undeniable heat between us. But ours will have a very different type of closure, one that opens me up to the possibility of a life I never thought possible. Kids were in Nero's future, not mine. My late nights would be courtesy of fucking and fighting, not 3 a.m. wake-up cries and bottle feeds. But I see the peace in having roots now. There's an amity to standing still. By accident or design, everything comes back to family. It's at the heart of all the shit that matters. And tonight, I'm determined to make it the heart of me. I can see Tatiana's art gallery up ahead. There are no bright lights spilling out onto the street this time around, and no moving shadows from a disengaged night guard. In front of the building, parked cars are splintered in every direction, reminding me of the limousines lined up outside Nero's funeral. But unlike that day, the sidewalks are dark and empty. I'm only 30 feet out when my phone vibrates again. Don't look. They're futile words. I'm already shifting the painting I'm carrying to my left arm and reaching for my phone. As expected, there are 3 consecutive texts from Tatiana.
Where are you? I know something's wrong. I can feel it. Please, Renzo, just call me.
I can sense her panic in each message. It's darkening the letters and dimming the backlight, but the only response I can give her is silence. Muting text alert, I shove my phone back in my pocket as I reach for the front door. You wanted me, you Bradford bastard. Be careful what you wish for. I don't bother with the intercom. The night guard is dead, and the security is disabled. That would have been my first move, too. My suspicions are confirmed when I find a man in uniform lying just behind his station with 2 bloody holes in his chest. I check his pulse, but it's game over. As I rise to my feet, a car crawls past the gallery outside, its headlights slithering across the far wall. 10 seconds later, there's another, and I know there'll be a car positioned near the rear axis, too. Paulie's men, just like we planned. The lights are out, but there's a soft orange glow coming from the far end of the gallery. Pulling out my gun, I make my way toward it, fighting to keep my anger in check as I pass row after row of destruction. Everything Tatiana loves, everything she proudly called her own, is ruined. All the paintings have been slashed with knives. The rest are lying like color-stained carcasses on the floor, their canvases spoiled and worthless. I sense the shadows moving in my peripheral vision again. I'm being tracked, monitored, studied. There are at least 6 of them hiding in dark corners, and there are explosive charges running along the lower parts of the wall. Konstantin Belov has this whole place rigged to blow. As I approach the entrance to the atrium, my shadows grow bolder to form a semicircle of Bratva soldiers around me. I ignore them, but I don't ignore their significance. It means I'm close to their pecan. I find him standing where Tatiana stood that first night, observing the same painting, the only one in the gallery he hasn't destroyed. His hands are held loose in his pants pockets, and his head is tilted to the side. He's taller than his brothers, more polished. His gray suit isn't a careless addition, it's the main event. His dark hair has been brushed back off his face, and his profile is sharp and straight, like the blade I'm planning to slit his throat with later.
"Put your gun away, Marchesi,"
he calls out to me, still staring at the painting. His accent so heavy it's dragging his voice down to a deeper octave.
"We are all gentlemen here, are we not?"
I disagree, but I holster my weapon anyway. I'm packing 3 knives plus my fists, and they're the deadliest weapons I own. Gentle isn't a word I'd use to describe myself. He gestures to the gray painting on the wall.
"Did you know I bought this for her 3 years ago?"
He turns to face me as I walk toward him, giving me the benefit of his Wiltcherine features.
"It is worth nothing, but it is interesting that he holds such a valued place in her gallery."
I wouldn't read too much into that, I say, grinding to a halt 10 feet away. It's so fucking ugly it adds 50 grand of value to everything else around it. Or it did. I toss the package I'm carrying onto the floor and kick it toward him. It skims across the white tiles with force, only stopping when Konstantin crashes his foot down on it. "Oops," I drawl. "I guess that's a $7 million skid mark right there." His expression tightens, but he makes no move to pick it up.
"Did you know the first time I saw her was only 3 blocks from here?"
The corners of his mouth twist when he notes my reaction.
"She is beautiful now, but back then she was a soft peach waiting to be devoured, and I was the first man to sink my teeth into her."
He sighs with satisfaction.
"Her 18th birthday. Oh, what a gift I gave to her."
My black walls start closing in on me. 1 week ago I would have surrendered to them already, but that's exactly what he wants. Everything is a mind game to Konstantin, with made-up rules that only he can follow. Breaking and entering, first-degree murder, destruction of personal property. I click my tongue as I glance around the darkened atrium, where the moon is the only spotlight as it streams in through the glass-domed roof. Are you going for a personal record?
"Who says I have finished?"
His smile is as sharp as his profile. "Where's Anastasia?"
"Safe."
"Then we have a problem. No daughter, no deal."
"There is no problem, Marchesi,"
he says, holding his arms out expansively.
"She will be brought here on my command when I am satisfied the terms of our agreement have been met."
Liar. I watch him glance over my shoulder to the men standing behind me. Moments later, a small wooden table is positioned between us, and 2 chairs placed either side. I hold his gaze as the atonement is lifted onto the table. Using a pocket knife, he starts to slice the packaging open. Once the painting is exposed, he clicks his fingers impatiently, and a bottle of Stolichnia vodka is banged down on the table, along with 2 glasses.
"And this is the original this time."
"Let's find out, shall we?" Picking up the vodka and unscrewing the cap, I hold it over the painting with every intention of making the blue and red waves swim.
"Aye, aye, aye!"
he shouts, his composure splitting like a fucking atom, revealing the avaricious monster underneath. Because that's what you do with shit, isn't it, Beloff? I grit out. Use it and discard it. Put the bottle down. You know damn well this painting is the original, so don't play stupid games with me, and I won't play stupid games with you. With this, I slammed the bottle back down on the table, and with it, my gun. No more charades. I didn't come here to talk business. I came here to kill.
You would be willing to destroy millions of dollars to prove a point?
He says angrily. Oh, you've just proved plenty, I scoff. Your reaction tells me your motives in life are as screwed as your ethics. Tatiana's father sends his regards, by the way. He asked me to carve his initials into you when I have a chance. Good luck lasting a night with Santiago's crew hot on your heels. Constantine glares at me for a moment, before his features melt back into his resting asshole face.
All men have their weaknesses, Marchesi, their pressure points. Crush them hard enough, and they will dance to any tune you want them to. I do not fear anybody.
I've had enough of this shit. Go on, then. Check it. His eyes narrow. Flip the fucking painting over and check it. That's the reason you wanted it, right? For the letter?
How do you know about the letter?
He demands. I tut at him in fake annoyance. Here I was thinking you were the smart brother. He pauses.
It seems I may have underestimated you, Marchesi. I see now why your father chose to make you underboss. Pozdravляю.
Congratulations. How the hell does he know about the ceremony? Fucking Saul.
Your brother was a smart man too,
he continues with a vicious smirk.
He learned about Andrei Petra's missing art collection long before you, but your difficulties prevented him from sharing his knowledge with you. Maybe if you had bothered to listen, he would not be a rotting corpse now.
My jaw clenches as he finally takes a seat, lifting the painting out of the last of its packaging and holding it up for inspection. Those black walls are closing in on me again. That's until Tatiana's face cuts through the chaos. Fucking breathe, Renzo. Don't let him get inside your head.
Come, sit.
Constantine gestures to the spare seat. I take it reluctantly as he puts the painting to one side.
Let us have a drink.
He tips the bottle, filling both glasses to the rim. No thanks. I have a strict rule about passing on Russian poison. Lifting his glass with one hand, he gestures to the destruction all around us with the other.
Come now, Marchesi. If I wanted you dead already, I would have just shot you. There is enough blood in my Kiska's beautiful gallery as it is.
I assume he's referring to the night guard, but then I catch him staring at my hands.
Look,
he says, pointing at them.
See how it drips all over my table and onto the floor. The blood is on you,
he clarifies, leaning forward, the shadows falling away from his face.
Can't you see it? Your brother died because you led Oleg to him. Vasily died because you forced Oleg's location out of him. And Oleg, well...
He shrugs, lifting the vodka back to his mouth.
I believe you were instrumental in that one.
It's not working, Constantine, I say, clenching my fist tightly, keeping Tatiana's face in the forefront of my mind. I keep the face of a little girl there, too, one I haven't met yet, but who's going to help her mother dismantle my black walls brick by brick.
What is not working?
He asks, projecting a snake's charm of innocence. Tell me something, I say, changing the subject. Was she a revenge target, or was it all about money?
She was an opportunity, he admits, and she made it worth my while, over and over and over again.
I'm slipping. The walls are rising. It's taken everything I have not to pick my gun off the table and aim it at his head. All this for a few finger paintings? I mutter in disgust.
$2 billion worth,
he corrects, his eyes gleaming.
Think how many fingers you can buy for that.
Let her go, Beloff. Let them both go, and you walk out of here alive instead of in a wooden box.
I wanted to meet you,
he says, ignoring my request.
I wanted to see the man who made my Kiska defy me after 5 years.
Or maybe you wanted to stare down death one last time.
Back to the wooden box so soon.
He laughs and drains his glass again.
Am I sliding under your skin like a splinter yet, Marchesi? I know the darkness that lurks inside you. Do you really think a happy ending will make it all go away? You and me, we are not so different. We both take and take from the good in our lives, and we use it for our own selfish reasons.
He pours himself another drink, and I watch, heart pounding, as he knocks it back in one.
Take her. Take them both. See how long it lasts before you crush them in the palm of your hand like bugs.
Tossing his glass down on the table, he flips the painting over and curses.
You really were telling the truth. This is the original.
You won't find the location, I say idly. Tatiana's mother already has the 10 letters. She knows where Petrov's collection is.
You lie.
I lean forward, rapidly losing my patience. See, that's the other thing about men like us, Konstantin. We always have a contingency plan. He holds my glare, then laughs again.
Yes, we do.
There's movement at the front of the gallery suddenly. The click-clack of heels. Then a familiar voice is calling out, her soft voice echoing off the ruined walls.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Next is a muffled scream as she trips over her night guard.
Oh my God!
Fuck. 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 Konstantin reels off instructions in Russian, and 2 of his men head for the door. A beat later, I hear her crying out again in surprise and fear. Leave her out of this, Beloff, I roar, rising to my feet, only to have 6 semi-automatics shoved in my face. This is between you and me.
Hush. Do not ruin the surprise.
Konstantin crosses his legs as we wait for her to be brought to the atrium.
And do not be concerned about the men in the 3 vehicles outside,
he adds, brushing invisible creases out of his pants.
The New York police will have a busy morning tomorrow, identifying all the bodies.
Jesus Christ.
That's the one area my brothers did excel at, Modoc, he adds silkily. They always had a plan B as well. Why have one underground cage fighting club when you can have 2? Why have one toy to manipulate when you can have...
As if on cue, Tatiana appears in the doorway, her slender silhouette shaking when she sees me encased in a steel circle of Russian weaponry as I'm forced back down to my seat.
Renzo? What's going on? Where's Anastasia?
I see the hurt in her eyes, and it cuts me to the bone.
Right on time, Kiska.
Konstantin greets her warmly.
You received your assistant's message, I see. Such an efficient girl. Such vicious lies. I am afraid there is no break-in. Not in the traditional sense, anyway. The only theft happening here today is 1/2 of your heart.
Erica's working for you?
She flinches as Konstantin's men take her by the arm and drag her over to the table as a 3rd chair is produced. Get your fucking hands off her, I say with a growl, and get punched in the face for my troubles. Jesus! Glaring at the asshole who just hit me, I spit my blood at his shirt. You punch like a pussy.
My spies are everywhere, Kiska. You should know that by now.
Passing the atonement to one of his guards, Constantine reaches into his pocket and places a cell phone onto the table near my gun.
Sit,
he orders, and she stumbles into the chair.
You have an important choice to make.
What choice?
Her eyes dart to me and then back to him, but I know what's coming even before he says it, my black heart twisting in fury for her.
Him?
The Russian's gaze lingers on me before dropping to the phone on the table.
Or your daughter. You get to choose who lives and dies.
I watch her face drain of color. Dolcezza. Her gaze snaps to me, and I see the ghost in her eyes already. She knows she'll be more than one of us before the night is through. She drops her head in despair.
She can't even look at you anymore, Marchesi,
he crows.
How poetic. Your fate is being sealed by a woman who continually betrays you, the way you betrayed your brother. When I collect Anastasia later to take her to her new home, I will stay a moment first to pray for your soul burning in everlasting hell.
The adrenaline in my veins turns to ice. At the same time, I hear Sal's voice in my head when I turned up drunk to Nero's funeral.
Look at you, hiding in the back of the Lord's house like some drunken putana. Go to the front and support your family, Renzo.
All you have is an offer. My words swing her attention back to me. I'm repeating what I said in the car in London when I opened her up to the possibility of a choice within a choice. Her eyes widen again as she processes my meaning. Hear what I'm saying, sweetheart. I know where your daughter is. You have the power here, not him. It rests in your hands to accept, reject, or counter. It's your choice. Control the fear, or let it control you.
Renzo, I can't,
she says quietly. You can do this, Dolcezza, I urge through gritted teeth as she reaches for the phone in the middle of the table. And we're right here, dancing in the rain with you. We three. She flicks me another look as her hand closes around the phone, and I see a woman finally free of her chains. A woman with the power to change it all.
What is your final choice, Kiska?
Constantine's mocking voice rings out across the silent gallery.
Me,
she says, her eyes never leaving my face.
I choose me. I choose a life worth living.
Switching her hand from the phone to my gun line next to it, she picks up my Glock 17 and shoots Constantine 4 times in the chest.
Chapter 26. Tatiana. The moment I made the decision to pick up the gun was the moment I set my past free. I wasn't going to let him hurt me anymore. I wasn't going to let him hurt us. I read between the lines of Renzo's words, but in the end, it came down to trust again. That fragile vernacular that started in a hotel room in London, then strengthened on a balcony in New York. He believed he knew where my daughter was, so I did too. All day, I'd felt a pressure building up inside me with no outlet, a toxic mix of desperation and anger. When I was lured here on false pretenses by my double-crossing assistant, and then when I saw Renzo surrounded by guns, standing opposite the man who'd ruined my life, I felt my lungs being squeezed until I couldn't breathe. But now, it's time to let the pressure go. 4 bullets for the 4 years he made my daughter suffer. The first one causes Renzo to erupt from his chair and drive his fist into the throat of the nearest patsan. After that, it's a blur of shouting and movement as I keep my eyes fixed on Constantine, watching the surprise on his face turn to rage with each subsequent bullet, until the clip is empty and there's nothing left to fire at his dead body on the floor.
It's done, Dolcezza.
Renzo lowers my gun for me and wraps his hand around my wrist.
Time to go.
Despite my shock, Constantine's gray monstrosity of a painting is still bearing down on me. Wait.
There's no time.
Please, Renzo, give me your knife. After a beat, he does as I ask, and I sink the blade deep into the canvas, slashing a huge X through it. Gray for chains, I whisper, but I am free now.
We'll be fucking dead now if you don't shift it.
As we spill out onto the sidewalk, he's reeling off instructions into his phone. I'm catching pieces, but I'm not really listening. My head is numb, but every breath I take feels like I'm sucking in air for the first time.
Fucking ambushed. All dead. It needs a cleanup crew, but the place is wired to blow.
He stops by a black SUV and smashes the butt of his gun against the window.
Get in,
he orders, above the clanging of the car alarm. A minute later, we're weaving in and out of congested New York City traffic, Renzo cursing the cacophony of angry horns and hand gestures as his eyes flick constantly between me and the road. I'm okay, Renzo, I say wearily. For my one and only murder, I made it count. I don't feel guilty, only relief. I glance out of the window at the approaching bridge. Are we close? Will she be okay? You still haven't said where we're going.
New Jersey.
He slams on the gas so suddenly, and I have to brace my hand against the dashboard.
North Caldwell,
he adds, a bitter edge to his tone.
Where I grew up.
How do you know she'll be there?
Constantine told me.
Those 3 words feel as unnatural as they sound. He wouldn't do that. He lies to hurt me. To hurt her.
Lied.
I stare at his profile, the night sky shrouding everything but the determined set of his jaw.
He didn't give it away intentionally, he says, taking a hard left. He let his ego overtake his instinct by saying sarcastic shit like he was going to pray for my soul. At first, I thought it was another mind game, but then it triggered a memory. Something my uncle said the morning I showed up drunk at Nero's funeral.
What's that?
Look at you, hiding in the back of the Lord's house like some drunken putana.
He takes his eyes off the road again to catch my widening stare.
If I'm right, and Constantine fed my uncle's addiction to power with false promises in return for his help, then there's only one place Sal would hide Anastasia.
I lean across the console as Renzo turns down a darkened side street, then pulls up next to the curb.
All Saints Catholic Church.
The church is beautiful in its quiet reverence. It's so typical of Constantine's sadism to desecrate something like this for his own selfish greed. She's in there. I can feel it. Renzo's staring out his window at the church too, but there's a different look on his face. It's like he's come full circle and he's still deciding if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
The last time I was here, I was a different man,
he muses.
I was hell-bent on revenge.
And now, a hint of a smirk tugs at his mouth.
Say, but this time, I'm here for what's waiting on the other side of it.
I hesitate as I go to open the door, a new fear overwhelming me. What if she doesn't recognize me, Renzo? What if she doesn't want me?
Then we can all be strangers learning to love each other at the same time.
Once again, his words knock me off balance in the most unsuspecting way. Leaning closer, I press my lips against his. Maybe one of us has already figured it out, I say, feeling his hand tighten around my hair as he forces our heads together.
Give me time. I'm learning.
I'll be waiting.
You ready?
I give a nod. Ready. I'm reaching for the door handle when he snags my wrist and hands me a gun.
Just in case.
I shake my head and try to give it back to him. I don't want to frighten her, Renzo. I don't want violence to be her first new memory of me.
I don't want her to be afraid either, but I also want you to stick around to help raise her. If Sal sees us coming, he'll know Constantine's dead.
His hand wraps around mine, centering me once more.
He isn't some petty criminal off the street, Dolcezza. He's a made man who knows he's been exposed as a traitor. He has nothing to lose. He'll come out shooting, and it won't just be my head he's aiming for.
Climbing out of the car, I watch as he checks the magazine of his own gun, then slams it inside the grip and releases the slide.
Stay behind me,
he orders as we cross the street.
And when the bullets start flying, keep your head down.
We stick to the perimeter, keeping close to the old stone walls of the church until we find a side vestibule. Reaching into his pocket for his knife, Renzo jams it into the lock, and the door swings inwards with a groan. All churches smell of hard sacrifice and history, that musty, dank odor that wraps around your conscience and purges your soul, and this one is no different.
Keep low,
he says as we step out into the nave with its rows and rows of pews stretching out into the shadows.
It could be just him, or it could be an army.
My heart sinks when I look around. The place is empty. The lights are low. Fake eternal candles are flickering on the altar. Then I hear it. A quiet sob coming from the other side of the church. Renzo hears it too, because he freezes, and then he's grabbing my arm and shouting at me to get down. The bullets ricochet off the stone wall above my head, the sound vibrating in my mind as he fires 5 shots back in return. There's a flutter of movement, and he shoots twice more. I hear a loud thump as a body goes down.
Game's up, Sal,
he shouts.
Fuck you, Lorenzo,
snarls a reply. But his voice is wet and wounded.
I need you to stay here. He may still have a weapon.
Wait! But he's already approaching the edge of the darkness. Crawling back to the wall, my head jerks sharply to the left when I hear another sob. Anastasia. Rising to my feet, I feel a rough hand clamping over my mouth.
It's okay, Tatiana.
A deep voice soothes.
I'm not here to hurt you. Where's Renzo?
Spinning around, I find myself gazing up at the stoical, granite-like features of Gianni Marchesi. He lets go of my mouth to allow me to speak when there's a loud crash up ahead and more bullets are fired. He curses as a tall figure limps into view. Drawing his gun, he shields me with his body.
Stay where you are, Sal. This could have all been avoided, Gianni.
As Sal steps closer, I can see he's clutching his side and pointing a gun in our direction.
You allowed your useless son to drag his feet for 3 months. 3 fucking months. That's not how shit's done, and you know it. All you had to do was make me underboss, and then Becca wouldn't have had to lose both her sons and her husband. Don't you dare bring my wife's name into this, you piece of shit. Don't worry, I'll make sure she and Rosalia are taken care of when I'm boss. It'll never happen. Paulie and Anton know all about your Russian backdoor deal.
Sal laughs, but it lacks Gianni's dark confidence.
Constantine knew you were coming. He planned on it. You, Renzo, and that Sanders bitch may have gotten lucky, but extermination starts from the outside. Belov's men fired bullets at your reinforcements while he was inside, manipulating everyone's strings. Are you sure about that?
As Gianni's voice moves further away towards the altar, I find myself being dragged backward into the vestibule. Renzo's swaying slightly. His left arm is hanging down by his side, and it's streaked in crimson. "What the hell happened?" I whisper, horror-struck.
"Bastard shot me. Stay here. This needs to end tonight."
In front of the altar, the voices are escalating. Watching from my hiding place, I see Renzo moving up behind Sal, trapping him between father and son.
"It's over, Salvatore,"
Gianni calls out.
"Only one of us is walking out of here alive. Maybe it'll be you. Maybe it'll be me. Either way, I need to know. Why?" "You believe a drop of family blood on a prayer card guarantees loyalty, Gianni. But the truth is, everyone can be bought if the price is right."
Money and power. I watch Gianni's mouth curve into a cold smile.
"True. But here's the thing. You were never family. Renzo."
On his command, Renzo's bullet hits Sal in the back, sending the condemned man stumbling forward onto his knees. But it's not a kill shot. It's a gift he's placing at his father's feet, one who is now pleading and begging for his life. Gianni levels his gun between his eyes.
"Per mio figlio,"
he mutters, then fires a single shot. "For my son." With the danger now eliminated, I kick my heels off and sprint to the other side of the church, with Renzo's exhausted voice trailing after me. I search every pew, dropping down to my hands and knees to slide across the slate tiles in my haste to locate her. Stumbling across to the next aisle to check under another line of pews, I freeze when I come face to face with the same tear-stained gray eyes that flutter through my mind constantly. Anastasia. We stare at each other, neither of us moving or blinking. "Hi," I whisper. She just gazes at me. "Are you okay?" She's shaking like a leaf, clutching a brown bear to her chest as a shield, and clearly terrified by all the shouting and gunfire. Then, something miraculous happens. Something that blows a hole in my heart and lets all the sunshine in. She smiles. And even though it's sadness and happiness and fear and confusion, it's ours to keep and ours to cherish. She knows who I am. She remembers. "I won't hurt you," I say softly, slipping into Russian. "I'm here to take you home." She stares at me again, and then she's crawling out from under the pew and curling herself into my arms, wrapping her tiny fists around my neck as I breathe her in as deeply as I breathe in Renzo.
"Tatiana, where the fuck are you?"
Staggering up the aisle, he stops when he sees me lying on the floor with my daughter in my arms. Anastasia takes one look at him and burrows her face in my chest, whimpering in fear. I try to view him through her eyes then, and when I do, I see a huge man with bruises all over his face, a gun in his hand, and blood streaming down his arm. But I also know what's beneath his surface, and it's just as beautiful as she is. "Don't be scared, Anastasia," I whisper into her hair as Renzo chucks his gun away and drops to his knees in front of us. "Do you see those bruises on his face? That's from when he fought the monster to find us. Do you see that blood on his skin?" She turns her head in curiosity, but keeps her arms wrapped tightly around my neck. "That's from when he fought the dragon to set us free. And do you see those black eyes, my angel? That's where he keeps all the darkness, so you'll never have to know anything but light again." Climbing off my lap, she stands in front of him, looking so small in comparison, her wary eyes flickering over every part of him as she carefully considers my words. She reaches out to brush her finger across his silver scars, and he stays as still as a statue. Do they hurt? She says in broken English.
They did,
He says, his eyes drifting across to me.
but not anymore.
She nods like she understands, and I want to hug her a little tighter for it. We leave the church together, with Anastasia wrapped up in Renzo's arms. They're walking a couple of feet in front of me, and I keep hearing snatches of Russian and English. They might not understand one another yet, but it's like they're falling into step already. Pausing on the sidewalk to watch them cross the road, it strikes me how every life is like a painting. We all have imperfect layers and chipped frames. Some of us are discarded, and so many of us are damaged. But in the end, it's our scars and flaws that make us the real masterpieces. Epilogue. Tatiana. 1 year later.
Apple, spinach, sea kale.
Sea kale? Anastasia starts giggling, her delight so infectious that even Renzo's lips are twitching. What's that? She scrunches up her eyes at him. You made it up.
I did not,
He says, sounding affronted.
it's a green vegetable. Ask your mom.
He swings his gaze across the terrace to me for backup. I shrug, refusing to confirm or deny, as I make my way over to the table beneath the old wooden pergola that's drenched in vines. When your heart is divided and overflowing on both sides, I've learned it's best to stay neutral for these kinds of discussions. There are 2 photos in my locket now, and I love both equally. His eyes narrow for a fraction of a second, and I know exactly what my punishment will be later. Bring it on. Power and choice are so intertwined with our fucking, it's hard to imagine anything else. We push each other to the limit, filling our spaces with crossed lines and smashed boundaries, and he always comes as hard as I do.
You lost, Vita Mia,
He says, bringing his palm down on the table to confirm his victory.
You know the penalty for that.
I'm not sure she understands the rudiments of drinking games yet, I whisper, stopping behind his chair to wrap my arms around his shoulders as Anastasia pouts into the fruit smoothie in front of her, prodding at it like it's a dead snake. I hide my smile in my husband's shoulder as she drops her head, letting her dark hair flop over her eyes on purpose to hide the glass from view. Slipping away from Renzo, I feel his fingers trail across my ass as I navigate the table to reach our daughter. Come on, you. I crouch down next to her and stick my tongue out to make her laugh. We made a deal, remember? But she gives me the sad face back, the one that makes me want to squeeze it all away. She's made amazing progress after switching her first language from Russian to English. She's practically fluent already. To keep her confidence up, we've been playing these kinds of word games the whole time on vacation in Italy. If she doesn't think of an answer quick enough, she loses a round and has to drink her smoothie. If Renzo loses, he drinks from a bottle of whiskey. Up until now, I swear he's been losing on purpose. With a huff, she finally relents, taking the smallest of sips that leaves a faint rim of pink on her upper lip. Good girl, I say, swiping it away. Maybe we can have some gelato later. The grin she gives me makes me want to do very bad, very grateful things to the man sitting opposite us for risking everything to keep a promise.
Next round,
Renzo says, glancing at his phone as it lights up with a message.
Pick another color, Vita Mia.
Orange, she says.
Easy.
He slides the device to him and glances down at it before deadpanning.
Blackberries.
Blackberries? She gasps in disbelief. Silly, Daddy. He winks at her as he rises from his seat to attend to New Jersey business. I watch him walk to the edge of the terrace to make a call, his black t-shirt stretched taut across his thick web of shoulder muscles. Even at 9 p.m., it's baking here. The night air is heavy and swollen after 10 days of burning sunshine, and across the Tuscan Valley, there's a gathering storm on the horizon. When I glance back at my daughter, she's watching him too. She and Renzo are inseparable. It's like she knows, deep down, in that big heart of hers, that he was the one who saved her. It turns out he had a missing piece as well. She dances like a firefly around his darkness, making everything brighter. He'd take a bullet for her as fast as he'd take one for me. I have no idea how something so wonderful came from something so ugly, but it did, and I thank the universe for that every single day.
"What does Daddy do?"
she asks suddenly. "He keeps us safe," I say with a smile before poker-facing her. "The color orange, huh? How about carrots?" She frowns in concentration before bursting out with,
"Oranges!"
as if it was the hardest answer in the world. She's still giggling when Renzo rejoins us. "Everything okay?"
It's perfect.
He drops a kiss on the top of my head as he tosses his phone back onto the table.
Where are we at?
At that moment, the sky splits in half, and a sheet of white lightning races across the sky. Anastasia whips around in excitement as all the local farm dogs start yapping. 10 seconds later, the first clap of thunder sounds. Jumping off her chair, she races to the edge of the terrace for a front seat view. Circling the table again, I climb onto Renzo's lap and snake my arm around his neck as he pours us both a glass of whiskey. "My mom called earlier," I tell him. "We have an opening date for the museum." He lifts his glass and takes a swig.
When?
"June 17th. Want to be my date?" His dark eyes flicker across my face.
Dolcezza, you only have one date for the rest of your life. Me.
I lean down to whisper my reply, and he kisses me fiercely, driving his tongue between my teeth, claiming me, and sealing my love for him, all in the span of the 3 seconds Anastasia has her back turned to us. 9 months ago, I returned to Moscow, bound by love and purpose, not hate and chains. There was a town on the outskirts with a name that was 10 letters long and long overdue a visit. I sold my gallery soon after we'd shipped most of Petrov's recovered artifacts to the U.S. My mother and I decided to found a private museum for the collection in Manhattan and open up the gates of our history to everyone. Like Renzo once said to me, art isn't something to fucking lose yourself in. It's where you find what you're looking for. I found him searching for a painting, and then I found myself. As for my father, he starts his campaign for the presidency next year, and the world is quaking already. A loud squeal has us both rising to our feet in alarm.
"I felt rain! I felt rain!"
Anastasia rushes back to us, her eyes shining in the darkness as if she's found lost treasure herself. In the distance, I see the hazy outline of a rainstorm, and 5 minutes later it's right above us. It's not as violent as the storm a year ago, but it's enough to soak us to the bone. Instead of running inside, Renzo pitches our daughter onto his shoulders.
Close your eyes and tip your head back,
he tells her, just as he once told me.
You too, Dolcezza,
he adds, catching my eye, that familiar jolt of electricity passing between us again. Because we stand in the rain together now, all 3 of us, whatever the weather. The end. This has been Pink Flamingo Productions presents City of Thieves, a Corrupt God's World standalone. Written by Cora Kenborn and Catherine Wiltcher. Performed by Vivian LaRue and Alan Carlson. Music by Sam Redfern. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2022. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find out more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com. All rights reserved.